Our story begins with a goblin shouting that the boss is dead. He says it several times and starts laughing, saying that the boss's weapon is now his. Very happy, seeing the boss lying on the ground, he tells him that he is now the boss. But the other worried goblin tells the happy goblin that he is now the boss, saying that he is talking nonsense, saying that he is actually the new boss, thus causing them to fight. And the other goblin advances on him, biting his nose and telling him to go to hell, while the other laughs. Suddenly, as they battle, other goblins are watching and cheering. Just then, a goblin remembers the tusks and comments that the boss left some tusks untouched and they could take them back. But the goblin who said this comments that the guy guarding the tusks is a problem. He's about to go back, and just then, a goblin arrives, and he was wearing a hoodie, and everyone shouts that it's him. He's the one who was waiting for the prey, and he's a disgusting creature because he covers his body as if he were a human. And everyone makes it clear that he knows where the prey are, and he's definitely going to keep the prey for himself. And in a herd effect, the gobbas think they should follow him and take the prey away, until one of them says that they should wait a bit longer because some guys have already gone to find the fangs before, remembering that the one who keeps the fangs is a tough guy, and when they start fighting, they could just watch and take the fangs and leave without being seen. However, the goblin tending to the prey begins to twitch his ear, as he had overheard the conversation, and he begins to whine. Then he hears someone screaming for help, and he quickly starts running in the direction the screams were coming from. A girl was begging for someone to save her, because she didn't want to be devoured by goblin, and in desperation, she asked them to stop. The goblins were oppressing her, until they realized that the blow had come. The girl asks for help. Just then, the hooded goblin tells them to let her go, and they get very angry when they see that it's him again, calling him a freak just because he's covered his body. And then a very fat goblin says that the boss is dead, and this is his prey, and if the hooded goblin dares to take his prey, he will be forced to attack him. At this, the other goblins joined in and advanced on the hooded goblin, shouting and wishing him dead. They were predestined to kill him, and they come down on him with everything. And he gets very angry, saying that they are damned goblins, and his eye begins to bulge with rage. And he thinks, I couldn't believe that these low-level goblins were doing this. He gets it into his head that he can't die there, he has to survive. Suddenly, the goblins don't understand a thing. They simply knocked one of them down and then got up. He had a sword in his hand, which gave him an advantage, and everyone is scared at that moment. And they start to run because he had a gun. After all, they only have their hands and teeth to attack him, so things could easily get out of hand. But the goblin told them to wait. After all, he wanted to have some fun with them, until the girl calls out to the goblin, asks if he's alright, thanks him for saving her again. He just didn't hurt her and kept protecting her, and she thinks that he really is quite different from the other goblins, so she asks him to please not die. And at that moment, after hearing that human say that, he thinks about her saying that he is a different kind of goblin, but he thinks that he was once human too. The name of that goblin who always walks undercover is Lin Tian. A few days ago, he was an exemplary young man growing up under the red flag and walking in the spring breeze, but he truly didn't expect that instead of finding God after being hit by a truck, he would be transported to another world with a system. And although he has a system, it hasn't been fully activated yet. Apart from being able to see some statistics, it doesn't seem to have any other function. However, he hasn't stood still these last few days because of what this woman had told him. He has gained an understanding of this world. This world created by God has many powerful monsters, and humans have conquered their place on this continent with their strength. But the goblin in which he was reincarnated is a weaker and filthier monster in this world. He also thinks that his stats are too low, even among goblins. He could easily be killed. In his stats, his name is Lin Tian. His race is goblin as a blessing from the gods. His HP is at 20, his strength at 5, his defense at 5, his racial ability devour, or equipment he has a rough stone knife, and his total combat power is 30. Tian thinks there's a way to get stronger, and it's dancing the tango with a girl. Goblins have the ability to get stronger through constant tango dancing and reproduction, but they don't have females, so in order to multiply, they can only dance with other female creatures, and that's why they constantly plunder. But he used to be human, and doing these things is really a bit complicated for him. And then the girl calls him and asks him not to worry. After spending these days with him, she understands now. He's very different question that really, he doesn't want to live with those goblins. And she asks him not to worry, because when the Knightly Order comes to rescue her, she will say that he had saved her. The Knightly Order is always just and right, and they definitely agreed to let him live in the village. And after hearing her say that, he thinks that she is not wrong, even if the system cannot be activated, as long as he holds out until the humans come to rescue them and gains their protection, he will be able to survive and then figure out how to activate this system until they hear a noise, and he begins to mourn, thinking that those goblins are coming back again, and he asks her to hide quickly, and the pink-haired girl just agrees with him. She goes behind a rock, as if it were a big hiding place, and then the goblin shouts, saying that there's a human there, and he's hungry, and getting stronger means not getting killed. And at that moment, Tian gets ready, that he hits that goblin with everything using his knife, until Tian tells the pink-haired girl that it looks like the humans are there to rescue her, and she asks if he's serious. She quickly gets up and smiling. She tells the hooded goblin that it must be the Holy Order, and that's great. She's going to check it out. And then the scene changes to a man using a technique called Kai sword cutting, and he keeps whining, saying that these dirty creatures just tore his uniform from the Holy Order. And that guy's name was Loader. He's a human who's at level 20 and a belt. He's a strong swordsman, various skills and techniques with the sword. And Tian looks at that boy and thinks that's it. It's the first time he's seen the statistics so high since he arrived there, and wonders if that really is a human. Until the pink-haired girl, quite happy, calls the man commander, tells him she's there, and Tian thinks they've easily dealt with those goblins, until he goes wide-eyed and thinks it wasn't meant to be. And suddenly, Loader uses his sword to attack the girl, taking her by surprise, and Tian shouts at her to be careful, and luckily he throws himself at her and makes her dodge Loader's attack. The two of them fell to the ground with everything, and the goblin covering his body thinks, and at the same time asks himself if they aren't there to rescue people. After all, he doesn't understand why they are attacking, and he also wonders if maybe it's because the cave is too dark, and they mistook that girl for a goblin. And Loader goes towards the girl and says that this is a shame. A goblin managed to dodge his attack. However, the girl said that the goblin had protected her, and Loader, not giving a damn what she's talking about, comments that if she's going to make up stories, she should at least make them plausible, and asks if she thinks he's an idiot, and she should meet her end with these vile creatures, and when he's going to attack her with his sword. The protagonist thinks he can't believe it, so he starts running, telling the girl to run because there was an exit that way, and she should get out as quickly as possible. He advanced on the human, who was quite strong, and regretted it because he really hadn't expected this outcome, and when he was about to be attacked, he went wide-eyed. A blonde woman asked Loader to wait. She had simply put a shield around the protagonist, and then she explains that this goblin looks a bit strange. Then the pink-haired girl on the ground shouts at the blonde woman, calling her a holy maiden, and asks her to save her. And so she drags herself along until she gets close and takes the holy maiden in her arms, while the blonde woman tries to help her. And then, after lifting up the pink-haired girl, she goes over to Tian and calls him a goblin, asking him if he understands her words. And Tian thinks she's the holy maiden Ephraia, the spokeswoman for the temple that they talked about, and if he wants to get out of there, this could be his only hope. And then he replies with great desperation that he can understand, and he asks if it's right that she's the holy maiden mentioned, and in fact, he's not a monster of this world, and he used to be human. He got that way because of an accident. He can explain everything if he goes with her. And Loader, after hearing the creature say this, comments that he does seem more intelligent than those goblins, which is quite rare for him. And Ephraia, smiling, comments that goblins are usually stupid and vile creatures. They can't speak and think so fluently, and he could be a gift from the Holy Mother. And then she calls the pink-haired girl, who calls herself Kelia, asking if that goblin really didn't hurt her. And Kelia, quite excited, answers her, saying that yes, he really didn't hurt her. But not only did he not hurt her, he also protected her from other goblins, and also gave her food. And Ephraia, after hearing her say that, says that it's okay, and since he's so special, they'll take him back first, and they'll study him in detail before making a decision. And Kelia is very happy to hear that. At this, the holy maiden asks the goblin, who was wrapped in her shield, if he's up for it, and obviously, he replies to the holy maiden that he is willing and would go with them. And he thinks that finally someone can listen to reason, and since staying means death, he might as well go back and prove his innocence. And at that moment, Ephraia put up her finger, and quickly, the shield that was on the boy began to break and disappear. He says everything is fine and tells Loader it's time for them to go. And then, as they walked, the protagonist thanked her for her kindness, and he had to repay her properly. Just as he was about to finish speaking, Ephraia interrupts him, saying that this is more than clear. And suddenly, Loader plunges his sword into Kelia, leaving the protagonist wide-eyed at that moment. Trembling, he looks back, and he can't believe what he's seeing, with Kelia falling to the ground. It really did cause something. It was unimaginable in his mind. The girl had been betrayed, and he certainly wasn't going to get away with it either. And to the protagonist's dismay, with a rather somber tone, Ifraya tells him that when they return, the protagonist should reward them very well. Then, a week later, Loder shouted at the villagers, calling them children of God and warning them that the goblin attack had caused a lot of damage to the peaceful town, averaging as always, lying to maintain their good reputation. The goblins used sneak attacks and cruelly slaughtered 30 residents of the peaceful town, and the population began to shout, calling the goblins cursed. And it had to be an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, and humans and goblins are mortal enemies. Until Loder places his hand near Kelia's image, asking everyone to listen carefully, and comments that the Holy Order, in the name of the temple, purified these goblins by avenging the villagers. And then the Holy Maiden tells them to keep praying devotedly to the temple. Glowing, she says that the temple will always protect its faithful followers. And then the villagers shout, wishing long life to the knights and long life to the temple. The scene then shifts to a place where a table is infested with books, and looking at a piece of paper, Ifraya sighs and comments to herself that today's preaching was a success, and they're still fools. That is, their job was just to deceive the villagers and everyone who believed in them, completely using other people's religious faith to their advantage. And looking into a jar, she tells herself that now they will pray even more devoutly and offer more tribute. That's what they wanted, more money. Until she hears a creature with an iron mask on its face calling out to her, and she turns in the direction she was called from. It was the protagonist, and he was shouting, with a dark tone in his voice, calling her a bastard. It was hanging on the wall, and he doesn't even think it's worth what the cat buries. And Ifraya, the beautiful and damned holy maiden, answers him, saying that he's still alive, and she thinks his vitality is impressive, and no wonder the temple can't eradicate the goblins from the continent. And she stands up and comments that this time, they would see how the poison affects the goblins, making it really like a toy in their hands. And then, with a lot of hatred in his heart, the protagonist says that she had deceived him. Not just him, she deceived everyone and even killed Kelia. And that's her holy order, and asks if that's what she calls human justice. Suddenly, she sticks a stick in his mouth, causing him to bleed, and she comments that this is weird. A weak and despicable creature like him, a damned goblin, dares to question human justice, and she makes it clear that Kelia was bewitched by him and dared to speak for him. And this is a betrayal of humanity and the sacred order. Her death was her final loyalty, and goblins are nothing more than insects on this continent. Smiling, she says that for the Holy Maiden to talk to him is simply a great favor, and she goes on to say that he should show gratitude and use his little one, disgusting body to contribute to human and holy order experiments, as if they acted differently from goblins. And she begins to prepare something with her hand starting to glow, and then she starts to burn Tian. And at that moment, he's very upset, thinking, and at the same time wondering if he's going to die, because he doesn't know if he'll be able to resist it. He thinks it's all his fault. He was very foolish. Reincarnated from a human to a low-level goblin, he kept his stupid human compassion, thinking they would be fair and kind. Weakness and naivety were his biggest mistakes. After he was taken back to the human village, Loder and Ifraya played with him in every way they knew how, without listening to a single word he said. He didn't last long, being toyed to death by an evil madwoman posing as a saintly maiden. And if he could try again, he would simply never trust humans, and if he could go back, he would definitely break their bones, drain their blood. If only he could live again, until he becomes wide-eyed and veins pop out of his eyes. He asks himself if he's still alive, and wonders what that place is, because he's basically floating in the middle of nowhere. And suddenly, the system panel shows that the Goblin Life Simulation system has been activated. And after evaluating it, the evaluation is completed, and it's said that he is dead, and due to his stupidity, he forgot that he was a goblin. Humans will never trust a goblin, nor will they pity them. He died after being oppressed and tormented. The pain of that week of oppression is being imprinted on his soul, and he will never forget what humans caused him. His end is one of the worst fates for any reincarnate, and he is rebooting and starting a new life. So the panel asks him if he wants to start again, and he's wide-eyed, asking himself if this is the system. And now he wonders if his personal system only activates after death. He also wonders if this system can bring him back to life, but it seems that he will be reborn again as the lowest level creature, a goblin, and everything will happen all over again. And then, he asks the system what yes and no represent. and the system panel brings him the answer, saying that for the host, if he chooses no, his soul will dissipate and die completely, and if he chooses yes, he will keep his current memory and be sent back with the system to the Goblin Cave a week ago. And he asks if he's going to come back with memories from a week ago. And now he understood. Smiling. He thinks that this is his chance to get revenge, and he needs to get revenge on Loader and Ifraya, so he quickly touches yes. And then, he thinks only of the revenge he wants to have now. And then, the system beeps and tells him that Goblin 20's life begins now, and he was being transferred to the Goblin Cave. Then the system beeps and comments that Goblin life is beginning, and to help him survive a little longer, the system has strengthened him slightly, and he stares at his hand, saying that it was only a little, but he thinks it's better than nothing. He receives a warning, saying that although he has been reborn, the danger is not over, and the sacred order of humans is about to reach the host. So the system asks him to please remember that if he dies again, the system will not be able to review the host again. And the boy tells himself that it's as expected. The order has to come, and he can't let his guard down. And at that moment, he calls the system and asks what he can do. And the system explains to the host that the system itself is called the Goblin Life Simulation System. The host can simulate his life with this system to predict future events and asks that please, he should be aware. Each choice a host makes will lead to different results, and each simulation requires 24 hours. After the end of the simulation, he will earn points that can be exchanged for items, and seeing that, he tells himself that simulation, and that means he can see the future. Then, he asks for the life simulation to start immediately, and the system panel shows him that the current scenario is that he should escape from the Goblin Cave. The Goblin Cave he is in was discovered by the Holy Knight Loader. It seems that the part of the Holy Knight Loader, he needs to follow the following choices. The first would be to warn the other goblins to unite to face Loader and his men. After all, Loader is a powerful human, and by doing so, he could gain 10 points. The second choice would be to abandon the other goblins and escape. However, this choice would discount his score, and then he would gain 5 points, being less advantageous than the first choice. The third choice would be to hide in the cave and pray to Loader, and if the men don't find him, then he wouldn't gain any points, being the most disadvantageous choice of all. And after he sees this, he becomes thoughtful. Although there are 3 options, he is sure that even if all the goblins in the cave unite, they cannot face Loader alone. Only escape can save him. So, he touches the first choice, thinking that he would simulate first and choose the option with the highest score. If he can exchange it for a weapon, maybe he can defeat them with a surprise attack. And after having made this choice, in the simulation, he simply dies. He had led the goblins in a desperate battle against the Holy Knight Loader. Due to the great difference in strength, he was still killed by Loader and his men, and he overestimated the strength of the goblins. In short, before making a decision, the system makes it clear that he should know his strength, and he gets 10 points. And looking at the panel, the protagonist thinks that, just as he already imagined, trusting the goblins there seems to be impossible in order to survive. But he still wins the points, and at that moment, he asks the system to open the swap store, and he seemed excited to see what was there, until he sees the panel showing various options. He realizes that he has plenty of weapons to trade, but as not everything in life is easy, his score is still too low for him to make any kind of trade, until he finds a spot that costs exactly 10 points, which has already improved his case. It's a dagger that offers him 10% more speed and 15% more strength. It's a small dagger made by elves. It's fragile, but very sharp. He quickly exchanges his points for that dagger, and seeing it in hand, he tells himself that the seller is sharp and on another level compared to the goblin's weapons, and if it hits a vital point, it could be instant death. And then he thinks it's all right and calls his system, asking why he hadn't seen Kelia. He wanted to know where she'd gone, and the system panel explains it, saying that due to the rebirth of the host, some details of the temple line have changed, and in this timeline, Kelia has not been captured by the goblins and continues to live happily in the village, and he's surprised to see it on the dashboard. But he keeps a smile on his face. He tells himself that he understands, and it seems that he has kept his promise to Kelia in some way, in which case he has no more worries. He thinks he needs to escape and survive. This is the narrowest way. The entrance outside is smaller, so the guards will be relatively weaker. And then there were 2 guards outside the cave, one of whom commented that these goblins are really disgusting, and his coworker asked him to hang in there, and this job is easy enough for them. And at that moment, Chan heard something, and quickly he hides in the wall, and he hears the guard saying that this entrance is small, and any goblin who runs out is garbage, and he can smash him with the hammer. And at that, he asks his coworker not to forget that their lord, Loader, the way ordered that any girl who has to escape in the chaos must be killed. They can't let that get to the village. And the other comments that he understands and asks him to stop grumbling. And hearing this, Tian realizes that the damned holy order, in order to maintain their influence, they even kill innocent people of their own kind, which makes him think that these humans are no different from goblins. And if they are like this with humans, then it would be much worse with a goblin like him. He puts his finger to his nose and says he has no choice but to fight. He makes a different voice, a female voice, shouting and calling for help to the guards, saying that he is a girl from the quiet village who was captured by the goblins. And at that moment, the guards seem to fall for it with everything, saying that there she is. And the other guard says that they should kill this fugitive because Lord Loader will reward them. Then they go into the cave and hide the dagger behind their backs, smiling and pretending. One of the guards tells her to get out and not to be afraid because he is one of the holy knights and he is there to take her back, but he is hit with everything. The protagonist doesn't waste a second and thinks that the humans should come with everything because he will be the revenge of the goblins from that moment on. After being strongly betrayed, being a good person, now he can no longer trust and will do everything to get to the end, killing Loader and the holy maiden, Ifraya. And then that guard is trembling, and the other, because Tian was much smaller, didn't see him. The goblin eye was completely hidden behind the guard. And then the guard asked why the other was taking so long. They should go soon. And at that moment, with a Machiavellian smile on his face, Tian advances towards the other guard, while the guard gets scared and asks what's going on. Then the protagonist prepares to attack him, and at that moment, the guard realizes that he is a goblin, giving a huge cut from the shoulder to the abdomen. And after he fell, he asks the goblin, completely frightened, if he can speak the human language. And then, in desperation, he begs Tian to spare him. He really begs him to please let him go. He shows on his watch that he has a family, a daughter who is still small, and they are waiting for him to come home. And he tells the goblin that he's very intelligent, and he should understand. And then he asks the Tian if he's right about that, and he's just following orders from the Holy Order. He was forced to come there, and he continues, completely desperate. He speaks to the goblin covering his body, saying that he's going to give him another bag of gold coins, and a young girl. He's going to make a young girl for him. And then, he asks the Tian to think about it, the benefits he's offering. But at the same time as he says this, he has the dagger in his back. And then, smiling, he thinks he has an opening. The goblin is distracted. However, before he could kill him, he was attacked with everything, without understanding anything, because Tian was so fast. And then your watch falls to the ground and cracks completely, until Tian hears a noise, and he says it's Loader's voice, and he's coming after them, in this case him and the other goblins. And he quickly grabs the clothes of one of the knights, and he was just waiting for the moment when they could see each other again. He was dying to see Loader and Ifraya. Then they both arrive at the scene and find the two guards dead, but one was without his clothes and investigating. Loader asks what's going on and wonders if it's possible that the goblins have gotten past the guards. And the Holy Maiden asks the Holy Knight if she is sure that a goblin has managed to kill two guards, and she believes that it can only be a mutant. And Loader replies to the very attractive girl with the long blonde hair that yes, he must be a mutant. If it gets out, he's sure bad things will happen. And then he pushes the dead guard with his foot, saying that he's useless for not being able to hold a single mutant goblin. And licking her lips, Ifraya comments that a mutant goblin must be a lot of fun. And with a somber tone of voice and a crazed look on her face, she comments that if they manage to catch this mutant goblin, she's sure to have a lot of fun with it. Then night falls in the forest, and Tian sits on the floor, sighing. He was feeling tired and says to himself, he's done it. Finally, he's done it. And then he takes an apple to feed himself and tells himself that since they hate goblins so much, he'll deal with them the goblin way. Goblins have the ability to evolve through reproduction and voracity. As he increases his status, he'll generate stronger offspring and expand his influence. He keeps thinking only of that damned Holy Knight and the Holy Maiden in this life. Tian gets it into his head that he will make every man's only wish be death and make every woman weep under his feet. Really, what happened in the other life has changed Tian's way of thinking, until he quickly covers his head. Hearing a noise, he asks himself if perhaps Loader and his group haven't given up on coming after him. And then he starts walking through the forest, having to postpone his rest for a moment, until he encounters a hooded being and thinks he should attack first to get the upper hand, at which point the girl asks who is there. She is startled and screams, and Tian's eyes went wide, for there was a goblin, just like him, also covering his body. She was lying on the ground, and asking if he could talk. And he doesn't understand a thing at that moment, going wide-eyed. And on the ground, the girl tells him that it hurt, and watching her at that moment, the goblin wonders why she has feminine features. As far as he knows, goblins are only male, which is why they can only reproduce with beings of other species. At that moment, the goblin starts to shake a lot, gets up very quickly, and asks him not to hurt her, explaining that she's only there to fetch water. And at that moment, Tian thinks, and at the same time wonders what is going on, and how can a goblin be able to pronounce complete sentences. And at that, he sees on the system panel that she is a level 3 small goblin. Her class is Messenger of God, and she is really a female goblin. She is quite weak. However, the system panel makes it clear that if a male goblin reproduces with a female goblin, then the male goblin will become the legendary goblin god, and he is in shock after discovering this, and then he gets more and more pensive. He thinks that this means that if he joins her, he will have advantages, until the female goblin, seeing him watching her, begins to tremble even more and explains that she really was sent by the boss to fetch water. If she doesn't get water, her boss will beat her until she dies. And Tian, after hearing her say this, apologizes and says that he didn't mean to do that. And then he grabs her shoulder, trying to calm her down and telling her not to cry. And he also thinks, looking around, that if she keeps crying, she'll attract Loader and his group and things could get a lot worse. And the goblin is surprised at that moment, asking Tian, stuttering a little, if he can speak too, and he answers her, saying yes, until he realizes he had forgotten that normal goblins can't talk. She probably didn't talk much with the other members of the tribe. And then, the female goblin tells the protagonist that he is very kind. Other goblins just hit her and curse her, and this is the first time someone has treated her so kindly. And then, she asks the protagonist that if he has nowhere to go, what he thinks of going to the tribe with her. And after hearing her question, he is surprised, quite excited. He grabs the girl's shoulder and asks if she's serious, and also asks if there's a tribe of goblins nearby. And at the same time, he's not sure if Loader and his group are still following him. And this is no time to be chatting, and the priority would be to find a safe place. And the goblin stares at his hand on her shoulder, and she starts to feel a little embarrassed. With flushed cheeks, she answers him, saying yes, and she'll take him there. And at that moment, the protagonist was worried about where he could find subordinates to recruit, and so, with a Machiavellian smile, he asked her to take him to her tribe. The scene then changes to several huts in the forest, and after hearing the noises, the goblins quickly left the huts, and there they end up seeing the goblin and the Tian. They start laughing a lot, wondering why they're wearing human clothes. They've never seen such a strange creature before, and they realize that this strange thing has brought another strange thing to them. And the protagonist realizes that there are many goblins in this tribe, so he starts there, and he comments that he is there to join them, and asks them to let him see their leader. And then they laugh and ask if an outsider wants to see their boss, and the boss isn't someone they can see just because they want to. And then one of them starts laughing and says that they should get him first and take him to the boss. And the girl, seeing the viciousness of those goblins, shouts at him, saying that he's not a bad guy, and they shouldn't be in such a hurry. Then, suddenly, a very dark voice asks why everyone is gathered there, and everyone starts laughing, saying that the chief is there, and Tian sees a staff full of bones. It was a huge goblin. He was level 25, much higher than the protagonist. He had a lot of HP, and was very strong too. He had the abilities to devour genes, which is the standard for all goblins, summon and control thorns. His equipment was a skull staff and a bone necklace, and he wondered who was making all this noise. And Tian is totally shocked that there is such a high-level bob in this tribe. Then the huge goblin with a staff full of bones looks at the female goblin and asks if she brought that foreign goblin. And the goblin answers him, saying that yes, she did, and explains that he had nowhere else to go. Smiling, the head goblin says that everything is fine. And then, he shouts to all those goblins to kill the foreign goblin and like him, and they all start laughing, thinking it's very good, saying that they're going to have breakfast early today. Quickly they take down the goblin. However, the protagonist doesn't take this lying down and quickly picks up his dagger, and then he tells everyone that he knows how to make weapons, and if they let him into their tribe, he could make them much stronger. And at that moment, the big goblin, after hearing him say that, asks them to wait a bit. He walks towards the protagonist, stopping right next to him and grabbing his chin. He comments that Tian doesn't seem to be lying, then asks him to tell him what kind of weapons he can make. And Tian explains to the big goblin boss that if he finds iron ore, he can make simple iron weapons. if they give him a bit of time, he can simply make something more powerful than that. And at that same moment, he remembers when he was a human. He was playing video games, and he realizes that that priest can form complete sentences, and it seems that the higher the level of the goblins, the more intelligent they get. He goes on to say that if the tribe has iron weapons, even monsters or humans can be defeated. And then, everyone starts laughing, saying that with iron weapons they won't fear humans, and the goblin priest starts paying attention to the other goblins, who were saying that they'll have meat to eat this way, and they prefer elves to humans. He already starts planning, thinking that with iron weapons, they'll be able to invade the north and take elves. And then, the big goblin boss, after seeing the excitement of all the other goblins, says that it's okay, and he's going to give the protagonist this chance. He asks Tian to find iron ore in 3 days and make the weapons, so that he can have his life spared, and if he doesn't, he'll simply die in their hands. And he points to the female goblin, saying that she will also die. In other words, the priest has suddenly placed a huge responsibility on the protagonist's back, and he seems to be having fun with the whole situation. And he quickly turns away and enters his hut. And Tian thinks that the old man is really cruel and doesn't spare even his own companions. With his current strength, he's aware that unfortunately he can't face him directly. And first, he's going to make some iron weapons to buy time and get stronger. Then there were several birds flying through the sky, and the scene changes to the goblins walking through the forest with Tian, until, panting heavily, the female goblin asks them to wait for her because they've been walking all day and she's tired and can't walk anymore. However, after hearing this, a goblin knocks her down and starts kicking her, laughing and saying that she's ugly, and if they don't find iron ore, he'll kill her. And the female goblin gets desperate, asking him to stop it because it's hurting and she won't do it anymore. And the goblin keeps stepping on her, laughing a lot and saying that she's lazy and will die, until suddenly, the protagonist, seeing all this happening, throws a rock at the head of the goblin who is oppressing the female goblin. He quickly stops, and Tian makes it clear that he brought them to help look for iron ore and not to fight. And quite seriously, he continues, saying that he has already explained what iron ore is like if they want to live. They should find an iron stone in the valley ahead. Otherwise, he says he's going to kill them all, and the goblins who were with him began to tremble. Tian managed to intimidate them. Desperate, they start running around saying that he's going to kill them with the iron weapons, so they should look for it quickly. And they start lamenting to the protagonist that when they find the iron ore, his boss simply won't forgive him. And at the same time, after hearing the goblins say this, Tian thinks that what he has just said is true. Even if he makes iron weapons, being killed is only a matter of time. And he looks at the female goblin, and the system panel reminds him that if a male goblin unites with a female, the male goblin will become a legendary divine goblin. And at that moment, he reflects that it's time to think about getting stronger, while the female goblin trembles a lot. And then he tells the goblin, who is called Moon, not to cry. And then he crouches down, and he asks the moon if she wants to stay with him. And if she stays with him, he will protect her, give her food and a warm place to live, making it clear that no one will bother her. And the moon asks if he is serious, because this seems to be a very good thing for her. After all, she wanted peace. And Tian tells her that it's clearly true. He always keeps his promises, but he also comments that they're too weak now, and he needs her to help him get stronger. And the female goblin asks Tian how they could get stronger, and he explains that if she's willing to have children with him, he'll be stronger. And she mocks the blushes at that moment, and she wonders if he's serious, because she's never had children. And the protagonist asks her not to worry. If she's willing, they can change her fate. And after the plot protection has been successfully activated, the system makes it clear that the host will have 7 moon goblin children, increasing the level cap. And because of the increased limit, he received the attribute of 9 more attack, 100 more life, and 10 more defense. And looking at his body, Chan thinks that not only has he increased his level, but he has also changed shape, and now they have a better chance of defeating the goblin priests. And then he picks up his old rag in which he dresses, and then he tells the girl that he's his now, and he'll protect her forever. And the girl says that he's very kind to her. Suddenly, someone starts shouting for help several times, leaving the protagonist and the moon a little worried. And then a huge wolf appears, and the goblin, running with an ore stone in desperation, tells him that there are magical wolves out there. And seeing what's in that goblin's hand, the protagonist realizes that they really did get rid of the iron ore, but they also brought some problems. And then he asks the moon to stay there and wait. but she asks him to be very careful of the wolves. And before the logo could chew up a goblin, Tien inserts his dagger into that wolf's head. He knocks him down, and the goblin stares in disbelief. Then Tien tells the goblin that he's done a good job, and now asks him to hand over the ore. At this, the goblin starts shaking his arms and hands the miner's stone to the protagonist. Smiling, Tien comments that the quality is good, and tells the goblin to find more, and when they return, they'll make weapons. Then, with the fire on, Tien comments that everything is now ready, and the goblins get excited, saying that he's really done something, but one of them asks if this oddly shaped bringer really works. Tien simply uses the spear on the wolf, testing it, and then he tells the other goblins to take a good look at this weapon he made out of iron ore, and the goblins are surprised. And one of them with punk-style hair tells the priest that Tien isn't lying, and he killed a wolf with that weapon and saved some of them. And the other is quite surprised, shouting and saying that the protagonist really can make weapons. That iron thing is much better than a stone spear. They find it incredible, and at that moment, urging everyone on, John asks them if they want such a weapon or not, and they all shout that they do. And the priest approaches, slamming his staff hard into the ground. And then he comments that in fact, the protagonist hadn't lied and really can make iron weapons. However, he makes it clear to Tien that if he wants to stay, it won't be that simple, and the foreign goblin should make 50 of these weapons in 2 days. And one of the goblins is surprised, saying that the boss is as bad as the humans. At which point the goblin tells Tien that they're going to make more weapons together, making it clear that he can help. And the goblins, after seeing the protagonist's results, begin to change with him. The scene then switches to the day of the delivery, and the protagonist was visibly tired. He knocks over a basket full of spears, and he says to the priest, who was standing right in front of him, that there are the weapons he had asked for, and everyone starts saluting Tien for it. And the priest, visibly irritated by this, comments that he really had succeeded and says that he did a good job. And then he tells the goblins that tonight, everyone will eat meat, and they will celebrate Tien's entry into the tribe. And everyone starts to cheer after he says this. Then, after the preparations on the fire, the meat was ready, quite roasted, and the moon tells the protagonist that this is especially for him on the part of the priest, handing him the meat, and then he quickly bites into a piece of meat until he feels something, and the moon doesn't understand and asks if he's alright. He feels weak and tries to get up, while the moon helps him by holding his arm, and the priest laughs a lot at that moment, saying that he's very stupid and thought he was the only smart one there. He tells the protagonist, or calling him an outsider, that he shouldn't think that he hasn't realized his ambition, and defying his authority will only lead to his death. And then he grabs the moon by the hair and asks if Tien likes her. Then he tells Tien to see that the traitor gets her head cut off by making a small cut in her neck, and the priest wanted to see if he was going to continue boasting in front of him, and the protagonist was shocked by what he was seeing. And before the big goblin boss could do anything with the moon, Tien got up and picked up his dagger. And then, after the act, the priest asks how he could have done it. The protagonist simply ripped his hand off, and at that moment, Tien starts laughing and says that the priest himself, calling him stupid, is treacherous, and at the same time, he thinks that he already knew that the head goblin was going to poison him. He was just playing along with his act. At that moment, the priest takes out his weapon, which is a kind of chain, and shouts at Tien, telling him to die. However, Tien manages to dodge, tearing off the priest's head, and the other goblins are frightened by what they have just seen. And then he tells the other goblins that as of today, he is the new leader, and he's going to take everyone to attack the elves and humans, and they will all evolve intensely, making it clear to those goblins that they will have meat forever. When the goblins heard him say this, they began to cheer, shouting and calling Tien their boss. Then Tien points to the priest and says that it's theirs, and everyone starts attacking the dead elf chief, eating his flesh, and the protagonist thinks that conquering the goblin tribe is just the beginning of his revenge, after which he will get the elves to create a stronger generation for his tribe. However, inside a bush, someone was watching all the movement. She was an elf, and she wondered what was going on there. Then the scene changes to a place with several buildings, and it was another day. A being was jumping from one corner to another, until he arrived at one of these houses. It was in the elves' village, and an elf was very happy, saying that the princess had returned, until another elf asks the princess to wait for the matriarch, but she is interrupted, with the princess saying no, she has an urgent report, and after she opens the door, she shouts to her mother that she has something important to report. In the magical forest of the east, however, she is interrupted when she sees her mother making out with some elves while eating grapes, and she apologizes for having spoiled this moment, her face completely flushed. She tells her mother that she has to go now. However, the matriarch asks the princess, who is called Kasana, to wait, and since she came in like this, she believes it must be something urgent. And then Kasana explains to her mother that she has an important report about the goblin tribe in the forest. And Kasana asks her daughter if she's really talking about goblins, because to her, they are weak and dirty creatures. So she wanted to understand what might be important about them. And the princess explains that this morning, she found a big black bear devoured in the magic forest. There were signs of a struggle and goblin footprints everywhere, and it seems that the goblins of the magic forest did this. The big black bear is one of the fiercest creatures in the forest. It is not possible that goblins killed a creature of this level, and a few days ago, she saw the former leader of the goblin tribe killed by another young goblin, who may be related. And then her mother asks her if she's saying that there's a new leader, and the mother comments that it seems that the goblin population in the forest has recovered. So she asks her daughter to take some people to organize the operation to deal with the goblins, but not to kill them all at once. She makes it clear that it is to leave some of them alive, and she also comments that goblin hearts are valuable ingredients for positions used by the tribe's elf. And the girl, visibly embarrassed, tells her mother yes, and then the mother tells Kasana that she is her beloved daughter, and also comments that she has been working hard over the last few days, and as a reward, she asks her daughter what she thinks of an elf with her tonight, and if that's not enough, she has more. However, the girl turns her back on her mother, telling her that she doesn't need to. She's going to investigate further tonight. The scene then returns to the forest in the goblin tribe, and the goblin tells the chief that a branch represents a tree house. The Forest of 1,000 Wonders has about 30 elf tree houses, all of which are very tall, and Tian tells the goblin that he has done a good job, and when they conquer the elves, he makes it clear that the goblin who has just explained will get 2 elves as a reward, and he orders the goblin to tell everyone to sharpen their weapons, and everyone is excited by what they are hearing. And then the goblin leaves, saying that he's going to send all the brothers to prepare their weapons. And at that moment, the protagonist thinks that 30 tree houses, with 2 elves in each, they have about 60 elves, with another 10 or so in the mines, so they'll have at least 70 to deal with. And since the priest died, he has been leading the goblins to mine and make weapons, hunting magical creatures to level up. He raises his spear and shouts to the other goblins that from today, they will be hunting in the magical forest, and asks if they have understood. And all the other goblins start raising their spears, answering him that they have understood. And on this walk, the protagonist ended up killing a wild boar, and by eating its meat, he obtained a skill called Giant Tusk Attack. They also defeat a creature made of stone, giving Tian a skill called Stone Skin, which grants him 15 more defense. Then, after killing cats and monkeys, he gains silent space and climbing skills. By killing snakes, he acquires the skill called Poison Secretion, and with the ability to devour goblins, the tribe has gained many skills, increasing the overall level. That goblin with the punk hair has become very strong. The protagonist thinks that each elf has a combat power of around 200, and the total strength of the tribe has already surpassed that of the elves. And then, the system panel tells him that the simulation system is ready, and he tells himself that, as they are invading the elves' territory, they need to be careful. It then asks the system to start the simulation, and on this, the system panel notifies that the Goblin Life simulation has started, and the current storyline on the night before the attack. The protagonist would lead the Goblin army, which has had a great increase in strength, to attack the elves, with great confidence in the success of the attack. But they are ambushed by the elves, who lure the Goblin army into a trap and kill them. He is captured by the matriarch of the elves and killed in the Forest of 1,000 Wonders as a warning to the other goblins. In short, the system panel thinks that the protagonist thought he had everything under control, but he was actually in the palm of the elves' hands, and his score would be 0, and the protagonist doesn't understand how the result could be, asking himself how he could be in the palm of their hands. And then he thinks that this can only mean one thing: the tribe has been monitored by the elves. And he also thinks that goblins have a keen sense of hearing and smell, and if they concentrate, they can find some clues, until he finds it. Then, later that night, Kasana was with some elves, and they were jumping from branch to branch and Kasana says that these goblins are planning to attack the tribe, and she can't believe that the tribe has changed so much in a few days. She needs to go back and warn her mother, and the elves just agree with what she has just said, until arrows start being launched in their direction, hitting Kasana hard. She screams a lot and ends up falling over on the ground. She realizes that she can't use her strength, and a goblin tells his boss that his shot was accurate, until they realize it's an elf, and Tien thinks her body looks strange. He asks if perhaps the boy has had an effect. Smiling, he says he had no idea it would be so easy to catch them, and he makes it clear to the elves that they have arrived at the right time. Then he tells the goblins to take them all to him. Then, after returning to the tribe, the goblin tells them to throw water on her, and at that, they think they should be quick, because the boss has arrived, and the very attractive blonde elf opens her eyes. Just then Tien grabs her by the chin, and the goblin with the mohawk tells his boss that they've saved an elf especially for him. They were just waiting for him to arrive, and at that moment, the protagonist thinks that it seems that the goblin's bodily fluid has a special paralyzing effect and gives the female creatures an adrenaline rush, and this increases their chances against the elves' tribe, which is matriarchal. And Kasana, her voice shaking and trembling a lot, says that they are filthy creatures, that they dare to kidnap the princess, and that they are planning to attack the tribe of elves, and showing a lot of anger. She says that without her mother's mercy, they, insignificant creatures, would have already been exterminated by the elves, and if they use it to hurt her, she makes it clear that her mother will not forgive them. And the protagonist doesn't pay much attention to what the elf is saying. He asks her if she has spoken of mercy, and he finds it interesting, and he comments that the elves she talks about and the elves his subordinates talk about seem to be very different, and their subordinates are dumb, but they don't lie. The elves could have exterminated all the goblins in the forest, but there are still many Globina living in the forest, and it's not out of mercy. He's sure of it. And at that moment, Kasana remembers the matriarch saying that they should leave some alive, and the protagonist continues, saying that she doesn't need to say any more, because tonight he's going to take the tribe to find out. And then he tells some goblins who were there to divide up the two dead elves, and I must pray in their abilities. And as for Kasana, she begins to tremble as soon as the protagonist looks at her, and she keeps saying no over and over again, begging him to leave her alone. Then the system panel congratulates him, saying that his level cap has been increased by another 30 due to the maximum talent he has achieved, which has been converted into another 50 life, 10 more strength, and 10 more defense, and he has acquired an elven skill called stealth and also night vision. Next, the tribe of elves, and an elf tells the matriarch that he can't take it anymore and asks them to stop for today. And the doting matriarch, knowing this, thinks they should have captured more goblins last time. Then she asks an elf if Kasana has come back yet, and the elf tells her that yes, she hasn't. It's been a while since she was supposed to. Then he asks the tribe's mother to let them send someone to look for them, and they take the opportunity to kill some goblins and raise the level of the warriors. And the matriarch tells the elf that everything is fine, and he's going to take some warriors to support Kasana in the goblin tribe. Then suddenly, with a dark tone of voice, the protagonist arrives on the scene, telling the matriarch that her Kasana won't be returning today, and the warrior quickly picks up his sword and asks who is there. And in the middle of that darkness, arrows began to be shot, hitting that warrior with everything, and the matriarch, seeing the warrior on the ground and taking out the arrow that had hit her, is frightened. And Tien makes it clear that he has captured the matriarch's daughter, and soon she will have his children. Smiling, he tells the matriarch that they are now a family, and the mother of the tribe quickly stands up, sword in hand, asking the goblin chief what he did with her Kasana. Then Tien asks her what she thinks. Angrily, she shouts that she's going to kill him. However, when she was about to hit him with her sword, the goblin chief dodged, as if it were something very simple, and made it clear to her that her tribe was already surrounded, and she should surrender, and maybe he would treat her well. And suddenly, she falls to the ground and starts shaking, thinking that her body has simply paralyzed. And the protagonist continues, explaining to her that the arrow that had hit her was covered in goblin fluid. Once it comes into contact, she is paralyzed quickly, and he advises her to stay still, and the matriarch begins to lament. And Tien crouches down and tells her that he'd heard about upgrade tools and euphoria tonics, and he asks if that's how the elves have always used the goblins. But he bets that she never thought that one day the goblins would come charging, and he asks if he's right about that. And then he raises her head with a dagger, and looking at him, the matriarch thinks that this goblin must be the new leader her daughter had mentioned. Then, suddenly, they hear someone shouting to kill them, and the mohawked goblin looks up at the window and asks what that noise is, and Tien comments that it sounds like time is running out. And then he puts the dagger to the matriarch's neck and says that everything is fine. And now they're going to talk about cooperation, leaving the matriarch wide-eyed at the sight of the outside. The elves shouted and asked the mother of the tribe to save them, and made it clear that they didn't want to be taken by the goblins. Everything was on fire and being destroyed very quickly. And quite furious, the elf asks the protagonist what they have done to her tribe, and Tian answers her, saying that now the goblins are no weaker than the elves, and they have no way of resisting. And when the elves were strong, they killed the goblins. Now that the goblins are strong, it's only natural that they come for revenge. And he advises the mother of the tribe to accept reality, and he makes it clear that he needs more strong goblin warriors. So he will still need her and the other elves. And what will happen to them after they use them? It will depend on her attitude, leaving the mother of the tribe in a lot of trouble. And she is shocked to see the tribe of elves being completely destroyed by those goblins who were having a lot of fun. And in desperation, she tells the protagonist that as long as he doesn't kill her children, as long as they can still live, she'll do whatever he wants. And then she tells the protagonist that she's willing to stay and let them have children. Then it was tomorrow. Kasana shouted at her mother, desperate. She tells her mother that even she has been captured by the goblins, and asks what they're going to do now. The mother of the tribe apologizes to her daughter and says that it's all her fault. She underestimated them and didn't expect the goblins' power to surpass that of the elves. And Kasana tells the mother of the tribes that now there are only women and children left to defend the elves, to preserve the elven lineage. But she is interrupted, with her mother telling her that they had already joined forces with the goblins, and from now on, she will only be able to survive in the goblin tribe. And the girl is devastated by this news and begins to cry a lot. And the protagonist was there, listening to the whole conversation. And then the goblin chief tells them that they should stay calm and wait for the birth. He'll provide 3 meals a day, and if anyone tries anything, he simply won't hesitate to kill them. And the mother of the tribe says she understands. However, she has a request to make of the goblin chief, asking if all her children could be looked after by her. And at that moment, the children of the moon were having fun with their mother. And the protagonist, after hearing the question from the mother of the elf tribe, thinks and at the same time asks himself if it's because of the question of attributes. And then the moon calls Tian and tells him that she can't look after everyone on her own. So Tian tells the moon to leave the children to the matriarch of the elves, and from now on, her children will be looked after by her too. And at that moment, the protagonist is thinking that when the elves grow up, they too will bring significant strength to the tribe. And he thinks he should take a look at the figures after joining up with the matriarch. And the system panel congratulates the host on gaining a resource upgrade, converted into 200 more life points, 30 more strength, and 30 more defense. And at that moment, he thinks at the same time as you ask if perhaps his aptitude has already been unlocked to the highest level. The newly obtained values have been directly converted into attribute. And then he believes that it seems that in the future, he will only need to continue uniting with powerful warriors to have children, and thus increase his strength directly, since his current strength is enough to crush Loader. After these elves give birth, he will find a moment to face him. Then, half a month later, a goblin shouts, telling us that they have been born. And then a goblin holds the baby, and one elf is in shock, saying that it's her son, and she finds it extremely disgusting, while the other elf says that she doesn't want that kind of son, because he's hideous. Then Tian asks the moon how many newborns they have so far, and the female goblin replies that there must be 30 or 40. Suddenly, Kasana was feeling sick from all the effort, drawing the protagonist's attention, and he goes to her, and the mother of the elf tribe shouts at her daughter not to give up, and asks her to have strength, but Kasana says she can't do it anymore, and crying, the matriarch of the elves tells Tian that he has to save her, and it's her first childbirth, and it doesn't look like she's going to make it. And then they start laboring. Then Kasana's mother asks Tian if he understands this, and he tells her that he does, and Kasana wants his help with that. But Tian tells her to shut up because they are his children too. And then, after the whole process, he says that everything is fine now, and the moon tells the protagonist that he's incredible and really saved them. But the goblin chief says it's no big deal. Suddenly, an elf screams at them, telling them to rob her, and 2 goblins were oppressing her. However, Tian's fuse is short, so he quickly takes out his dagger, and he tells those goblins that he's talked about it before. With a very somber tone, he says that they will only be able to reproduce again when they have fully recovered, and anyone who dares to disobey will simply pay with their life. And from now on, every elf will receive an extra portion of fruit. And the goblin listened. bowing completely because he didn't want to die. And then a blonde elf tells Tian that he really does look different from ordinary goblins. And the goblin chief answers her, saying that it's the least he can do. As long as they behave, they'll be treated better. And in this, he asks the system to make a simulation. And in the current scenario are the captured elves. And after much effort, the Tian had conquered the tribe of the elves and managed to reproduce in all the elves. After the gestation of the elves, they gave birth to goblins with superior attributes. Seeing that the tribe is growing, he decides to look for Loader and the others to take revenge, and he infiltrates the City of Light and finds the whereabouts of the group of heroes of the sharp blade. And the first option is that he tries to kill Loader and the others. He will get a score of 50 points more. The second option, leading the goblins, he takes revenge and destroys the City of Light, and then he would get 30 points more. The third option would be that he should watch and wait, thinking that it is not the right time yet. He should continue watching for longer, and the score would be 10 more. And so, sitting by the fire, Tian thinks, and at the same time asks himself if he has managed to find them so quickly. Although his strength is now equivalent to Loader's, his allies should not be underestimated. With the attributes he has now, he should be able to kill Loader easily. And at that, he touches the first option, and life simulation is initiated. And in this, the simulation shows that he finally finds Loader alone and decides to attack him quickly. Loader is almost killed, but at that moment, the Master of the Sword, a human saint of creation, called the Saint of the Sword, appears. The Sword Saint saves Loader, and Tian is killed by her sword. Soon after, Loader's group of heroes returns to the capital and is never seen again. In short, in the face of the mighty Sword Saint, there was no chance of escape, so he had to be careful. He had a score of 30 points. The life simulation was completed, and the duration was 9 days. And the protagonist, seeing the kilo on the panel, thinks and wonders at the same time about the Saint of the Sword and the fact that she is a human of the holy creation. He wants to understand why a force of this level is in such a small place, and he didn't expect Loader and the others to leave the City of Light. And if they leave, it will be difficult to find them again. He starts moaning because he thinks he needs to hurry, until he looks over and sees the moon delivering the fruit to the elves. And then, he thinks he already knows what to do. He calls the moon and tells her that he will be away for a few days, visiting human territory. The warriors of the tribe must follow her orders, and the tribe will be under her command during his absence. And she takes quite a fright after hearing him say that. And the mother of the elf tribe screams at the chief of the goblin tribe, asking if he has gone mad, because if he goes to human territory and is discovered, he will be attacked and killed. And the protagonist responds by saying that she knows he has an enmity with the humans, and he needs to take revenge, but the matriarch says he can't be so reckless. And she asks if he doesn't want to use her stealth skills, so he won't be discovered by the humans. And Tian, with a smile on his face, thinks he was waiting for her to say that, and smiling, he tells the matriarch that he didn't expect her to really care about his safety, and he thinks that this moment is extremely rare. And the mother of the elf tribe answers him, saying that she's just worried that if he dies, the goblins might be more cruel to them. And besides, her children are there, and he needs to get back safely to ensure everyone's survival. And the protagonist, hearing her say this, thinks that this matriarch of the elves really knows how to survive. And after he turns his back and leaves, Moon shouts, telling the goblin chief that she will take good care of the tribe, and he says that he trusts her potential, nodding and also saying that he'll be back soon. Then the scene shifts to the City of Light. It's daytime and several horsemen are walking the streets, and the villagers are a little frightened by their presence. The riders look to and fro, surely searching the streets for something wrong, and the protagonist, seeing that movement in a dark alley, thinks that there's another patrol there, and the city's defense has suddenly become tight, and he wonders if perhaps this sword action has already arrived. But after so much investigating, he saw nothing about the saint, and then he starts walking and thinks that this is very strange. Then, after entering a square that had a fountain, he sees a movement that catches his eye and leaves him with a feeling of doubt. The people were all gathered near a mural, and Tian thought that this was the ranking of the City of Light's teams of adventurers, and he takes a brief look. The first group was called the Heroes of the Sharp Blade, the second was the group of Posy Heroes, and the third was a group of heroes called Saviors. And then he thinks at the same time he wonders if this guy has improved again because he's in first place. And then he continues walking, thinking that he needs to hurry to gather more information. Otherwise the revenge plan will fail, and he is only living to carry out this revenge. As he walks along, one of the boys hugs another, laughing a lot, and tells his colleague that today he's going to pay. They're going to drink until they're satisfied. And Tian quickly stops walking and think of that voice, smiling. He thinks he's bumped into him there. It was Loader, and he was drinking at the time. And suddenly, a holy knight stands up, saying that they don't know. But at that time he was almost killed by the four-armed demon monkey. Luckily, Olivia and Captain Loader arrived in time to save him. The holy maiden next to him, with a smile on her face, says that the captain is really incredible and otherwise alone. She would never have been able to kill the four-armed demon monkey. At this, a young man who was drinking commented that bragging about a simple four-armed demon monkey was an extremely ridiculous attitude in his view. And suddenly, a holy knight stands up, shouting and asking what this has to do with his group, which is the Posy group, and the holy knight tells him to get out of there. However, another of the Posy group stands up, saying that they shouldn't think that just because they're a group of heroes, they'll leave him alone. And suddenly a commotion breaks out in the bar, and the bartender, wiping his mug, comments that recently, the evil dragons of Dragon Island have entered their breeding season, kidnapping the shepherd's livestock and devouring people on sight. And he didn't seem to care about the fight that was going on there. And he goes on to tell the boys that they are so brave, they should go and kill the dragon, instead of making a fuss in the tavern. And the protagonist, who was there trying to gather information, is completely incredulous after hearing the bartender talking about a dragon. And the bartender continues, saying that his dragon is attacking the City of Light, and the capital won't send help in time. Relying solely on the city's adventurers to fight will not be enough to repel the attack of the group of dragons. And it seems that the City of Light is about to enter an era of darkness. However, Loader snaps, saying that it's just a few dragons, and asks why they should be afraid. And he continues, saying that at this point, there's no need to hide anything anymore. In fact, the Sword Saint is already on her way, and the Sword Saint is his master. And when she arrives and joins forces to kill the dragon, they won't even need to send troops. When everything is settled, his group will follow the saint back to the capital. And everyone is incredulous to hear that Loader has brought the saint. But some think it's impossible and think he's bragging. And then one of them asks if with Santa there, why should they be afraid to face the dragons? And the other boy, very excited, comments that this time it's guaranteed, and Loader really is the great hero of the City of Light, their city. And Loader makes it clear that today he is buying drinks for all the heroes, as an early celebration of the arrival of the saint and the success of slaying the dragon, as if he were already guaranteeing everything. And the protagonist, listening to all that talk, thinks and wonders at the same time about dragons attacking the city, and he believes that he has to take advantage of this opportunity in any way he can, until Loader sees him leaving. Then she catches his eye, asking if he's staying for a few drinks. However, the protagonist responds by saying no and thanks him for it, making it clear that they will have other opportunities. And Loader stares at him for a moment, and after the protagonist leaves, he says that he's a strange guy. The scene then shifts to the City of Light, where they have even put up a sign welcoming the Saint of Creation, and she was inside the temple at this. Loader calls her master and comments that the distance between the wild dragons that used to prowl there is getting smaller and smaller, and now no one dares to hurt them. It seems that they will soon attack the City of Light. And he puts his sword down, and the Sword Saint, who is an extremely beautiful woman who shines with her armor, answers Loader with a question, asking him how the task she gave him earlier is progressing. He answers her, saying that the 10 dragon hunting crossbows have been made according to her design and are being positioned at high points around the city, and she orders him to prepare everything properly. Otherwise, when the time comes, none of them will be of any use, and the shame will be hers. So he couldn't go wrong, so as not to affect her reputation. And then they go out, and people start making a lot of comments asking if that was the saint with the sword. And they think that her presence is very imposing, and another man can't believe it and asks what kind of man would be able to conquer her, until the other tells him not to think about it, because even the prince doesn't dare to try. And then, the Sword Saint tells them that they are now in a special period. So she asks what everyone is doing there, and orders them to evacuate, and Loader answers his master, saying yes. Then things got ugly. A dragon was carrying one person, while the others ran desperately and screamed for help. And the saint with the sword looks up, and he says it's a scout dragon, and his appearance will certainly attract the group of dragons. So she orders Loader to bring his companions and come with her to the walls. And then the goblin warns the boss that the dragons are coming, and he's just checked, and there are many soldiers on the walls. In desperation, he asks his boss what they're going to do, and the protagonist replies that he knows the moment is almost here, and they should wait there first. Tien tells the goblins to enjoy the show. At that moment, several dragons arrived in the City of Light, and soon, one of them is hit by a beam of yellow light, leaving the Holy Sword and Loader completely frightened at that moment. And then she asks the warrior if he has understood how to use the Dragon Slayer crossbow, and everyone should prepare themselves in the crossbow position. And then everyone gets ready at that moment, until they fire, hitting a few dragons. And then the warriors get very excited, saying that this dragon hunting beast is very strong, but one of them asks him to wait a bit and look quickly, because something was coming from the sky. They started to get upset and shouted, saying that their heads were hurting. And when Loader sees that, his eyes go wide, and the saint with the sword also seems to be very frightened at that moment. It was simply the purple and gold mother dragon, and they were desperate, as they had to prepare quickly to fire. Her difference from the other dragons was completely different, and they believed that these dragon hunting beasts wouldn't be able to hurt her. And suddenly, the dragon begins to prepare an energy in its mouth, and he throws it all over the city, and everyone starts running and shouting at them to try and save their lives as much as they can, because the city is going to fall. There was a lot of shouting in the room at that moment, and the saint with the sword shouted for them not to panic, and she makes it clear to them to leave the dragon mother with her. And at that moment, she uses an advanced sword technique, and also makes it clear that everyone else should continue defending the city. And quickly, using the sword's Kai Storm technique, she manages to create a kind of shield to defend the city from the mother dragon's attack. The attack is so strong that it can even reach smaller dragons. And then, as the protagonist watches that intense battle, he thinks that he can't believe they managed to hold off the mother dragon's attack. But that was to be expected, even though she's a freak. And he sees on the system panel that the purple gold dragon mother is at level 79, and she's of the giant ancestral dragon species. She has no class, and her title is King of Dragon Island. She has 4,000 HP. She has HP to give and sell, 500 strength and 580 defense. She has several skills, and her total power is very high. And Tien thinks that the Sword Saint is a real monster. The Sword Saint's name is Alice Nia. She's level 80. She's a master class swordsman. She doesn't have as much HP as the gold and purple dragon mother, but her strength surpasses the dragon mother, and so does her defense. She has a lot of skills, and if her total power is equivalent to 4,000, which is double what the gold and purple dragon mother has, the protagonist thinks she's really strong, and he's grateful that he doesn't have to fight her. Otherwise, he'd be badly hurt. And suddenly, Alice Nia hit the dragon with everything, and Tien thinks that the dragon mother is a little weaker than the saint, but she still wins in resistance, and the saint won't be able to finish her off so quickly. And smiling, he thinks that this is his golden chance. The opportunity he has to take revenge on the human race has simply arrived in his hands. He should follow the plan and enter the city. One group will cause confusion, and the other the ambush. All the goblins agreed, and it was their region, and there were still plenty of dragons around. And Loader shouts, saying that these flying dragons are difficult to deal with, and he was wounded, and comments that this time he has the teacher to thank, because now he too is a dragon slayer, until someone, running and shouting a lot, tells him that the goblins are invading, taking the Holy Night by surprise. Not just him, but everyone else there. They couldn't believe there were goblins, and they think goblins are stupid, but they wouldn't be stupid enough to show up there. Until suddenly, people are actually being attacked by goblins, and Loader sees a woman running and calling for help, while two goblins are chasing her, and disgusted, he begins to regret it at that moment. And then Loader shouts to his people, saying that there are few dragons left, and the two of them who were standing near him should hold the line, and the Holy Maiden should go with him, because they were going to finish off these goblins. And they start running towards those goblins. However, the goblins start to run away, and they get angry, calling those green creatures cursed, and saying that they shouldn't run away, until a goblin tells them to attack. And suddenly, Ifraya was trapped in a net, and she shouts at Loader, calling him chief and telling him to help her, because she's just been caught by the goblins. And Loader starts moaning, asking why the hell so many goblins have appeared there, until one of the warriors shouts to his boss that he is coming and asks Loader to hold on. And while they were fighting, Tien arrived, hooded, behind them. Loader sees him coming and shouts, asking them to be careful because he's behind them, and they quickly look away. But it was too late. The protagonist simply cut them off in one fell swoop, and Ifraya and Loader go wide-eyed at that moment. And Tian comments, rather amused by the moment, that he can't believe they got them so easily. And Loader yells at him, saying he's going to kill them all, calling them filthy goblins. And the protagonist asks him to look around a bit before talking nonsense, kicking him in the face, and also comments that Loader must be going mad because he doesn't seem to see that the city is falling. And then he orders his goblins to take these two through the sewers and leave the city. The rest come with him. They go to the walls to finish off the snipers who were using the crossbows, and the goblins just agree with their boss. Hearing several screams, Alice, the Saint of the Sword, thinks, and at the same time asks herself what is going on, and wonders if the goblins are really attacking at a time like this. And suddenly, a completely different creature appears in front of the Sword Saint, and comments that it looks like they won't be able to turn around. And then that creature lunges at the saint with a sword, calling her a curse and saying that she's going to die. And then Alice asks if she's having trouble, and she wants to see how much dragon blood she has left to lose. The mother dragon had simply changed into a more human form, and the swordswoman uses an advanced sword technique called the Gale of Steel, and makes several cuts at once on that dragon. And Alice thinks that the mother of dragons is almost finished, and she wanted to know if Loader could handle those dragons and goblins. Suddenly, an explosion occurs and several people fly through the air, and she listens to it, thinking, and at the same time asking herself if it really was an explosion. Then she also wonders if the confusion hasn't been resolved yet. And the mother of the dragons comments that these goblins have arrived at just the right time. And then she gives God the holy sword, running away quickly, saying that when she recovers, next time she won't let Alice get away from me. And the sword-wielding Sue begins to lament that the mother of dragons has escaped. And with a bizarre look on her face, she tells herself that the mother of dragons could wait, and she'll see, because she's going to Dragon Island to finish off the entire dragon race. Then, still in the City of Light, the sword-wielding saint wandered around, seeing various corpses. She asked some who were alive where Loader was, and she thought they were a bunch of useless people who couldn't even kill goblins. And some humans who were still there commented that Loader and Ifraya had been captured by the goblins, and she doesn't understand anything after hearing this, wondering how on earth this is possible. And the man tells the saint with a sword that these goblins are very strange, and he makes it clear that they are so powerful that even the Holy Knight, Loader, couldn't defeat them. Quite furious, Alice turns her back on the boy who was talking and tells him that she's going to the magic forest right now and kill all the goblin tribes there. However, the woman comes from where she is leaving, holds her hand, the same hand that is holding her sword, and begs her to stay there, saying that if those evil dragons or goblins come back to attack them, she asks Saint of the Sword what they will do, and she stops walking, while everyone tells her that they are citizens of the Empire's temple and asks her to please stay. And Alice at that moment thinks it's true, protecting the citizens of the temple is her responsibility, but then saving a member of the group of heroes who was captured. And if Loader wants to blame someone, he should blame himself for being so weak that he couldn't even handle goblins, so she can only ask the royalty for help for him. Then, in the goblin tribe, one of them shouts, telling everyone that they have returned, and so has the chief. They ended up seeing that they had returned and captured 2 humans, and they wanted to know where they had been captured, until they throw those 2 humans in with everything, and a goblin orders them to stay put. And Loader sees that he tells the Holy Maiden that they have many elves in prison, and Ifraya thinks that this is bad, and that there could be some kind of hero in this group. And then Loader asks the Holy Maiden if she has recovered yet, but he keeps his voice down so that the goblins won't oppress them. And the blonde girl answers him, saying that this poison is very strong and her holy constitution still needs a little more time to neutralize it. And suddenly, Tian appears, and the presence of the protagonist makes Loader and Ifraya tremble, and he comments that he didn't think the poison would lose its effect so quickly, and he thinks the Holy Maiden's ability to recover is really impressive, and she's in shock, stuttering and asking how he knows her name, and also asking what he wants to do with her. With a smile on his face, Tian asks him what he wants to do, and then he sticks his claws into her leg, making her scream a lot, and Loader, seeing this, shouts at the goblin chief to stop it and calls him a bastard. However, a goblin quickly punches him, making it clear that he can't shout at their boss. And Loader, after being punched, asks if he's right that Tian is a highly intelligent goblin, and also asks if he hasn't thought about the consequences of capturing them, and makes it clear that the strength of the holy human sword is enough to exterminate his tribe with a single blow. And then the protagonist asks what Loder meant by the saint of the sword, and makes it clear that she's his prey too. But the time isn't right yet, and besides, he's already had someone erase their tracks, so she won't be able to find them. And then he calls the goblin next to him, who is called the Frenzied Goblin, ordering him to take all the second-generation goblins into the forest and kill more monsters. And the Frenzied Goblin replies to his boss, telling him to leave it to him. And at that moment, he thinks that with so much movement, the humans certainly won't let it go, and he has to complete his evolution before they find them. And at that, he steps on Loder, trying to show superiority to him, saying that now, he asks and Loder will have to answer. And if he doesn't want to cooperate, he doesn't know which part of his body will be the next to disappear. And he asks, with a rather somber tone, showing a completely negative time. They, humans, like to imprison goblins in secret and oppress them. And Loder was wide-eyed and completely freaked out at that moment, screaming and calling the goblin chief a bastard. He didn't want to tell the truth because he knew he was in trouble, and asked the protagonist what the hell he was talking about. And with a very somber tone, Tian said that he had just given the wrong answer. And he plunges the dagger into Loder, tearing off his ear, and he starts screaming, calling the protagonist a bastard, and saying that he destroyed his ear. And the holy maiden is trembling seeing that scene right in front of her. And Loder starts rolling on the floor in pain, calling Tian a bloody goblin. And then, still lying, he tells the protagonist that all they do is protect humanity, and it's their duty to exterminate monsters like the goblins. Even though he's being oppressed by the goblin chief, he calls them filthy, as if he wanted to confront them, even though he's at a disadvantage. And Tian, after hearing him say this, even quite seriously, starts laughing in a mocking tone, and asks what he means by protecting humanity and duty, because it seems to be to increase the prestige of his group of heroes. Killing the humans who get in the way, along with the monsters, is much easier than rescuing people alive, and he wonders if he isn't sure about that. He also wonders how many human lives have already been sacrificed by them, who call themselves righteous, to fulfill their missions. And Loder is completely shocked, because he thinks that Tian simply knows too much, and he wants to understand how the goblin chief knows all this. Not only him, but Ifraya was also in shock. However, Tian runs out of patience, and with a somber tone in his voice, he says that he's done talking. Unlike them, he really doesn't need to consider himself fair, because he is what he is, by nature, an evil monster, and now, this evil monster is going to teach them a good lesson. And at that moment, in desperation, Loder makes his plea, asking them not to hurt the holy maiden. And at that moment, with a trembling voice, she asks Loder for help, who at that moment is nothing but useless, and she starts rolling her eyes, feeling sick, and Loder calls the goblins cursed. And then, while they're oppressing her, Loder shouts at them to stop it, and calls them all monsters, shouting a lot and asking them to stop now. And then, the protagonist tells the holy maiden that he will return the words she had said to him. He really wanted revenge, and he makes it clear that they are just getting started, so she should prepare herself. And he makes it clear that now he's going to let her dear Loder watch, because he's not going to stop beating her. He's going to let the goblins attack her, so that Loder can see what these goblins can do. After all, they've always disdained her, treating the goblins like garbage, and now, they're just garbage in their hands. And in shock, Loder, seeing it, is wide-eyed and can't believe what's happening. Then the scene suddenly changes, still in the goblin tribe, and one of the goblins shouts, saying that it's time to change shifts, and now it's his turn to guard. At this, the goblin says that the chief had told them to leave her alive, that is, not to kill her at all, and the other goblin laughs, telling him to stay calm because she was still very much alive, and Ifraya was in a terrible situation, until Loder, with a trembling voice, calls out to the holy maiden and tells her that she has to hold on or the goblins will kill her, but she replies that she's fine, until a goblin overheard the two of them talking, and then stepped on Loder's head and asked who it was that said they could talk and told him to shut up. And two elves were watching the scene, and one of them, the matriarch, commented that with this level of brutality, she asked if Tian had a grudge against humans, and Kasana replied to her mother, saying that they were worse off than they were, and at least they still had fruit to eat. And then the moon appears and says that he had already mentioned that he was going to take revenge on the humans, so she believes that he has a grudge against them, and she had a basket full of fruit. And the mother of the elf tribe comments finds that the determined protagonist never lets an offense go unanswered. He's the most special goblin she's ever seen, and she stands with her cheeks flushed, thinking that he is truly incredible, until her mother calls her, asking her to pull herself together. And then the scene changes to a goblin talking to the boss, telling him that the second-generation goblins who went out hunting have returned, and the protagonist asks if he's serious, and he finds it unusual that they're back so early today. At this, a large goblin tells his boss that they have returned, and that he is the frenzied goblin. He is level 33. His profession is warrior, as he has had a big increase in attack and defense. His title is that he is a son of the elves and blessed by the gods. He has relatively low health, but is strong and has a lot of defense. His total score is close to 500, and at that moment, Tian thinks that it's no wonder they're second-generation goblins. They've evolved their attributes so quickly that they've almost caught up with him, and at that, he asks why they've come back so early today, and also asks if the hunt was successful. And the frantic goblin gets a little pensive, and he replies to his boss, saying that they've killed all the monsters nearby, and they can only go to the west side of the forest, but they've found some big goblins destroying goblin tribes. And Tian asks the frantic goblin what he meant by west, and which tribe. And suddenly, another second-generation goblin, as if in despair, says that he knows and is the Bloodtooth tribe, and they are all great goblins. And he also comments that when they split up the teams to look for monsters, they found several attacked tribes that had a Bloodtooth mark. At this, the protagonist comments that he wants to say that they are all great goblins, and he finds this interesting, and if he captures their leader, they could create a third generation of even stronger goblins, which would increase their chances of resisting the cleansing of humans. And Loader, trapped and listening to the whole conversation, starts laughing, calling everyone their fools, and also says that they are close to death, and asks if they still dare to dream, and even though they are powerful goblins, they are defeated by the knights. So he makes it clear to the protagonist's tribe of goblins that they should just wait. And Tian tells Loader that if he hadn't, he would have forgotten the Holy Knight even existed. And with the goblins approaching Loader and the protagonist with a dark tone in his voice, he comments that they're not in line yet, and there's another human there, and Loader, very scared, asks what they're planning. And then the goblin sticks his finger between Loader's teeth and says that it's finally his turn and humans are great. He thinks it's really fun to make a punching bag out of them, especially the males, and Loader, in desperation, asks the goblins what they're going to do and says that they're monsters. All of them, without exception, and the Order of the Knights will certainly wipe out this whole horrible tribe. Even though he's going through a terrible moment there, he continues, trying to show superiority before the goblin tribe, and the Holy Maiden just listened to the goblins beating the crap out of Loader, if that's even a word. A few hours later, it was night time, and the goblins were preparing meat on the fire, and they were partying and dancing a lot. And at this, the moon was sitting with the protagonist and the elf next to her, and she asked Tian if he meant that they were going to attack the Bloodtooth tribe next. And he answered her, saying yes, and if they were going to do something, they were going to go full force. They were not only going to attack them, but also capture their leader. And smiling, practically daydreaming, he has already thought of a name, and from now on they will be called the Crazy Sky Tribe. And suddenly, the second-generation goblins appeared next to Tian, completely excited and calling their boss powerful. After Tian says the name of their tribe, everyone gets excited, squawks that their tribe has a name now, and starts repeating the name Crazy Sky Tribe. And the moon tells Tian that if they've destroyed the tribes so much, they seem to be very strong, and attacking them and capturing the leader doesn't seem like such an easy task. But the protagonist asks her not to worry about it, because he's confident, and he still has a card up his sleeve that he hasn't used. Then the protagonist becomes thoughtful and comments that the law's vision is good, and he can see everything perfectly, and they will see what the true power of the Bloodtooth tribe is. He was using the ability that gives him vision beyond ordinary range, and he was seeing the bewitched forest, and seeing all those fat goblins. He thinks that yes, there really are a lot of big goblins, but he thinks they can handle those big goblins, until he waits a while, seeing an even bigger goblin pulling back the curtain. He thinks that the goblins seem to be afraid and wonders if that is the leader who is coming, until he realizes that he really is the leader of the Bloodtooth tribe, and he's a goblin hero. His look is quite different. He has a red mark on his face. He's a Warhammer goblin, and he's level 50. He's a goblin who's way ahead of the Crazy Sky tribe, but he's not that strong, and at that, Tian thinks that it seems he's not that powerful, and with a combat power of 900, a dozen goblin warriors should be enough to deal with him, but capturing him alive won't be easy. Looking at the size of those guys, the poison can't have much effect on them, and if the paralyzing poison doesn't work on him, the protagonist believes he should think of another solution, and he sighs, thinking that if he could use the imprisonment magic that Ifraya had used on him before, but on that guy, things could be made easier, and he thinks it's time to go and see the Holy Maiden. And in the tribe of the Crazy Sky, the goblin approaches his boss and excitedly tells him that, as he had ordered, that human is almost finished, referring to Ifraya, and Tian tells his subordinate that he has done a good job, and he stares at her for a moment, and then he approaches the blonde Holy Maiden, and she, with trembling voice, asks the protagonist to kill her. She asks several times and says that she will redeem herself before the Lord, until he picks up a flannel and wipes her down, catching her eye, and she says that this cloth is hot, and he asks who it is. She even sees that she is the protagonist, and then she becomes desperate and starts shouting no several times. Trembling, she tells Tian not to come any closer. Completely desperate and putting her hands to her face, she tells him that he's a demon and she's going mad with pain, until Tian slaps her across the face, and then he grabs her from behind. He hugs her and tells her that her punishment is over, and the Holy Maiden starts to cry and asks if he's serious. She can't believe it and asks if it's really true, and Tian answers her, saying that he does what he says, but she must choose her belief, and she doesn't understand what he's talking about, and he says it's about choosing to believe in God, or choose to believe him, to become his pet and escape the incessant pain, to run his hand over her head, as if she were a puppy in his hand. And when she opens her mouth to speak, she simply licked his finger like a puppy, and Tian tells her that she made the right choice, and from now on, he's her only master, and she'll be called Puppy, and she'll start barking, as if she were a real dog, and the protagonist carries it, saying she'd come with him. She takes a bath in the hot spring, and at that moment, she is grateful and says that he is so good to her that she is simply willing to do anything for him. And then Tian tells him that this is really perfect, and he wants to see the imprisonment abilities of her holy light, but she doesn't understand what he means by holy light and imprisonment, so she asks the protagonist, calling him master, what that is. Then the protagonist gets his hands on a book of spells that he obtained from the elves, and Ifraya asks the chief of the goblins what the prison of the sacred light is, and asks if it's that book that was there. And then she closes her eyes and puts her hands together, and suddenly the book begins to glow with her. And then she does the skill at that moment, and very excited, he tells her that's exactly what it is, and says she's done a good job. And then they start walking through the tribe, until Loder sees her roaming freely with the goblin chief, and then, quite excited, he asks Ifraya if her body has recovered, and then he tells her to kill that goblin and use the magic to restore his body. She asks her to do it quickly. However, Tian asks Loder if he isn't watching, and makes it clear that she has given herself up voluntarily to him. Desperate, Loder shouts no and asks how the daughter of the leader of the holy church can be tamed by goblins. And suddenly, the protagonist calls his dog and tells her to tell him that she's doing this of her own free will, and she's like a dog on the floor, and she says that clearly she's doing all this of her own free will and she wants to please her master, referring to Tian. And Loder is completely incredulous at that moment. He can't believe what he's seeing, and he lowers his head and begins to shake, feeling betrayed, and smiling. He says that Tian's actions will cause the goblin race to disappear from this world. Smiling and looking like the Joker, he says that the only purpose of his existence is to be killed by humans, and the Holy Church is going to kill all the goblins in the world. And at that moment, after hearing the Holy Knight say that, Tian thinks that he didn't expect Ifraya to have that identity, and he thanks Loder for having told him such important information, and he's going to reward him very well for it. And then he calls the goblin called Goblicranium and tells him not to leave Loder in the lurch for the next few days, and the goblin tells his boss that he can rest assured that he'll take very good care of that human. And with a Machiavellian smile on his face, Tian says that everything is fine, and now it's time to take care of other business, and orders the Holy Maiden to go with him. He says they're going to take control of the Blood Tribe. Then the scene shifts to the tribe trapped in blood. Just then, a goblin tells his boss that everything is ready, and the huge goblin replies to his subordinate, saying that this is great and today they are going to attack and destroy the tribe to the south. He shouts, pointing his gun, that they're going to capture all the elves and have fun with them. And the goblins start squawking, wishing their boss long life, until they call the boss. And then, a goblin tells the chief that a goblin has invaded the tribe and says he's looking for the chief, and the chief of the Bloodtooth tribe is surprised at that moment by the audacity. And then he asks where this inferior goblin came from. And Tian tells the Blood Prey boss that he knows he's a heroic level goblin with intelligence close to that of humans, so he's come to talk to him. Then the head of the Bloodtooth asks the protagonist if he is some kind of mutant, and Tian answers him, saying that no, he's just a bit smarter than the average goblin. And then he says that he's done talking and says that he's the leader of the Crazy Sky tribe, and he's going to take the chief with him. And for the other goblins, he will give them two options. Either they will submit to him, or they died right there, and he points to the ground for emphasis. And the chief of the Bloodtooth tribe asks if he is the chief of the tribe that wanted elves, and Tian comments that their genes are good, so they should go with him. However, the chief of the tribe calls the protagonist an idiot and tell him to shut up. Then he grabs Tian's head and tells him that he really didn't expect him to come to him, and makes it clear that when he finishes with Tian, all elves and humans will be his. And the goblins start shouting, telling the chief to smash Tian. However, the protagonist, quite calm, says that this conversation is quite pointless, and if he hadn't wanted to capture him alive, he would have finished off the chief of the Bloodtooth tribe by hitting his hand with his dagger. He rips off the hand of the Bloodtooth tribal chief, and he screams a lot at that moment. He falls to the ground and calls the protagonist a bastard and tells his goblins to kill him, and the goblins start shouting, saying that they're going to kill him and take revenge for what he did to their boss. However, the protagonist puts his hand up and it starts to glow, and he tells him to leave now. And suddenly, the goblins of the tribe within blood begin to be attacked, until one of them, who saw his colleague being attacked, asks how this is possible without making a sound. But one of the second-generation goblins from the Crazy Sky tribe was using the invisibility skill, and he tells the enemy goblin that it's clearly because of the Silent Steps skill. The chief gave the order, and they were going to kill everyone from the Blood Prey tribe, and the protagonist told everyone to go out and capture them. And several goblins from the Crazy Sky tribe were using the Silent Steps skill, and the chief of the Bloodtooth tribe is in shock, thinking that so many goblin warriors have appeared at once, and they fell for Chan's trick. He also thinks that the protagonist used the negotiations to put them off guard. All their attention was on Tian, and that was the mistake. He also thought that they are not dear to him, and if he wants to escape, no one will be able to stop him. However, as he prepares to strike Chan, he says that even if he runs away, he'll have to kill him first, and at that moment, the protagonist calls the Holy Maiden, and she uses the Sacred Light Prison ability, and the plan works exactly as the protagonist wanted. The chief of the Bloodtooth tribe doesn't understand anything at the moment, until he began to moan, seeing that it was a light spell, and goblins can't use light magic. And at that moment, Chan starts petting Ifraya's head and tells her that she really is a good dog and has become even stronger after being corrupted, so he'll reward her when they get back. And the Holy Maiden is debauched by the blushes and thanks her master several times for it. And then, on the ground, the chief of the Bloodtooth tribe calls Chan a bastard, and the protagonist starts laughing after hearing him say it, and says that the big guy has to be a good breeding hero for him. Then the scene abruptly changes to the Crazy Sky tribe. With a sigh, the protagonist comments that the evil one really gave him a hard time, referring to the chief of the Bloodtooth tribe. And finally it's over, and now there's no longer any threat. And when Loader sees that, he thinks that the protagonist has captured a hero, and he thinks that the head of the goblins is a bastard, and he wonders how he managed it. And then Tian asks the moon to let the goblins do the artificial reproduction, and she would only supervise. And the moon responds by saying that it's okay, and she'll do exactly as he says. And then he pushes Ifraya to the moon, saying that the little dog will also be under his care, and asks the Holy Maiden to behave herself. Then he tells Leah, the matriarch of the elves, to help him get ready, because he's going to meet a friend. And as she wipes him down with a damp cloth, I ask what he means by a friend, and he just says yes, he's going to see a friend, an extremely important friend. And then, near the beach, the protagonist tells himself that seeing how arrogant Loader is, the human forces should reach the Village of Light soon, and with their current power, they can still take on the Knightly Order. But if they find the Sword Saint, defeat is certain, and it will still take a few days to raise goblins of the hero's race, and he needs to find someone to hold the Sword Saint for a while. It's time to visit the Purple and Gold Dragon Mother, seeing some dead animals there. He thinks that the Dragon Island is at least 100 kilometers away. He also thinks that the quickest way to get to Dragon Island is to lure a dragon to it. and with a smell of blood. He believes that a dragon will soon appear, and he was right. Quickly a dragon appears, flying in the sky, and he thinks he knew a dragon was coming by the smell of blood, so he hides among the animals. And quickly, this dragon catches the animals, and seeing that, Tian thinks it worked. The dragon then arrives on the dragon island and let those animals go, who quickly falls into a very dark hole. And I quickly go to the protagonist and get out of those animals, and he thinks that it really is as he had imagined. These dragons don't just hunt for themselves. Now he just needs to find the mother purple and gold dragon, until a huge dragon opens its eye and comments that something strange has been mixed into the food, taking the protagonist completely by surprise at that moment. And the mother of dragons continues, saying that she thinks she recognizes him, saying he's the goblin leader who attacked the village of light the other day. And so she asks what he's doing, sneaking into her territory. She asks him if he thinks she can't devour him, making a clear threat. However, Chan asks her to wait a while and makes it clear that he has come to propose a deal. The mother of dragons thinks it's interesting, and suddenly, she's in a much smaller form, as if she's mixed up with the plans, and she comments that a little goblin he's trying to make a deal with her, and she's going to listen to what he has to say, that he helped her before. She makes it clear that, if it pleases her, she can decide not to devour it. And at that moment, Chan asks if he's right that she also wants to take revenge on the Sword Saint, and asks what she thinks of them being allies, and could she consider it retribution for the surprise attack that freed her. And the mother of dragons asks what he's talking about, and also asks how an inferior being like him dares to confront the Saint of the Sword, and makes it clear that she's now a little curious. And then she asks the protagonist to tell her how he intends to defeat the damned thing. And Tian answers her, saying that it's very simple. He just needs her to send her dragons to bother the village of light from time to time. And then she puts her hand on his shoulder and asks him what he would do. And smiling, she also asks what a bunch of little goblins can do to challenge that crazy woman. And she emphasizes little goblins because she gives him 3 times his size. She wanted to know what the protagonist's plan is, and she makes it clear to Tian that confronting the Sword Saint head on simply won't work, and they should attack her mind. She thinks the spirit is the best way to defeat the Sword Saint. And after they've talked a bit, the mother of dragons starts laughing, saying that she understands, and using the goblins to kill without losing any of her soldiers. She thinks that sounds perfect. He asks if they have an agreement, and the mother of the dragons replies that they certainly do. But there's a catch. She grabs the protagonist's chin and comments that she didn't expect to meet a goblin as clever as him, and the more she looks at him, the more she likes him. So she asks him how he feels about getting a little reward. And at that moment, Chan is a little put out, thinking that it looks like the female dragons are in the season of wanting plot protection. At this, the mass of the dragons gets a bit upset, so she says that it's true and his body isn't big enough for her. Literally, he's much smaller. And since that's the case, she would give him another reward first, and then she gets pensive and asks herself which one she should choose. Then the scene changes to the crazy Sky Tribe, and then Loader, suspended on a cross, thinks it's been a long time and asks himself why the knights haven't come to rescue him yet. And if he stays there any longer, he'll end up going mad. He thinks he needs to escape quickly, but he also wonders how he could escape. After all, there are goblins everywhere, until he remembers something. The height. The goblins are very small, and if he can reach a higher point, until he feels a very bad sensation, and he sees a dragon flying, and he starts shouting, saying that it's a flying dragon. He shouts several times, and the goblins are frightened by his shouts, and he asks them, trembling badly, to let him go quickly, because he doesn't want to be burned by the dragon's breath. And at that moment, the goblins made it clear that they had to pay attention, and everyone got ready, holding their weapons. And the elves begin to wonder how a dragon appeared right there. But they realize that there is someone in the dragon's candy, and then the dragon starts to land there. And Tian puts his feet on the ground. He's back in a pompous pose, and everyone is surprised to see his boss. And then the protagonist goes up to the dragon, strokes its face, and asks it to rest well, and also asks it not to leave. And everyone starts to cheer when they see that the boss has arrived with a dragon, wishing him long life and saying that he's incredible. And Loader starts to get very distressed at that moment, sounding cold. He thinks he can't believe such a thing. He asks himself if the chief of the goblins is really a goblin, and all he wants is for the knightly order to come and save him straight away. The scene then shifts to the City of Light, until a rider stops his horse. That was the order of the Royal Knights. and everyone bows at the presence of the sword saint there. And the very attractive blonde tells them that time is running out, and they should dispense with the formalities, because now they need to organize a rescue plan as quickly as possible. And at that moment, the protagonist was using the system panel meant that the simulation system do be starting the current storyline, creating the third generation of goblins. After invading the City of Light and the Bloodbound tribe, he had good results to face the Master Swordsman and the human royal family. He leads Goblin Lua and Ifraya through the corrupted forest to level up. Within a month, the protagonist will reach level 50, and Lua will reach level 60 and Ifraya will reach level 45. The first choice would be, the power is not enough, and he should continue killing monsters in the forest to level up and his score would be 0. The second choice would be to find a way to capture prisoners and create more goblins, and his score would be 10. And the third choice would be to speed up the leveling process and advance directly to a month from now. And then, his score would be another 20, and Tian at that moment gets pensive. He asks himself if it is possible to do this. A third choice appeared, which means that in that period the Saint of the Sword will attack him. So he touches the third option, thinking he'll skip that time. The system panel makes it clear that it is starting time acceleration, and the summary is that this corrupted forest no longer offers enough experience, and Tian is left with a tone of doubt at that moment. And the father still in the system makes it clear that he has received a score of 20 points, and the reward of life points was 20, and the simulation due today has been completed and time has advanced by 1 month. And at that, he gets wide-eyed when he sees that the system dashboard shows that the progress in time is a month later. He gets out of bed, a little confused, puts his hand to his head, thinks, and at the same time wonders if this is what time acceleration feels like. He thinks it's a very strange sensation, until the system beeps and congratulates him on reaching level 50, improving all his attributes, and his total strength is now 1000. And he thinks his stats have increased, but his total strength hasn't grown that much, and he wonders if maybe it's because of the goblins. Until the moon comes into his room, shouting and telling him that something has happened, because many of the newborn goblins have died, and he can't believe what she's saying, and he quickly gets up and goes to the women who were with the babies, and they really had died. Startled, he asks how it happened. He crouches down and asks her if there's a problem, and the matriarch answers him, saying that she doesn't know what happened. With this generation, there are only 3 left, and they are very weak. And Loader starts laughing a lot, still hanging there, and calls them all stupid goblins with no brains, and asks if they still think they can create a powerful generation. And when Tian sees him say that, he comments that Loader seems to know why. And Loader makes it clear that the higher the level of the goblin, the harder it is for the offspring to survive, and asks the protagonist if he thought he could rule the world just with his ability to reproduce, and laughs a lot, saying that Tian is just an idiot. And the Tian boy listens to him, says that's it, and thanks the prisoner for saying it. But this time he thinks Loader said it a little too late. And then he tells a second generation goblin that Loader is all his, but he wasn't supposed to kill him too quickly, and he starts laughing and thanks his boss for it. And at that moment, the horseman tells the protagonist that he is very cruel, and he will become an avenging spirit and will not forgive him. And at that moment, Tian thought about what Loader had said, and he thought that now it was too late to create a new generation of heroes, but they urgently needed more goblin heroes. Without them, it would be difficult to beat the Holy Sword and the others. And so he thought, and at the same time wondered how he could make the Globins evolve quickly, until suddenly, the dragon appears behind Tian, and put your face close to it. And then he caresses the dragon, and at the same time asks himself what is happening to her. And this dragon has entered a state of anthropomorphization during the protection of the plot, and he thinks it's a special situation that can't be that. Until suddenly, the dragon shrinks in size. He became half dragon and half human, making him very attractive. When Tian sees this, he thinks that this is a special situation and asks himself if this is the present that the mother dragon left for him, who quickly knocks him to the ground. Until suddenly, the system panel shows that a new achievement has been unlocked, and to congratulate him on his progress. He has just gotten stronger thanks to the mysterious gift from the dragon mother. Thanks, and I'll keep eating clay with Zero on my lap. And then the scene changes, and he's holding on to the tree and starts whining, saying that he's just a dragon, but he's already as fierce as a tiger. And he wonders if this is the power of dragons, and he's really become some kind of hero. She's clearly teasing him. If he drank her dragon blood, he'd be able to evolve, but instead she's just oppressing him. He believes she must be taking something out on him, until suddenly, the dragoness appears behind him, and in desperation, Tian shouts no and makes it clear that she needs to finish what she came to do before she takes it out on him. So he asks her to go and give them some of her dragon blood to drink and then come back to him. And at that moment, the goblins are confused. And then the dragoness runs towards the goblins, who start shouting and asking the boss what's going on, while the protagonist simply runs away and leaves them all there. Then it was night, and they lit a fire. And then, the goblins were celebrating. They find it incredible because, after drinking dragon's blood, they evolved. Literally everyone who consumed it evolved. And they start laughing, saying that they can evolve even more. And everyone agrees that they could evolve into something even greater. And at that moment, the protagonist was sitting on the dragon's paw, which was asleep. He thought that as a result of the legendary power of the dragon, not only he, but even the other goblins had evolved into heroes. However, their total power is still a little low, and it's time to get some equipment, at which point he asks the system to open the store. And at that moment, he thought that as the leader of the tribe of heroes, he wondered how he could maintain his authority without a bit of force. And looking at his current points, which stood at 180, he thinks that should be enough to exchange for some advanced and practical equipment, until he sees an item called an elemental beast, and its function is to absorb elements such as water, fire, wind, lightning, and poison, and it can fire elemental arrows. And Tian, seeing that item, thinks that it is still small and that it is ideal for ranged attacks and still absorbs elements. And in this, he sees an item called Unarmed Defense, and its function is to capture 3 unarmed weapon attacks, and the cost in points is 80. At that moment, he thinks that this is cheap, but it's a very powerful skill. It could even protect him against the Sword Saint, and in the worst case, it could save his life. So he goes to get these 2, presses the exchange button, and the system panel notifies him that the exchange has been successful and the skills have been sent to the inventory. And at that moment, with the crossbow in hand and looking at it, Tian wondered how these advanced weapons would work in battle. He was really looking forward to testing them on someone. And next to him was Loader, still nailed to the cross. And then he says that he clearly has Loader for this, and the knight becomes wide-eyed and distressed. After all, he has no way of defending himself. He can't run away or attack. And the protagonist looking at him makes it clear that Loader is the perfect candidate. And then the goblin chief approaches him, making the boy nervous, and Loader asks what he's going to do now. So Loader was the first to know how powerful the heroic Tian was. The scene then shifts to the magical forest, where someone is screaming for help. It was a girl mage who was screaming, asking for someone to help her, but it was only a way to strike a blow, and there were other warriors beside her. And the archer commented that these small, insignificant creatures didn't arouse any interest, and she didn't understand why they were fighting over it, and she should have stayed with the Sword Saint to hunt the dragon. She's really upset about it. And the knight next to her says that the dragon's mother has been causing constant trouble in the city, and the Sword Saint can't look after the goblins, so she's left this chance of glory to them, and it's an easy job that doesn't take much effort. And then he tells everyone that they should go and be on their guard, making it clear that they shouldn't waste the chance that Loader has given them to win this glory, until the sorceress looks away and tells her boss that there's something going on there. And suddenly, a gigantic spider appears. The sorceress starts shaking and screaming, saying that it's a spider and she hates spiders. Suddenly, the spider is hit by a shot. The archer, with her bow in hand, comments that it's just a level 3 insect and asks why she's making such a fuss. And the boss tells everyone to wait a bit because there's something else. Then, suddenly, the spider turns into a huge goblin, and they wonder if they're goblins and of the hero's species. And he seems to be a leader, and they didn't want to imagine that it would be so easy to find him. The archer smiles and says that this is great because now all the credit will go to them. And at that moment, the leader of that group tells everyone to start the attack and asks them to stay alert and provide cover for him, until one of the knights asks the captain to wait a bit. And then he tells the captain that he has killed many goblins on the way, and asks if this time he doesn't think it's right that he should leave the credit to him. And the captain doesn't quite understand what he means by leaving it to him. And the knight answers his captain, saying that he has defeated countless large goblins, but killing a kind of hero will be his first time. And then the captain answers him, saying that he is right, and that he will act. This will be over quickly. And the knight asks the captain to see what he is going to do, shouting, saying that he's going to defeat that huge goblin with a single blow. He uses an intermediate combat skill called a Storm Lance, towards the goblin and screaming, wishing him dead. However, not only is he taken by surprise, but so is the captain. The goblin has taken his weapon, and everyone can't understand how this is possible, and the knight is trembling at that moment, until the huge goblin prepares to use the knight's own weapon on them, and the captain shouts, calling out the defense, and asking them to quickly activate the shield. At this, the goblin threw his weapon at them, but the defense was already in place. However, he manages to break through the barrier, and the captain calls him a bastard and also comments that he never thought the goblin was so strong and almost pierced the shield with brute force alone. And the archer comments that since he's a force type, it's better that they keep their distance. Fortunately, it's only one, and her arrows won't miss. At least, that's what she thought. She was suddenly hit, a goblin's hand going through her stomach, and at that moment, hooded, the goblin begins to laugh while she trembles a lot, and she says that he is a murderous goblin, and the captain begins to lament, saying that they have been attacked by a murderous blow, and asks everyone to maintain a formation and surround the archer in the center, making it clear that they must act quickly, and the warriors only agree with the captain, until the sorceress calls the captain, asking him to look into it, and when he looked in the direction she was facing, he realized that they were surrounded by goblins, powerful goblins. Then, after that battle, someone would cheer and ask for someone to help, please, and the goblin laughed and said, now she's theirs, and the knight was trembling on the ground. Seeing the sorceress, the goblin makes it clear that it's his and starts laughing, until the frantic goblin says no, and these are the tribe's spoils. The chief had said that when they find humans, they must capture them, and this is his fault for playing around too much and letting one get away, so he has no right to spoils. And the goblin, with the girl in hand, gets very angry and asks why, and makes it clear that they have killed many humans, and they are already strong enough, and from now on, they will decide what to do with these spoils. Until a smaller goblin arrives, and tells that huge goblin that his big brother is right, and says that now that they are stronger, the tribe should follow what they say. And he also tells his big brother that he is the strongest goblin, and they will follow him. And at that moment, the frantic goblin looks at his reflection in the sword, and remains speechless for a moment, at which point he says that first, they will take her back to the tribe. Then, in the tribe of the Mad Sky, a goblin shouts, saying that they have returned. The heroes have returned. They also shout, saying that the heroes have captured several humans, and they think it's incredible. And then Leah, visibly worried, asks the protagonist if he can still control them, seeing the goblins celebrating and laughing, saying that that human is his, and he's going to devour him. Then Tian goes to the goblin called Gabu Tian, and tells him that this person has the information he needs, and then orders him to let him go. However, Gabu Tian doesn't like hearing that at all, and tell your boss that if he wants that guy, he should swap him for one of your women, and they can't believe what he's just said. And the protagonist responds by asking if Gabu knows what he's saying. After all, he's the chief of the tribe, and Gabu answers his boss, saying that Gabu Kwang is stronger than his boss, and from now on, the goblins will follow him. And Tian comments that Kwang is the center of this rebellion, and makes it clear that he will give him a chance. If he defeats Gabu Chan for him, he can forgive him. And laughing, Gabu Tian tells the protagonist that Gabu Kwang will never obey him. After all, he is the boss now, and today, he declares that they will kill the protagonist. He will be the next to fall, and they will rule the whole tribe. Then suddenly, Gabu Kwang grabs Gabu Tian's head, and Gabu Tian can't understand anything, asking his big brother what he's doing. And the matriarch of the elves doesn't like what she sees. Gabu Kwang had simply killed his big brother, and everyone was in shock. At this, Gabu Kwang calls Tian a master and comments that, since he evolved, he seems to have understood many things, and he's very different from those arrogant idiots. He truly respects his boss, but he also believes in absolute power, and he had defeated the old boss to become a new leader now. He also wanted to try. Gabu Kwang is at level 50. He has plenty of health, strength, and defense, and his overall score is around 1200. And Tian, after hearing him say it, thinks he's understood. So this boy has the courage to challenge like a 1200 power. Then Tian's hand starts to catch fire, and he tells Gabu Kwang that his growth is really impressive. But he asks the big goblin, Siri is sure he wants to challenge him. And during this, Some goblins were cheering for Gabu Kwang, saying that they wanted to kill him and show him who the real boss was. And yes, they wanted to kill him, and they were going to take all the women for themselves. And Tian comments that there seemed to be a lot of goblins willing to follow him. But before they started, he needed to confirm something, and his hand was still on fire. He raises his hand and comments that goblins of the hero species, if they want to continue following him, should leave his side immediately, otherwise they will be killed. And the captain of that group of knights, who was in the forest earlier, sees the protagonist and comments that he is a priest. He would never imagine that the leader of these heroic goblins is this insignificant fellow, and he also thinks it's lucky because they're in an internal war, and this is his chance to escape, and their forces are very unequal. Even if he could use magic, it wouldn't make any difference to him. He'd be defeated anyway. And as soon as this leader dies, he will quickly look for a way to escape. And Tian continues, saying that it seems he is the most beloved of the tribe, and only a few goblins want to follow him. And Gabu Kwang answers the chief of the tribe, saying that no, he's different from them. He chooses to seek power, advancing on the protagonist with all his might and trying to attack him. However, Tian manages to dodge his blows, as if it were something very easy, and the captain is wide-eyed, extremely shocked, thinking that that huge goblin is even stronger than when they were in the forest. But Tian managed to dodge it, and that means he's very agile, and the protagonist tells Gabu Kwang that he's very skilled. Then he tells his opponent to hold on to it. However, Gabu Kwang is taken by surprise at that moment, thinking that he has never seen such a weapon before, and is very fast. He thinks he can't dodge it, and will have to face it head-on. So he simply manages to disperse the fireball, and Tian, seeing that, says to himself that Gabu Kwang managed to get through the fireball and came up. He really is very tough. And then the big goblin advances on the protagonist with all his might, but Tian is really just playing with him. And suddenly, a huge explosion happens. It made everyone very scared at that moment, not just the humans, just like the elves. And then Tian was holding Gabu Kwang's gun, who at that moment couldn't believe it, saying that this couldn't be happening. And the protagonist makes it clear to the huge goblin that this was an incredible blow, and he was almost surprised. But unfortunately, Gabu Kwang's opponent is the chief of the tribe, so he uses unarmed defense, which has the function of defeating one weapon without needing another, allowing him to neutralize or render intangible the enemy's next 3 weapon attacks. And then he hits Gabu Kwang with everything. He then asks the huge goblin if he wants to continue, and the goblin tells him no, not anymore, and make it clear to the chief of the tribe that he is ready to die by bowing down. And at that moment, a little annoyed, Tian thinks, and at the same time asks himself, where did this guy, referring to Gabu Kwang, learn this from? And he even has a bit of courage. And then, the other goblins, who were standing next to Gabu Kwang, start to tremble and tell the chief that they don't want to die and ask him not to kill them, and they will never disobey again. But Tian doesn't say anything at that moment, until he calls them all a bunch of useless cowards, while they apologize to the boss and say they will swear to follow him forever, all the while trembling a lot. And then Tian simply uses healing magic on Gabu Kwang, asking him to get up. And he makes it clear that he has courage, and if he continues to serve the chief of the tribe, there is no reason to kill him. And Gabu Kwang asks his chief if he is serious, and the protagonist replies to him that it's clear, but he won't forgive the others. So he orders Gabu Kwang to kill all the others for him. At this, the big goblin just confirms what his boss has just ordered, and thanks him for sparing his life, and from today on, he swears to follow him forever, and tells the boss not to worry and to leave these traitors to him. And the smaller goblins are in shock, shaking badly and asking Gabu Kwang to forgive them. And then they are all killed, and after all the commotion and infighting, Tian shouts, calling out to the children and telling them to devour these traitorous goblins, because he wants them to get stronger. And then the goblins start squawking and wishing the chief and those who are loyal to the chief long life. And then the captain, who was leading the team in the forest, tied up on the ground, asks Loader what he's gotten himself into, and makes it clear that he's not just a mutant creature, he's a monster that even the Empire has. And then the protagonist approaches the 2 humans and apologizes for not being the show they had hoped for, being quite sarcastic, and asks Loader if he really thought these useless bastards were going to save him. And he thinks Loader is really very naive. And Loader, visibly furious, tells Tian that it's all the fault of that damned saint with the sword, because she only knows how to hide in the city like a coward. And then he started laughing a lot, as if they were in a comfortable situation, and said that this was a joke and everyone was useless. And the captain of the team that was in the forest tells Tian that he really underestimated him, but he shouldn't get carried away, because when the sword saint finishes off the mother of of dragons. She'll lead the royal knights and finish them all off. You calling them monsters? And the protagonist, after hearing him say this, starts laughing and approaches him and crouches down, asking him if he really thinks that the dragons attacked the city on their own. And now he's calmer because it seems that things with the dragon's mother are going well too. And the knight on the ground laughs, saying that the entire squadron of knights and the City of Light are being manipulated by him. And a knight never humiliates himself. The information he wants, he's already got. So he asks the protagonist to give him a quick death. He would rather die than end up like Loader. So he asks the protagonist to please grant his wish. And Tian stares at that knight for a moment, until he replies that everything is fine and he will fulfill his request. Then the scene changes to a desperate person, screaming and sending the holy sword several times. She gets up frightened, asking why she's in such a hurry. And the dragons end up being defeated, and she asks if perhaps the knights have returned, and the knight who was there tells her yes. But there's a catch. She asks what it is, and tells him to tell her straight away, without wasting any time. And the knight replies that the squadron of Silverblade Knights has been completely annihilated, and only one person has returned. And she's completely shocked, and she wonders what the hell he's just said. Then, still in the mansion, in the City of Light, the Saint of the Sword was already dressed, and the nun explained to her, showing concern, that the knight's injuries were very serious, and not even a healing potion would work. And then the Sword Saint asks that knight how he got so hurt and asks about the other knights. And the knight, completely wounded, begins to cough and tells the Saint of the Sword that they have encountered a group of goblins of heroic lineage, and he asks her to go quickly and save the captain. He also asks her to be careful because they are abnormal, and he suddenly stops talking, and the nun asks him to hold on tight, while a sorceress tells him that it can't just be a bunch of goblins. And then a knight turns his back and asks about the heroic lineage, because he doesn't really care, and they're going to kill all those inferior vermin. But the blonde knight tells him to wait a bit, and she says that the dragon raids have become more frequent, and they could attack at any moment, and maybe even goblins could ambush her, and she can't handle it all by herself. Then she orders them to send part of the troops and bring reinforcements. She makes it clear that it is to protect the City of Light, and when the time comes, she herself will kill those goblins and the dragon mother. However, the knight tells her that the Knights of the Silver Blade. However, he is interrupted by the sorceress asking him if he thinks those Knights of the Silver Blade have any chance of coming back alive, until suddenly, a mysterious man arrives on the scene and tells the Sword Saint that she doesn't need to call for reinforcements. And he also commented that they say arrogance leads to defeat, and it's not surprising that the Order of the Silver Blade fell due to negligence. That mysterious guy was the captain of the Order of the Death Knights, and his name is Kasimov. And Kasimov tells the pretty blonde knight to leave the rescue and hunting of the goblins in his hands. And the Sword Saint comments that an entire squadron has been wiped out and asks if he thinks he can go it alone. And Kasimov takes off his hat and comments that in the past, he faced 4 Titan warriors alone and survived. Right now, facing goblins of heroic lineage, they can't hurt him. He shows that his face is completely burnt, and makes it clear that they should all just wait for the good news. And then the scene changes to the crazy Sky Tribe, and Tian asks the system to start the life simulation. And then, the system notifies him that the life simulation system is starting, and the current plot is that he is resisting the humans. He leads the goblins of noble lineage and joins the Dragon Mother, forming the tribe of goblin heroes. He simply eliminated the traitors and consolidated his power. Goblins and elves now submit to him, but the good luck didn't last long. Under the orders of the Saint of the Sword, Kasimov, known as the Death Knight, attacked the village alone at night, causing a great slaughter, and in the end, the protagonist managed to subdue Kasimov, but suffered huge losses. And seeing what the system is showing him, Jian asks himself if this Kasimov guy dares to attack alone, and he thinks that this is very naive, but he also wonders if this guy can really devastate the village alone. He sees all the options he has there. The first would be to move the village to avoid pursuit, and he would get 10 points. The second option would be to prepare for Kasimov's night attack, and he would get 10 points. And the third option would be to attack first and capture or kill Kasimov, which would yield a score of 20 points. And he thinks that waiting for him to attack doesn't make sense, and it's better for him to act and maybe avoid losses. And then, he touches the third option, and the conclusion was that there was a deadly fight with Kasimov. Gods bless him. And he received 20 points. The simulation ended with a time progress of 3 days, and Tian thinks that it looks like this guy is really strong, and before he acts, he thinks he needs to know who this guy is. Then Loder shouted. He had a smile on his face and was excited to hear that Kasimov had arrived, laughing a lot. He says that finally there is someone worthy of a fight, and their time to die has come, and he has already killed several Titan warriors. And Chan comments that it seems Loder trusts this guy a lot, and I ask him what Titan warriors are. And Loder explains to the chief of the tribe that they are powerful warriors, created with Titan genes by the enemy kingdom, capable of tearing apart 5th-class monsters with their bare hands. And laughing, he says that they're screwed. They're all already doomed. And the protagonist, after hearing what he has just said, comments that Kasimov has some tricks up his sleeve. And Loder says that they are not just tricks up his sleeve, making it clear that they will be completely destroyed. There will be nothing left of the crazy Sky Tribe. And Tian thinks he'd better be careful, and maybe he'll send someone to test his skills first. And then the scene changes to Kasimov on a horse, and he thinks that there isn't a single magical creature in the magical forest, and that's very strange. For him, the rest of the Silver Blade Knights are nothing more than a bunch of good-for-nothings, until he doesn't even find any clues and starts laughing, saying that the smell of blood is incredibly intoxicating. And then he asks himself if perhaps, this time, he'll be able to have fun killing the craving, until he hears someone shouting and asking him to please save them. And he looks away, thinking, and at the same time wondering where this crying is coming from. And then he nudges the horse, and it increases the speed a lot at that moment, until he finds the Holy Maiden lying on the ground. And then, while she was shaking, Kasimov asked who she was, and she turns to look at him, trembling badly, and he gets really scared at that moment. And then she asks Kasimov to please help her. He asks for help, and he's surprised to see that Ifraya is still alive. So he asks where Loder is, and crying, she tells the Death Knight that she escaped from the Goblin tribe, but Loder is already dead. And Kasimov, after hearing her say this, asks if she could tell him where the tribe is, and she points to the place, saying that it's not far from there, and they're scary. And thoughtfully, Kasimov asks her if it's really true, until he starts riding his horse too fast, and she desperately screams for him to please get her out of the law quickly, while he leaves her behind, and tells her to run down the road alone, and not to bother him, because he has a mission to complete, being a completely selfish guy. Kasimov's profession is the Desperate Knight. The profession's ability is that when isolated and without support, he receives a 30% increase in attributes, and for each enemy defeated, the attributes increase by 20%, accumulating without limit until the end of the battle. And Kasimov thinks Loder is dead, and he thinks it's his good fortune, because now no one can get in the way or affect his desperation effect. As long as he can sneak attack and accumulate passives, it doesn't matter if it was a tribe of heroes. In other words, he's so selfish that he doesn't care about others, just so that his ability works the right way. Until the horse passes through a cordon. It left him wide-eyed at that moment. The horse falls, causing him to crash to the ground. But in the middle of the fall, he recovers and is quickly on his feet, and suspicious. He thinks, and at the same time asks himself if this was a sneak attack. Then, suddenly, the Holy Maiden appears with a staff in her hands, and he can't understand anything, asking Ifraya why she hasn't left yet. And she doesn't answer him, using a skill called the Critical Strike of the Holy Light, hitting him with everything. And then he stands on the ground and asks her what she's doing. And she, in all seriousness, says that the master had him killed. And then she uses a skill called Sacred Impact, which really does have a gigantic impact on the place. Then Kasimov uses a skill called Soul Devouring, coming out of the purple smoke and grabbing her by the hair, calling her a bastard, and asking her what spell she's been under to dare attack him like that, because he believes she's not in her normal state to have done such a thing. And then he says that in this case, he's not going to take it easy on her either, and asks if she's right that she didn't think he only liked killing monsters, and he's quite interested in destroying with a woman like her. This is a good opportunity to accumulate liabilities. However, the protagonist puts the sword near her, and he comments that he now understands why Kasimov dared to come alone to attack them. The attributes of his profession and equipment are really problematic, and he keeps glancing at Kasimov's sword. The system panel shows that the equipment is called a Black Iron Long Sword, and the Deadly Harvest skill is a quick attack that has a critical area attack and increases damage by 90%. And then the protagonist comments that if he succeeds in the sneak attack and accumulates passives, his tribe could suffer major casualties. And the man with his face all screwed up is shocked, wondering at the same time how this low-level goblin managed to steal his sword in an instant. And then, the Holy Maiden runs up to the protagonist, calling him master. And at that moment, Kasimov tells Tian not to say that it was he who made her sneak up on him, and he tells her that she's nothing but a damned woman, and to survive, she simply lowered herself to being a slave to despicable goblins. And the protagonist asks what's wrong with her doing that, because she's a good dog, and keeps patting her on the head, showing that she really is something in his hands. And then Tian tells Kasimov that he's let him down a bit, because he thought the guy in the hat was someone formidable. And in the end, Tian thinks he's just a psychopath who likes to accumulate liabilities through stealth assassinations. No big deal to him. And Kasimov answers him, saying that although he doesn't know how the protagonist can find out the information about his attributes, he can deal with despicable goblins like him, even without his sword and passive skills. He makes it clear that he can send them both to hell, and he was really confident and excited at that moment, advancing on the protagonist and his bitch with everything. However, he is completely taken by surprise as huge goblins appear. But, to his misfortune, it wasn't just goblins. A huge dragon also appeared, and the protagonist tells him that today they will see who goes to hell first. And then the dragon throws flames in Kasimov's direction, wanting to barbecue the guy who has a weird face, looking like Deadpool or Freddy Krueger, and he's completely burnt out. Then, in the tribe of the crazy sky, it was morning, and the goblins get excited, saying that the chief has returned, and ask everyone to look out, because the chief has brought back a hunt. And then he throws the completely toasted Kasimov right next to Loader, who looks on in disbelief. Chan then asks who this almighty Kasimov is that he was talking about, and he thinks it's a shame because in the end, he overestimated himself and died by his own hand. And Loader starts repeating several times that someone else has died, and he calls the holy sword cursed, and to protect the useless from the city of light. The people sent end up becoming food for the goblins, and he asks what kind of ridiculous strategy this is, and he thinks it's on Tian's side. And he also thinks that, from now on, they have to focus on training the rare goblins. That corpse meat is an excellent nutrient and should be put to good use. And then he calls Gobuseng, saying that this house is for him, and whatever is left over, he can share with the others. And the goblins begin to thank their boss for this. And Tian thinks that to evolve into a rare species, you need talent and genetics. Gobuseng was chosen for the first test because he is the most promising. He is able to hide his feelings and intentions. He has a perverse nature and is an excellent promise. The protagonist is already looking forward to the existence of a rare species. And as for the holy sword, he had checked with the system before, and it only has 3 orders of knights under its command. 1 order of the silver blade has already been destroyed by him. He picks up an apple, and so he goes to eat there, while he thinks that when the news of Kasimov's defeat arrives, it will shake the confidence of the Saint of the Sword, and to try to turn the tide, she will have to do something. Now is the best time to use the simulation system to explore the future. So he asks the system to start the simulation, and after the simulation is done, the protagonist laughs a lot thinking that the Saint with the Sword is really a greedy saint, and it seems that in the end, it was he who won this game. And with his very big hair, he tells Gobukwang, "I'll get all the goblins immediately, because tomorrow they're going to do something great." He thinks that now it's his turn to destroy them. Then, in the City of Light, the Saint of the Sword asks where he was found, and the knight, crestfallen, tells the Saint of the Sword that it was a report, and that it was found outside the city, showing only Kasimov's bones, and she is speechless for a moment. And then the sorceress asks if this has happened in just a day and a half, and the knight asks how those inferior monsters could have killed Kasimov and still sent the body back. And the Sword Saint comments that the repeated failure to exterminate the Gobbus and the frequent dragon attacks are no coincidence. This is surely a plan between the damned dragon mother and the goblins. They are using the civilians of the City of Light as hostages, wanting to imprison them there, and they can't continue to be passive. And she shouts, ordering everyone in the battle cry order to immediately head to the capital in search of reinforcements, and they can't waste any more time. Then the scene changes to riders on horses running into the forest, and then a warrior tells the captain that even if they use carnivorous horses, it will take at least 4 days to get to and from the capital, and if they all leave, he asks what they will do if the city is attacked, and makes it clear that he is fast, and asks the captain to let him go alone to get help in the capital, and for them to come back and help Santa defend the city. However, the sorceress tells the warrior that he doesn't understand anything, and that that this is the saint's plan. If they are sought out by the goblins, at least someone will be able to escape and bring more reinforcements. And with the saint's power, she could easily go out and exterminate both the goblins and the dragons. But the problem is, now even the goblins and the dragons aren't something the knightly order can handle, and the saint can't risk it by going out to fight. They might attack the City of Light, and the knight is just that. The saint has decided to seek reinforcements to protect both the order of battle and the city, and now they need to break the siege as quickly as possible. And when the warrior heard the captain say that, he said, "That's it." Suddenly, however, the captain asks everyone to wait, and they stop their horses, and the warrior tells the captain why the fountain has been destroyed and asks what they are going to do. And the sorceress says that someone destroyed it on purpose and asks the captain to turn it around. However, the captain refuses, saying that they can't do that and it's probably a trap to get them to turn around and be ambushed. And since the bridge has been destroyed, they'll probably go back, and that's the safest place. Then the captain orders them to cut wood and build a bridge, as they will have to cross before nightfall. And then it gets dark, and the warrior says that they've finally finished. And then the knight rushes off, saying that time is short. Cross the bridge, and he should go quickly. And the sorceress says that this is strange, and asks why the sky has suddenly turned dark. Suddenly, the knight begins to lament. A dragon had simply appeared there, and then he asks everyone to wait and look quickly at the dragon. And then he says that there's a goblin on that dragon's back. And the captain says that the goblins and the dragons are together. And the Tian on top of the dragon starts laughing, saying that they're fast, but they didn't choose to go around. Instead, they decided to build a fountain. And he wonders if maybe they were afraid that he might be looking for them on the other side. And the captain shouts, so it was him. It was him who destroyed the bridge, and makes it clear that he's going to kill him now. However, the dragon quickly starts throwing flames at the bridge, making everyone run to avoid being burned by the dragon's call. And they shout a lot at that moment. And after the bridge catches fire, the sorceress catches the captain's eye and tells him about the bridge. And the captain shouts, saying that these goblins are cursed. And the captain shouts, saying that he's going to capture Tian. He's going to capture him and oppress him to death. And at that moment, Chan appears, asking if they are serious, and then he would like to see if they will be able to beat his goblins and the mother of dragons who is on her way. The group is startled to see that they are surrounded by goblins, and the warrior asks if this means that the dragons are coming too. In desperation, the sorceress tells the captain that if the dragons arrive, they will have no chance of victory. The captain denies what she has just said and explains that this is an opportunity, if they manage to resist, to solve the crisis in the City of Light. And then he tells the warrior, who is called Ben, that they are going to hold them off, and he should use fast running to get out of there and bring the news back. And quickly, the warrior Ben uses the fast running skill as the captain had ordered, and he shouts, telling those goblins in front of him that they are damned monsters, and he thinks they have gathered there on purpose. And after passing them all, the warrior shouts that as soon as the saint arrives, they will finish them all off. And at that moment, the goblins look at the sorceress with a Machiavellian gaze, and she becomes a little worried at that moment, telling her captain that something is wrong. In the middle of all that fire in the forest, she says that this isn't a retreat, and the goblins are letting Ben escape on purpose. So she thinks it might be a trap set by the goblins, until suddenly, the protagonist appears on top of a dragon that was landing. And then the chief of the Crazy Sky tribe tells the sorceress that that's exactly what she just said. There is no mother of dragons. It was just a way to lure that foolish woman out of the City of Light. He then asks the captain and the sorceress if they can imagine what will happen to the City of Light after the saint leaves. And at that moment, the captain starts shouting, ordering the knights to take down the one riding the dragon. The City of Light has already been destroyed, and they must hold out until the Saint of the Sword arrives. And at that moment, the knight fearlessly heads towards Gabu Kwang. However, Gabu Kwang manages to fend off his attack, blocking it with his sword. And at that moment, the knight realizes it and begins to regret it, thinking that they are at the same level of strength as him. And seeing the sword in the hands of the huge goblin, he comments that this is Kasimov's sword. He had recognized it, and Tian, a little annoyed, snorts and says that the knight isn't all that. And then he asks the staff to start acting, because time is short, and at the same time, he simply pulls out a gun. Jumping from that dragon, he shouts to his goblins to finish off the knights before the saint arrives. And then they were all down. It was practically a gale and the knight on the ground, shaking badly and trying to get up, began to moan, thinking that he couldn't stand it any longer. And he truly underestimated those goblins, seeing one of the goblins bite one of his soldiers. Then, suddenly, an arrow hits him in the head. Then Goblin picks up the knight's axe and tells his boss to take a look at his new weapon because he thinks it's amazing. The protagonist asks Goblin not to waste any time because they're really pressed for time and everything needs to go according to plan. And then he tells the goblins to devour these bodies quickly and leave before the saint arrives. And the goblin thanks his boss for it. Then, still in the forest, the saint with the sword asks the knights to stop, waving her hand, and she sees something that scares her. She asks herself if she's too late. And then the warrior Ben ran to the bones they saw there and shouted for his captain. And very sad, seeing only the bones and the helmet, crying, Ben says that he promises he will avenge them all. And the saint with the sword comments that not even the bones are left. And then she asks if the dragons have joined the goblins again. And Ben, with a tone of desperation, replies to the saint with a sword, saying that he has seen a goblin who knows how to tame dragons, and he must be the leader. And the blonde knight is perplexed by what she has just heard. And the warrior goes on to say that it was this same goblin who ordered the dragon to spit fire and destroy the rope bridge. And sure enough, the captain and the others were killed by the goblins and their bodies were burned by the dragon's fire. So he tells the sword saint that she must eliminate them. And at that moment, after hearing what the warrior said, the saint of the sword thinks that it's no wonder there are only traces of fire in a small area. The bones seem to have been gnawed by goblins, and she thinks, and at the same time asks herself if perhaps there weren't so many dragons, until she realizes something and goes wide-eyed. Radically, she begins to run in a very fast way, lamenting and saying that this was a tactic to distract them all, and she asks her knights to come back quickly because something is going to happen in the City of Light. And the warrior, visibly shocked, asks himself how this could happen. When they arrived in the City of Light, everything was destroyed, with a lot of smoke from the flames. The saint of the sword sees all those people who ended up going with the city. She can't stand the sight of this kind of thing and gets down on her knees. She was completely heartbroken, thinking and rejecting to herself. She didn't want to believe it was true. And while she was there, on the ground, kneeling, a boy was crying, screaming for his father who was on the ground. She sees that boy trembling a lot, hugging his father, and she approaches the boy, asking him not to be afraid. But before she could touch the boy, he took his hand away, shouting, telling her to get out of there, because she pretends to protect them every day, as if it were difficult. But when the goblins arrived, the saintly boy with the sword disappeared. And then, he says that she is a bad person and a liar, leaving her surprised by this reaction. Until suddenly, she feels the weight of several people saying that no one has asked her to apologize. And if she can't protect them, she's not a saint, and it was a waste to support her. And the City of Light doesn't need someone like her to protect the people. And she goes into complete shock at that moment and starts stuttering. Then, suddenly, she spits out something black. She remained kneeling on the ground, feeling miserable, while the people who were alive told her to leave the City of Light because they didn't need her. And then the scene shifts to the mother of the dragons, saying that this Tian guy really did it. Without a direct confrontation, he managed to turn the saint of the sword into an ownerless bitch, her psyche just completely destroyed, and she's looking forward to meeting the goblin chief of the Crazy Sky Tribe. Then, at night, the scene changes to the Crazy Sky Tribe, and the protagonist had just arrived. And then he calls Gobdi and asks him how the things he asked him to do today went, and also asks him if there were any problems. And Gobdi answers him, saying that the attack on the city was a success, and they brought back a lot of things and prisoners. And pointing to the cell, Gobdi tells his boss that some have voluntarily surrendered to save their lives and have been captured by them. And according to the boss's orders, they sent the car full of gold to Kalia, whisking her and her family out of town, showing that the protagonist remembers her and didn't want anything bad to happen to that girl. And then Tien tells Gobdi that he's done a good job, and from now on, he and Gobson will have priority in devouring the magical creatures. And the goblin is very happy and thanks his boss for that. And at that moment, the protagonist thinks that Kalia was the only person who believed in him in his past life, and sending her away from this battlefield is his way of repaying her. This time, the Saint of the Sword must be completely destroyed emotionally. And then the scene changes to the island of the dragons, and Tien tells the mother of the dragons that thanks to the help of Her Highness, the Queen of the Dragons, his plan was successful. He makes it clear that it really was all thanks to her. And the mother of the dragons tells him that she had heard that the Saint of the Sword is ill and bedridden, bedridden, and heard that this is really satisfying for her. But the protagonist answers her, saying that even so, he needs to ask the Queen of the Dragons to keep sending flying dragons to disturb the City of Light, putting even more pressure on the saint. However, at that moment, the Mother of Dragons wanted to know what she gets in return, considering that flying every day is exhausting, and Tian wonders about that. However, she sends the dragons to kiss him. She says that the reward she wants is him and asks him what he thinks. And the protagonist gets upset and asks if she really wants him, and also asks if she's playing with his face. And she replies that even if she has given him a female, she doesn't mind, but she makes it clear that if you reject her, she'll get very angry. And Tian, visibly nervous at that moment, asks her not to misunderstand, and he just thinks that being such a weak goblin, he asks how he could deserve the Dragon Queen, trying to get away with it and get out of this situation unscathed. And then she says that he's no ordinary goblin, and she sees potential in him to be the king of the goblins. With flushed cheeks, she comments to him that they, dragons, always admire the strong, and their nature is to join forces with the strongest in order to produce even more powerful offspring. And when Tian hears her say this, he comments that he can only accept it humbly. And after the plot protection, the system panel notifies him, saying that he has reached a new milestone, and congratulates him because he has leveled up, and now he has 1,900 life and 600 attack if his defense is at 600. And at this, he thinks that he has still gained many attributes for free, and again, his form changes. But he thinks he needs to leave while the Dragon Queen is asleep, so he would sneak out. And then he climbs on a dragon and thinks that this Dragon Queen is extremely powerful, and if he's forced to stay, it will be very problematic for him. And that, still in the cave, Increase the Dragons thinks that he is exactly as she had imagined. Perhaps one day, he will lead the goblins to create a new world. Afterwards, the protagonist had gone to his tribe, and the girls shouted what the hell he was talking about. And the princess of the elves asks if he really wants to expel them, and the matriarch doesn't quite understand. And Tian explains to them that now that they have human prisoners to replace them in reproduction, he can leave them free to get out of there. And at the same time as he says this, he thinks that the elves are more useful than the humans. Instead of forcing them, it's better to take a chance and make them follow him willingly. And then the matriarch of the elves looks at her daughter, Kasana, and the other elves, and says that if they want to go, they can leave. And Kasana is a little apprehensive at that moment. And Tian just watches them talk until the matriarch of the elves gets down on her knees and tells the protagonist that based on the interaction they've had, she realizes he's no ordinary goblin. So she asks if she could stay in the tribe and follow him. And Tian replies to the pretty blonde, saying that she's intelligent and might be useful if she stays, and he promises not to bother the other elves. And at the same time, he thinks she's staying because she wants to use him as support for the elves. And Kasana begins to cry and shouts to her mother, asking how she can be alone. And then the other elves begin to say that they are not leaving, and from then on, they will just follow the matriarch and the goblin chief, and the others begin to say that they will do the same. And after hearing this, Tian gets a mischievous smile on his face, thinking that it's as expected. And then he says that since they have decided to stay, they are no longer prisoners, but his subordinates, and he will guarantee their safety. And the elves thank him for that. Tian thinks that with the fall of the Sword Saint, and no external threat at the moment, this is the best time to evolve, and he needs a generation of goblin heroes in large numbers. And then Gabu Kwang tells the boss that these humans are too small for him. And then the matriarch approaches the goblin chief, tells me that she can help with assisted reproduction, and Tian comments that it will have to be this way, putting his hand to his face, as if he's out of patience. Just then, a goblin arrives, desperate, shouting for the chief, and warning him that something has happened to Gobson. He seems to be dead and asks the chief to come with him to see, and the protagonist goes into shock, wondering what the hell he's just said. And after he gets to where the goblin is, he sees the goblin lying on the ground, and quickly asks what happened, but the goblin can't tell him what happened. And the other goblin comments that he was scratching himself madly there and ended up dying, until suddenly, Gobson's form begins to change, with his teeth getting bigger and his veins popping out. He quickly gets up, and the goblin, frightened, hides behind the boss, shouting and saying that he has revived. Until suddenly, the Gobson had become an extremely bizarre creature. It was as if he were a rat, but with a spiky skin, and the system panel shows the protagonist that the Gobson is at level 50. His race is Mutant Goblin. His profession is Berserker. His titles are Resurrected, Mutant Body, and Blessed by the Gods. His strength was at 350, and he now had the skills called Bone Thorns, Bone Sword, bone growth, and berserker heart. And Tian thinks at that moment that if he hadn't received so many attributes from Mother Purple Dragon, he might not have been able to beat her. At this, Gobson starts laughing, waving his bizarre tail, and telling his boss that not only has he not died, but he's gotten much stronger, and Tian congratulates him on this, and also says that now that his strength and intelligence have grown, he should concentrate on creating the next generation of goblins. And Gobson tells his boss that he will follow his orders absolutely. Then, 3 months later, in the City of Light, in the tavern, a warrior asked the people sitting there if they thought the Saint of the Sword could still recover after so long. A hooded boy replied that he doubted it, and if it were him, he would have gone mad by now, until a boy arrives and snorts, showing his annoyance and comments that it's just a bunch of goblins. This can only be solved by their group of heroes called Boiling Blood. That guy was diamond level, and he's the leader of the Boiling Blood heroes. His name is Caesar, and the people seeing him there think it's a pleasant surprise. The protagonist then ran a life simulation, and after 3 months of stable reproduction, he had accumulated 150 goblin heroes of the 3rd generation. At the same time, the royalty announced a reward of 300 gold coins, summoning adventurers of all levels to the City of Light to eliminate the Mad Sky tribe. It was Diamond, Legendary, Immortal, Mythical, Epic, Platinum, Gold, and Silver level heroes. In short, Tian will face Diamond and Epic level opponents, and he should prepare in the proper way. He earned 10 points. The life simulation was completed, and the time progress was 1 month. The protagonist is a little apprehensive, thinking that Diamond level adventurers are already the best among humans, not to mention those of Epic level, who surpass even the Saint of the Sword. And then he thinks about it, and at the same time wonders if there won't be any tips this time. He really has to face everything alone, and he's a bit bothered by it. Until the matriarch of the elves tells her boss that she has something to report, and he asks what happened. She bends down with the moon at her side and tells the goblin chief that the new generation of goblins has grown up, but the resources of the forest are not enough, and they are starving. The iron mines are almost exhausted, and some goblins are without weapons and equipment, compromising much of their training. And Tian, hearing her say this, thinks that the resources there are insufficient. With the abnormal situation in the City of Light, it seems that they need a place that is easier to defend and rich in resources to live in. He quickly gets up and orders everyone to prepare for the move immediately, and the moon is confused, asking what he means by change, but she lets it go and says it's understood, and she'll arrange everything right away. And then the scene changes to the place where there was a waterfall, and there was a cave there. The protagonist thinks that the caves behind the waterfall, with their complex and deep paths, are perfect for living in, and he arrives there with his people. He illuminated the place with a torch in his hands. He then orders Gabu Kwang and Gabu Di to take people to clear the rubble from the cave and set up security, while he asks Moon to organize the prisoners and children. And then they start using the pickaxe in that cave to place torches. After all, they need to illuminate the place to make it a little cozier. And then, at the top, to make him stand out, Chan tells his subordinates that from today onwards, this is their new home, and that if they follow his orders, they will have plenty to eat, making it clear that anyone who disobeys will face death. And they all start squawking and wishing the boss a long life. And after his pronouncement, he thinks that after stabilizing the tribe, the next step is to investigate the situation in the City of Light. And if it is, as the system had mentioned, he must first find out more about these adventurers before executing the next plan. The scene then shifts to the tavern, where the bartender pours a glass of the very cold drink, and the bartender asks if Prince Caesar didn't usually only hunt high-level monsters, wondering why this time he decided to deal with goblins as well. And Caesar answers the boy, saying that it's to save his useless cousin. Loader, he had no choice but to sort it out himself. And the bartender, who looks like he's done battle, as he has a huge scar on his face, answers him, saying that he understands. Suddenly, an old man with a white beard starts laughing, calling out to Caesar and asking him if he hadn't said he was going to sort it out and get all the reward, and also asking him if he had come there for nothing. And everyone stares at that old man because he's so noisy. And the old man, who is a wizard, with his staff and the red orb in his hands, walks over and also comments that this reward for eradicating the goblins is his, and if Caesar doesn't let him take part, he'll have to pay him 1,000 gold coins. And everyone is shocked that this is the wizard in the gray hat. who is called Gru. They couldn't believe that the renowned leader of the group of gray hat heroes was there. And Caesar looks at the old man and says that he's very arrogant, and asks why he should do that. Then a man bursts into laughter, immediately drawing the attention of the bearded old man and Caesar. And that man orders, who is very funny, and asks if they think that just because the sword saint is down, they can just do what they want, and make it clear that they mustn't forget that this time that cold woman has also come, the adventurous epoch, Lucelina. And then, as people listen to all this, they start to buzz. One man gets worried, asking if such a danger is around, and he's heard that she only works for money, killing anyone, and it doesn't matter to her if she's a good person or a bad person. But the hooded man next to him tells him to be quiet and keep still, and asks if he's going mad arguing about her like that, and also asks if he wants to lose his life. And Caesar, seeing the man, asks if he's a wandering adventurer, and asks if he's come because of the goblins too. But the man laughs and answers him saying that no, he's not interested in that, and he only came by thinking about killing a dragon for fun. If he manages to slay a dragon, he wonders if it's right that he can become an epic adventurer too. And he gives a warning to Caesar, saying that he shouldn't underestimate the goblins. They are weak, but they have an incredible capacity to evolve, especially the mutant variants. He emphasizes them, saying that they are terrifying. And the old man Gru, after hearing him say this, comments that he agrees. He's lived almost 100 years, and he's seen more goblins than he's ever seen women, and this inferior race has existed since ancient times. They've always been enemies of all other peoples. They've hunted goblins for thousands of years, but they've never managed to extinguish their existence. And people are surprised to hear the old man say that. And then he starts to drink and laugh, as if it were a relief, and also comments that dealing with goblins is a real nuisance, and if it weren't for the reward, he wouldn't even get involved. And Caesar, listening to old man Gru talk, thinks it's true, considering that even the sword saint and several knights have had problems with them. He'd better be careful. And then he calls the old man and asks him what he thinks of them joining forces against these goblins, and if all goes well, he makes it clear that Gru can keep the reward. And the sorcerer likes what he's just heard, and he starts laughing, saying that it's alright, since the prince is so generous, he'll cooperate, thinking that if anything goes wrong, he'll leave Caesar's group on the front line, so he doesn't have to make an effort. They then go to a location to work out the plan, and Caesar, Loder's cousin, with the map in hand, comments that he thinks it would be better to get a team together and invade the forest. But Gru says that it's all about brute force, and the boy answers the old man by saying that it's too risky, and it's better to first investigate and draw up a plan. And when Gru hears him say this, he comments that young people are very cautious, and that's a pain in the ass, so he'll leave these tasks to the young people. He'll stay out of it. However, Caesar asks the bearded old man to wait a while, and he sees a rider passing by and thinks he's a strange fellow. And Gru tells Caesar that he didn't expect a goblin slayer to be there too, and asks why they don't have a little chat. And Caesar goes wide-eyed after hearing the old man say that he is a goblin slayer, and then he apologizes to the knight for the lack of respect of not recognizing him before. And the knight answers Loder's cousin, saying that he prefers not to be recognized, and asks if he stopped him for any specific reasons. And Caesar, after hearing his answer, thinks he's a strange figure. Even his appearance is disguised. And the old man with the white beard starts laughing and says that the prince may not know, but the knight has already killed the leader of a goblin army single-handedly. And they say that in the battle he eliminated thousands of goblins. And Caesar is shocked, asking if it really was thousands, and asks if this is really serious, because to him, it seems absurd. And then he tells that knight that he should join them to eradicate those goblins. However, the knight simply turns his back on the two, saying that he doesn't need partners, and all the two would do is get in his way. And Gru is very angry at what he's just heard, saying that that knight is very arrogant, and when he's captured by the goblins, he hopes that knight won't come begging for help. And then he tells Caesar to stop fooling around. The sooner they act, the less chance he'll have of stealing their glory. And Caesar doesn't understand anything, asking what he's talking about, and also asking if they're not going to prepare more. The scene then switches to the protagonist, who is outside the cave. He was using a skill called Sharp Eyes, and he sees the knight called the Goblin Slayer, who is at level 65, and his overall score ranges from 1,000 to 3,000. Tian is very surprised, so he asks the system if there hasn't been a problem, but the system makes it clear to him that everything is normal over there, until the protagonist kept looking and realized that something had moved. He sees that it's Caesar, Paladin class, with abilities that counter monsters, and his overall score is 1300. Gru, who is of the Great Sorrow class and has several skills with an overall score of 1400, would be a little more complicated to deal with, putting them on his radar. The protagonist thinks that these two diamond level guys don't seem very smart and shouldn't be much of a problem. He thinks it would be better to pay more attention to that goblin slayer. And then the scene changes to the ruins of the crazy sky tribe, and Gru comments that this is strange. Such a large tribe of goblins should have been discovered a long time ago, and he thinks that on the way, they found several battle marks left earlier, which proves that the tribe is there. And then Caesar finds a clue and asks the old man to go and check it out. He picks up some blonde hair, and Gru quickly smells the hair, and he says that, if he's not mistaken, that's an elf's hair, and Caesar doesn't understand anything. Quite frightened, he asks the old man if the elves help the goblins to hide, but he thinks that's impossible. And Gru comments that they've already searched this entire forest. There's no way to hide them there, and it's more likely that the elves helped the goblins move and hid their tracks. And then he releases a blue butterfly, saying that these butterflies like the smell of elves, and maybe they can find the trail of the elves and the goblins. And after the blue butterfly takes a trip, she goes back to the old man, and he comments that the butterflies seem to have lost their trail and asks if perhaps they have crossed the river. And Caesar asks the great wizard what he thinks of them waiting for the goblin slayer, as he only needs to act before him. But Gru snorts and says there's no need. Also speaking to Caesar from the edge of the forest on the other side of the river. There were goblins there, and then they start going crazy after the goblins. But Tian had a smile on his face at that moment. With his dragon by his side, he tells them that everything is fine and they've fallen right into the trap, until he realizes something. He looks down and sees the knight. The knight takes off his helmet, while the protagonist thinks that he wanted to deal with those two first. But this one has also appeared and is still with that strange energy, until he's taken aback, going wide-eyed. The goblin slayer, the knight himself, was not a knight, but a very pretty blonde girl, and she was going to bathe in those waters. And the protagonist thinks that he didn't want to imagine that the goblin slayer is actually a woman, and she doesn't seem completely human. Apart from being very skilled, even in a situation like this, she still has the courage to take a shower, and he thinks that's really unusual. And also, he thinks that the first time he feels a sense of strangeness, as if she's trying to lure him on purpose. So he asks himself if perhaps she's already discovered him. And then he quickly climbs onto the dragon that starts to fly. The protagonist was really suspicious. He thinks this woman is problematic, and he'd better deal with the other two first, because she's going to give him a hard time. And he also wondered what kind of intelligent creature she was, showing great interest in the girl now. And the girl sees him up there, flying, while the boy can't wait to meet her. Just then the scene changes to a goblin lying on the ground, and then Caesar raises his hand, as if to tell his riders to stop, and he comments that the goblin has stopped, and everyone should be on their guard, because the tribe of goblins must be nearby and could attack at any moment. Suddenly, a shower of arrows heads in the direction of Caesar and Gru, along with their small group, and Gru prepares a magical attack, shouting for everyone to back off, for it's an ambush, and so he throws flames from his staff, burning those arrows. And Caesar comments to the old man that it was a close call, and says that the old man's skill, despite being very old, is still impressive. And Gru doesn't like what he's just heard at all, telling him to stop talking nonsense. And the attack isn't over yet, until he looks behind him, telling everyone that there are more goblins coming. And Gabu Kwang was going all out, and the great mage shouts, saying that that creature could be a heroic type, and they should concentrate all their attack power on it. Then he launches a fireball at Gabu Kwang, and the fireball hits the goblin hard, but he walks away unscathed, as if nothing had happened, leaving the old man completely shocked, as he thought he was going to destroy him with this attack. Then the warrior asked if that goblin was dead yet, as he was incredulous, and Caesar shouts, telling everyone to look around, because the goblins are approaching, and they are all of the large race, showing that it won't be as simple as they had imagined. And then Gru asks why these goblins have iron armor and weapons, and makes it clear that everyone there shouldn't let them get close, and he was going to leave it to Caesar too. And at that moment, he slams his staff against the ground, using a skill called the Fountain of Life, telling everyone to regain their strength. And at that moment, the archer uses an intermediate magic skill called Ice Thorns, while the other warrior uses an intermediate magic called the Quicksand Field. There were several warriors with different skills, and the protagonist saw them fighting up there, and Gabuti was by his side. So he orders Gabuti to try and create an opportunity for the angry goblins to attack, and Gabuti just agrees with his boss. I went down as if I was going to jump into a swimming pool. His fall to the ground is so hard that the ground cracks, and quickly he heads towards Gru, who finds himself in a bad way at that moment and gets a scratch on the face. Then he shouts, calling Gabuti a damned goblin, while Gabuti seems to be enjoying the situation, while Gabu Kwang continued with the others. And Caesar, visibly desperate, shouts for everyone not to be afraid and asks the squires to move forward. But the goblins were taking down all the warriors who were there with Caesar and Gru. And then Caesar prepares an ability and calls the Holy Lord, saying that with his power, he will cast out the demons of evil. And then he uses the advanced magic called the Holy Light Incantation. And then Caesar tells everyone to form a formation around him, to put the wounded in the middle and use healing magic to recover them quickly. Despite being a little apprehensive, Loder's cousin had the will to win and said that they were going to kill all these goblins. And Tian, seeing that battle, thinks that this group of diamond-level adventurers is really more powerful than he expected. And if they were other groups of goblins, they might be no match, until he says it's a shame because they chose the wrong place to come. And then Gobson appears, with that macabre look he has with his gigantic tail. He leaves Gru in shock, telling everyone to be careful because he's a mutant. And the Goblin Slayer kept clicking her lips several times, saying that goblins really are a beautiful and powerful race. And at that moment, Gru was screaming and spitting blood. Gobson had caught him, and he smiled a lot because everything was fun for him, while Caesar was practically destroyed. Seeing Gru on the ground, he was in such a bad way that he couldn't say the old man's name, and he started moaning about it. And Gru holds out his hand, shaking badly, and asks Caesar to save him as soon as possible. He practically begs, while Caesar begins to drift away, and with blood in their eyes, he flees the scene, turning his back on Gru and saying that these goblins are real demons. And Gobson grabs Gru and drags him away, and quite out of breath, Caesar kept moaning, while a shower of arrows was heading his way, and he kept moaning a lot and saying to himself that he should have predicted that the elves would shoot arrows into the shadows. So he asked himself who could save him, until he sees the Goblin Slayer right in front of him. He was extremely surprised at that moment, because he was desperate and didn't want to die. Then he asks the Goblin Slayer to save him, but unluckily for him, 3 goblins set off in his direction, until suddenly the Goblin Slayer takes them down one by one. And at that moment, for still being alive, Caesar thanks the Goblin Slayer several times, and makes it clear that he will definitely repay him. And the knight, with an absurd tone of seriousness and a very strange energy, asks Loder's cousin if he wants to contribute. And then he makes it clear that Caesar would contribute if he stayed as far away from him as possible, calling him a ridiculous child. And Caesar, desperate, seeing the knight turning away, asks him not to go. Makes it clear to me that this is no ordinary goblin tribe. There is certainly a goblin lord, but the Goblin Slayer, as he walks, is quite sarcastic, asking if he is serious, and also says that the more the better, and so he can satisfy himself. And then Gabu Kwan held Gru's head, as if the old man were something. Then, suddenly, he's hit with everything, quickly falling to the ground, leaving the goblin surprised. Seeing this, the protagonist asks the insane goblin what is going on there. And then the Goblin Slayer, seeing Gobson, asks if he's the boss of these goblins. And with that stupid face, the knight, who is actually her, says that he doesn't look like one. And Gobson gets very angry, shouting for the other goblins to go ahead and kill this guy. However, the Goblin Slayer has no problem dealing with them, hitting them all with just one move. And Tian, visibly surprised, asks what skills she has, and from the system, it seems that their skills are only basic attacks. So he wonders if maybe she knows how to use magic too. And suddenly, Gobson changes shape again. He was going mad and exuding a lot of energy everywhere. He's going all out on the rider, and she asks if he means that he's a goblin gone mad, and starts laughing, breaking all his bone spikes in one go. And he doesn't understand a thing, and she screams, wishing him dead. But before she can finish him off, he throws some kind of gooey mass at her, and she gets very frustrated at that moment, wailing, saying that her body was trapped. And with that, the protagonist thinks, and at the same time wonders, if perhaps they should take the chance to retreat. But this person is full of mysteries, and is still an incredible reproductive tool. And since confronting her directly doesn't work, he thinks of using a tactic of attrition. At this, The protagonist tells everyone to step back a little, form a circle around her, keeping their distance. They should throw stones if they have them, or use ranged attacks. And the Goblin Slayer, seeing Tian in the sky with that dragon, asked if goblins knew how to tame dragons, and she knew that this place wouldn't let her down. And suddenly, huge rocks start rolling down, taking the rider by surprise at that moment. However, she is different and cuts those stones as if it were something very easy. However, she tires, driving her sword into the ground. Exhausted, she tries to get some rest, and when the protagonist sees it, he thinks that they've been fighting for over an hour, and it seems that she's almost at her limit now. And then the rider takes off her helmet, and he shows his face to everyone, and the goblins fall completely in love with her. She's really beautiful, and Tian keeps watching her, until suddenly, the Goblin Slayer looks down. She sees Gru standing there, and all of a sudden, she thrusts her hand with all her might into the area where the old man's heart is. She rips out the old man's heart, and with a rather dark tone in her voice, she says that a goblin's heart is the best supplement, and the protagonist becomes wide-eyed at that moment, saying that he has underestimated her. And suddenly, the demon slayer simply attacks the goblins one by one, ripping out their hearts. However, Gobson appears, shouting that he's going to kill her, calling her a disgusting bastard. As if goblins weren't disgusting beings, they really don't have a mirror in their house. And she quickly reacted, plunging her sword into his chest, and her sword had a purple fire around it. And she tells Gobson to bloom, and suddenly, the weird goblin just explodes, and the protagonist sees that he's in trouble. He starts to whine, asking himself, who the hell is she, and how does she have the ability to devour goblins? This is something completely different, and given the current state, He can only prioritize minimizing casualties, and the best strategy now is to retreat. And then he calls his little dog, who is the holy maiden, to come with him, and all the others should immediately retreat. However, the Goblin Slayer shouts at him to wait and comments that it's been a long time since she's seen a goblin as intelligent and powerful as him, and if he lets her see him up close, she will not only spare his life, but also save those who have been affected. And Tian, after hearing her say it, asks if she really thinks he'll believe that kind of lie. He's learned the hard way that he can't believe humans, and the knight doesn't quite understand what he means and asks if he really doesn't believe her. Then she takes off her top and asks him if he now believes. And Tian was thinking at that moment, after all, she'd even dropped her weapon and taken off her armor. She'd also let her guard down. So he wondered what this woman was up to, and he says that's the way it is. He was going to talk to her seriously, so he got off the dragon and started walking towards her. And the Goblin Slayer asks the protagonist if he's just an inferior goblin, and she comments that it really surprised her. And the protagonist doesn't pay much attention to what she says, and says that he did what she wanted, and now asks if she didn't say she was going to save them. And the Goblin Slayer answers him, telling him to rest assured that she always keeps her promises, at which point she pulls a needle out of her tongue, and she throws it at him, hitting him, saying that before she fulfills what she promises, he will have to satisfy her. She comments that she loves to hunt powerful goblins, stay with them for a while, and then kill them, and he may have the appearance of a lowly goblin, but he possesses the intelligence of a goblin king, and that made her very excited. And Tian was furious at that moment, wondering if she had just tricked him, and then he thinks he's made a mistake and fallen into the trap of this crazy woman, until he looks over and sees that everyone has turned their backs on him. Then he asked why everyone had turned away, and the Goblin Slayer gets a smile on her face, and she answers the protagonist, explaining that they are now under her control and can't see what they are doing. She was having a lot of fun with it. And then she hugs the protagonist from behind and asks him to be nice, because she promises she won't kill him, and she's still going to accompany him, because she wants to see what he will become in the future, kissing him. And the protagonist doesn't understand anything and wonders if it's really serious. She's a complete lunatic. Just then, Caesar was behind some bushes, and he was spying. He was shocked to see that the Goblin Slayer was actually a woman, but he wondered why she was with a goblin, until suddenly, a goblin appears behind him, and he is distressed at that moment, screaming and denying it. Then the goblins are at work, and they take the bodies out of there, and Tian explains to the Goblin Slayer that that's the goblin's nest, and continuing to chase him will be at her peril. But she answers him, saying that she had previously said that she wanted to see how powerful he would become, and as for the consequences, as long as he can take it, he's fine. And the protagonist, visibly annoyed by the whole situation, asks her who she is and what kind of strange power she possesses. He also wonders why she is able to control her subordinates, and even him. And the blonde girl answers him, saying that if she tells him everything, she'll ask him if he'll promise to let her go with them. And the protagonist answers her, saying that it depends on what she says to him. And then the girl says that she is a descendant of the Goblin King. And he's completely shocked because he didn't want to imagine something like this. And then he asks her what the hell she's talking about. He can't believe she's a descendant of the Goblin King. And also, he has a terrible doubt in his mind and asks her why she appears human. And then she answers the crazy Sky Tribe chief, saying that maybe it's because her mother was human, and she is the fruit of the union of the Goblin King, who was among those who oppressed her mother. In theory, the higher the level of a Globin, the harder it is to produce offspring. But she just managed to be born healthy, and 10 years ago, she killed the Goblin King who had tried to subjugate her, and after completely devouring his body, she ended up acquiring the power of the royal blood that dominates the goblins, and she destroyed an entire underground goblin city. And the protagonist asks, so it's because of the power of royal blood that she can control them. And the knight says that when she forges weapons, she adds their blood, and when they are wounded, she basically inserts a gene that can kill them easily, and they can't counteract her either. So naturally, all the goblins are under her control, and she became a goblin slayer simply because she hated them. With flushed cheeks, she says that hunting the strongest goblins is just a personal hobby of hers. And when the young protagonist sees her saying this, he thinks that it's not surprising that her personality is so distorted, and he even ends up feeling sorry for her. She was born with a natural weapon against goblins, and if she becomes an enemy, it will be quite dangerous for him. And then he says that it seems they have something in common, and in this case, he asks her to join him. And the girl smiles, saying that this is interesting, and she thought he would be afraid of her and intend to try to manipulate her, but it seems that won't be necessary. And Tian is completely at a loss at that moment, until the Goblin Slayer tells them to leave it alone, and the situation in the City of Light is complicated, and she's going back to be her informant. Not least because she thinks it's more useful than staying there. But Tian doesn't understand anything and asks if she really means well. And then she says it's because he's hers. It's only natural that she takes care of him first. The protagonist doesn't understand anything and asks what she's trying to say. Then the scene changes to inside the cave, and Tian is looking at his status. He's at level 55, and his total power is 2200. He's thoughtful. He thinks it's no wonder that woman with royal blood has greatly increased his attribute, until suddenly he hears Caesar asking his cousin, Loder, if he's alive, and tied to the ground. He begins to laugh, saying that his cousin should look after himself because he only brings honor to the family, and it's no wonder that the Sword Saint didn't want to come and save him herself. And Loder calls Caesar a useless idiot, and he tells him to look at that pot over there, making it clear that Caesar is going to die before him, and starts laughing. They were trying to play up their egos, even when they're at their worst, until suddenly, a huge goblin grabs Caesar, and he is completely shocked. And then he starts shouting, asking them not to kill him, and says that he is a nobleman, and tries to trick the goblin, saying that he could give him lots of women, while the goblin drags him into the cauldron, until Loder asks him to wait and makes it clear that he wants to talk to his leader. And the protagonist is surprised at that moment, wondering if he has finally decided to open his mouth, calling Loder useless. And Loder asks the protagonist to free his cousin. He accepts any demand he has, and Caesar starts calling Supreme several times, saying he was wrong and he shouldn't have insulted him. And then he says he'll be Loder's dog, and the protagonist, after hearing Loder's request, starts laughing, asking if a prisoner wants to negotiate with him, and he thinks it's a bad joke. And Loder, with a very dark tone of voice, asks the protagonist to tear off Caesar's leg and free him. He'll bring the news that he's alive, and so his family will send more people to rescue him, and the Chan will be able to devour even stronger warriors. And who knows, maybe even the Saint of the Sword won't be spared either. And Caesar is completely shocked and wide-eyed after hearing his cousin say that. And suddenly, Loder completely loses it, saying that his cousin deserves to die. In fact, they all deserve to die, and he's going to kill them all, and he starts repeating this several times, while Chan approaches Loder and says that it looks like the knight is serious, and he agrees with Loder. And then the matriarch calls the chief, saying that if he releases Caesar, their location will be exposed, and she worries about the tribe. However, Tian answers her, asks her not to worry, and asks if she still doubts him, smiling at her in a Machiavellian way. And then the scene changes to the City of Light, and inside the tavern, a desperate guy is shouting that it's over, they're finished. The bartender asks him what happened, and asks him not to be so nervous. And the bald boy tells him that he has just seen Caesar, and he was missing a leg, riding a carnivorous horse towards the capital. And everyone in the tavern goes into shock, asking what the hell he's talking about. They really can't believe it. To make matters worse, they can't believe that Caesar has failed. And then that strange, hooded man asks if the troops of the Grey Hat and the Snow Heroes were annihilated and Caesar was the only survivor. And at that moment, the Goblin Slayer appears and replies that that's exactly what it was. They are all dead and only Caesar is alive. Just then, the Goblin Slayer pulls up a chair and the bald man can't believe it. He asks the Goblin Slayer if she also took part in the battle, and she says yes and asks the waiter to bring her a drink. And the hooded man asks the Goblin Slayer, as for the goblins, they still don't know she's not a man. And she replies that hundreds of high-level goblins, including mutants, have been killed by her, leaving everyone wide-eyed. After all, at that moment, she proved that it was no coincidence that she was the legendary Goblin Slayer. And then the bartender tells the rider that she can drink to her heart's content, as tonight will be on the house. And the bald man finds this impressive, and he also comments that with so many large goblins and even variants, it's no wonder that Caesar and the others lost. Suddenly, several bats began to enter the place, scaring the hell out of the people who were there, and they wanted to understand why the hell this was happening. And after many of those bats flew over there, the Goblin Slayer comments on the squad of bloody mercenaries, as this peculiar entrance always comes from them. And a bat simply calls out to the Goblin Slayer and comments that since she said there were hundreds of goblins, Ho 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 Bat asks if she managed to locate their lair. After all, goblins are creatures that hide very well, and the Goblin Slayer answers the huge bat, saying that she didn't find the lair. She killed the one she found and came back. And then, she asks if he can't handle these guys, because she thinks he has potential. And the bat asks if she's serious. He asks her not to worry, telling her to leave the mission of finding the lair to them, and he hopes they can join forces and asks her what she thinks of it. At that, the knight gets up from her chair, and she comments that she doesn't like acting at night and isn't used to working with others. And the bat, seeing her turn away, comments that this is a shame, and it seems that the reward will be all theirs. Then, at night, the scene changes to those bats flying around until they land in a tree. And then the bat asks the captain what she thinks, as there doesn't seem to be a large troop there. And the captain answers him, saying that the smell of blood stops there, and surely they are inside, so they should go on. And then that region of bats enters the place, and the goblins are confused, asking you why the bats are there. But one goblin comments that it's nothing new, and they should be on their guard. And at that, the bats wonder if there are so few goblins, and only one variant, and they begin to wonder if perhaps they've made a mistake. It's just an average tribe. At this, the captain comments that he had said that there were big goblins, just like the Goblin Slayer had said. That's great. When they sleep, they'll suck the blood out of all those goblins. Ask them to go ahead, as they will suck them dry. However, when one of these bats would suck the blood, he is hit hard by a magical attack, and it falls to the ground ready, completely toasted. And the captain wonders how she can have a divine priestess in the goblin's lair. After all, they don't know what the protagonist is up to. And at that moment, the goblins start to pick up several torches and appear in the same place as the bats. And the captain starts moaning that there's no way out of there. Then a bat asks the captain what they're going to do now. And the protagonist appears, saying that if they've come there to suck blood, he wants to see what these vampires can do. However, they feel uncomfortable with the bright lighting, and suddenly, they start making a swirl of bats, until suddenly, a beautiful bat woman appears, like a Batgirl. She says that since they've been discovered, it's time to start killing them all. After all, they're just a bunch of goblins, and the protagonist sees on the system panel the information of that beautiful Batgirl called Lilith, and she's at level 61. She is of the vampire race. Her titles are immortal, cursed by the gods. She has 19 life, 500 strength, and 500 defense. Her abilities are Blood Siphon, Bloodlust, Dark Metamorphosis, and Infection, and her total power reaches 2800. The protagonist thinks that she has high attributes, and that it's very good to want to receive information in the system about the attack by the squad of bloody mercenaries, and he prepared himself in advance. He had made a simulation of the system, and so he was already expecting it. And then, the vampire Lilith starts attacking several goblins at once. She was sulking at that moment, saying that she wants to see what happens first, whether the fire will burn her or they will die first. And Tian, overhearing her say this, asks if that's what it is, and at that moment, he uses a skill called God's Blessing, and several huge goblins appear next to him. And then the flash starts to bother the bats, and the bats wondering how inferior creatures like goblins manage to use sacred abilities. And the flash gets more and more intense, knocking down the bats. Then Tian comments that the two of them would lose in a fight and asks Lilith what she thinks of them talking, and she doesn't like it one bit. He gets very close to her and comments that they came for the reward too. But he doesn't understand the fact that vampires, who live on blood, need to earn money, and the vampires get uncomfortable at that moment. And then Lilith answers the protagonist, asking him if he thinks the Holy Church and the Saint of the Sword are easy to deal with, and if it weren't for the agreement not to drink human blood, no one would need to earn money to buy blood. And after hearing her say it, Chan thinks that if they manage to recruit them, maybe they can improve the tribe's conditions. At this, Chan comments that he understood and asks what they think of them cooperating, and the protagonist makes it clear that he can supply them with blood, and he casts a spell on the goblins that shine between your hands. At this, the vampires stand up, and he starts laughing and comments that just this little bit of their blood isn't enough for a continuous supply. However, the protagonist, who does great marketing when it comes to business and convincing someone, replies that there are records indicating that the Indians are responsible for the essence of blood, and for some bloodthirsty creatures, plot protection can replace human blood. And the vampires are completely confused after hearing him say that. And then the protagonist corrects his voice, and he comments that they say there's a type of creature called a succubus. They found out a long time ago that weave protection has this special effect, and since then they've been feeding on weave protection. No need to kill or steal, that's all it takes to get nutrients. And they, the goblins, may not have a lot of things, but they don't lack that. And Tian makes it clear that if they reach an agreement, they will ensure that they don't starve for blood. And the vampires become pensive. One of them comments that she's heard about it, and the other asks if she's serious, and also asks if it isn't an attempt to deceive them. At which point the captain, Lilith, says that whether it's true or not, it's just a matter of finding out. Until a vampire girl grabs Lilith's arm, shouting at the captain, saying that they are her servants, and the count is sealed now, and asks if they shouldn't wait for him, and also asks if doing so wouldn't be wrong. And Lilith answers the servant, saying that during these centuries, she asks how many of their sisters have already died, and if this really works, they can wait in peace, without unnecessary suffering or risk. And then she tests it. The girls are worried, while Lilith stares wide-eyed and comments that this can actually replace fresh blood. Instead of blood, they will now drink orange juice, and then all the vampires want to try. But the protagonist shouts at them, telling them to calm down. They should be quiet and wait their turn. And then he calls the matriarch, asking her to help. And Leah, the matriarch of the elves, tells her boss that he's had a hard time, and he responds by saying that these vampires look like they've been starving for a long time, because he's never seen such desperation. Just then Lilith approaches the two of them, calling out to the goblin chief, and saying that she agrees to cooperate with them, and asks what he wants them to do. And the protagonist answers her, saying that this place is always in the dark, and is ideal for them to live in. He begins to adjust her spine, saying that she just needs to protect the cave from invaders. And then she replies to the goblin chief, saying that everything is fine. She accepts, and after she turned away, Tian got a smile on his face. At that moment, the group of bloody mercenaries had lost contact, and the adventurers believed that the goblins had been eliminated after their last defeat. And then the scene changes to the City of Light, and it's already night, and one man shouted, saying that they were cowards and failures, and that he couldn't stand them for a long time. If they don't even have the courage to face goblins, then he tells them to stop pretending to be diamond-level adventurers. And the hooded man shouts at the boy, telling him not to come with this false moralism, and he doesn't have time to help them earn rewards. And there was general confusion in the place, until the door opened and quickly made everyone quiet. The sword saint suddenly appears, and the man with the mustache is wide-eyed at the sight of her, because no one was really expecting it. And the hooded man is thrilled to see the saint with the sword, and tells her how good it is that she has recovered. And then, a few minutes later, the sword saint was sitting at a table, and a man, desperate, asked the sword saint if she was going alone to the Dragon Island, and also asked if she wanted them all to get together to deal with the goblins. And she replied, saying that that was exactly it, because only then would they be able to eliminate the dragons and the goblins at the same time. And a warrior, visibly worried, comments that now only they are left, who are of common levels, and then he asks if perhaps there is a possibility that they will make it, because he doesn't really believe it. And then a man tells those ordinary warriors that all they have to do is put in a little effort and count on him, for he is willing to help the Saint of the Sword and lead everyone in the forest to hunt down the goblins. And that man is from a lover's level team, the group of brave marksmen, and his name is Allison. And the Saint with a sword, after hearing him say this, tells him that everything is fine and the goblin's mission is now in his hands. And to get to Dragon Island, you can only go by boat, and she's heard that that hooded guy has object manipulation magic. So she asks him if he'd be willing to escort her, and then he smiles, bowing and showing willingly, asking if he would fight alongside the Saint of the Sword, and for him it would be an honor. At the same time, he smiles mischievously, thinking that if all goes well, he'll surely be promoted to Epic Adventurer, which is all he wanted. Then the scene abruptly changes to the Isle of Dragons, and the mother dragon was sleeping while I was holding an egg until there are tremors, and she wakes up, not understanding anything and wondering what the hell is going on. She quickly looks outside and sees the dragon in the sky, and she says she's understood, and she never imagined that that woman would be able to pull herself together. And looking at the egg, she tells herself that it's just then. And then she hugs the egg, and she asks her son, who is still in the egg, to remember that his father is a very special goblin. And then she transforms into her best version, which is the dragon version. And she says that the Saint with the sword is a crazy woman. And so she was going to make a decision now. And she flies with everything. And the Sword Saint had already taken down a few dragons, her sword full of blood, until the Mother of Dragons arrives and comes face to face with her. And the blonde woman tells the Mother of Dragons that she has finally appeared. And the Mother of the Gold and Purple Dragons answers her, saying that she didn't expect a woman defeated by a goblin to get up again. And she asks what happened and also asks if she still has the courage to survive out of stubbornness. And the Sword Saint answered her, saying that she didn't need to give the Mother of Dragons an opinion on what she did. But the Mother of Dragons had threatened her people, so she was going to take her life. And then she shouts for the Mother of Dragons to come, using a skill called Swordstorm. However, the Mother of Dragons wasn't going to let this go to waste, so she used a skill called Dragon Flame. And at that moment, the two collide, and the hooded man stands there, hiding behind the stone, and he thinks this dragon is too big. Then, suddenly, the Sword Saint catches him and get him out of there. After all, everything is falling down. And then she dumps the guy on the ground anyway, and she shouts, telling the hooded man to stay away from it and not disturb her battle. And the guy was very scared. And with that, the Mother of Dragons prepares a new skill to launch, and then she shoots several purple crystals at once. However, the lack of a sword breaks several of them using his sword. Suddenly, one of these crystals falls right next to the hooded man, and he's shaking, completely shocked and asking God for help. And the Mother Gold and Purple Dragons keep attacking non-stop. And the Sword Saint decides to climb up those crystals until she reaches the dragon using her advanced sword technique, making several cuts on the dragon's body at once, using the skill called Steel Gale. And while they battled, the egg simply cracks and breaks, and out of it comes a little green dragon, who first observes where he is. After all, everything is new to him, and he quickly lets out a huge roar because he senses that something is happening. However, things were not looking good for the little dragon's mother, who was bleeding profusely at that moment. The Mother of the Gold and Purple Dragons was weakened and was in her hybrid form, which is half dragon and half human. And the Saint with the sword says it was a close call and she aimed for the head, but ended up missing and hitting only the eye. In other words, unprecedented cowardice. And the Mother of Dragons screams, completely furious, saying that the Sword Saint is a crazy woman and today she will fight her to the end. The Mother of Dragons felt that she was completely destined to finish off that blonde woman by any means, no matter if she had to die to do it. She had even said goodbye to her son before. However, her cub arrives flying and screaming so that the Sword Saint doesn't hurt his mother, showing that he has only just been born but already has a lot of courage. However, the poor thing, the green dragon that had just hatched, had barely arrived on the scene and had already taken a blow. It makes him crawl on the floor, and his mother is furious when she sees it. She asks her child to run to the place that is in her memory, because it is safe there. But the green dragon cries for his mother, until suddenly, something happens to the Mother of Dragons. The Sword Saint makes her lose her mind, and the little green dragon takes off, flying and crying, and the hooded man shouts, telling the Sword Saint to leave it to him, and asks her to see how he's going to do it by preparing a magical ability. Then he throws several spheres of energy at the green dragon. However, the son of a dragons decided to fight back by throwing a green fireball, who hits that hooded man right in the face. He falls to the ground and starts rolling around, screaming. After all, his face is being burnt, and the Sword Saint is watching it happen, thinking he's just useless. Suddenly, he stands up, his face burnt, calls that little dragon a curse, asks where he is, calls the son of the dragon's mother a lizard, and promises to cook him. However, the Saint of the Sword answers the hooded man, saying that he has run away, and considering that he has never caused harm to the people, she will let him go, and it is time for them to leave. There is still time to give support, and the hooded man is trembling at that moment, while the blonde knight continues, saying that she will personally hunt down those goblins who are threatening the City of Light. And at that moment, the body of the Mother of Dragons was burning in purple flames, while the man is getting desperate, telling the Sword Saint that his magic doesn't seem to be working, and the boat isn't moving, and he gets very angry and starts moaning. He comments that the dragon's flame is in trouble and could corrupt the magic, but the blonde then asks what he's waiting for and tells him to row away, and after a while, the baby dragon mother goes to see her and calls her several times, and then he says he's going to take her back to the dragon's lair. They'll surely have a way of reviving her, but he tries to take her and can't. After all, he's too young and hasn't built up his strength yet. He ends up falling to the ground from exhaustion, and then he apologizes to his mother, saying that he will have to devour her to have the strength to take her back. And after doing so, he becomes extremely huge, and then he starts flying, carrying his own mother's head. Then the scene changes to the dragon's nest, and there comes the son with his mother's head. However, when he gets there, he is not very well received. A dragon simply lands right on top of him, knocking him to the ground, and making his mother's head hit the floor. And then, the dragon who had knocked down the son of the Mother of Dragons tells Ray Aragon that he took the train from outside, and the green dragon is desperate, calling for his mother, until a red dragon realizes something, and he asks if that is the head of Philbas. She was the flaming dragon mother, the dragon queen of the dragon's lair. And then the flaming dragon mother asks the green dragon who he is, and the dragon replies, completely desperate, that this is his mother's head, and he found this place following the memory of the inheritance. So he asks the flaming dragon mother to please help him save his mother. And there were other dragons there, and at this, a gray dragon comments that these sharp cutting marks and the sacred aura, for him there is no doubt it was that woman who did it. Is a dragon who was next to him comments that it is a pity Philbas inherited the crystal ability of the former dragon king. Is a brown dragon snorts, showing his displeasure, and says that nobody told her to be stubborn and want to go to the outside world. And then the flaming dragon mother starts sniffing out the green dragon, and then she says that yes, the mother of dragons is the mother of that child, but he is not the pure dragon, and asks who his father is. And the green dragon replies to the flaming dragon mother, saying that he never saw his father, but his mother had told him he was a goblin. And everyone is completely shocked at that moment. And the dragons are in shock at that moment. They've been taken by surprise by that news, asking the green dragon what the hell he's talking about. And then the brown dragon says that he is a descendant of a goblin, that this is a disgrace to the dragon race. So he asks the dragon queen to let him devour that little creature. At this, the flaming dragon mother becomes pensive, until she asks them to wait for the moment. She thinks that the little one could be considered the grandson of the old dragon king, but since the old dragon king is dead, the crystalline lineage of dragons has died out, and he is the only one left. But he's of goblin descent, so if he wants to stay, he'll have to pass a test. And then she tells the green dragon that if he wants to save his mother, unless he survives, he will have to defeat the dragon next to him. And the brown dragon starts laughing, and thanks the dragon stingray for giving him a good time, and he quickly prepares to attack the little green dragon. He simply swallows the green dragon in one gulp, leaving everyone in disbelief at what they are seeing. Suddenly, the brown dragon begins to sense something, and becomes alert. He starts spitting fire everywhere. He screams and says it hurts, telling everyone that that guy is biting him inside and asking for help. And then the gray dragon with a scar on his face says that this is the queen's decision and he has to win on his own, so they can't help him. And suddenly, the green dragon comes out of that brown dragon's body, and then he screams, saying that he survived. He didn't just survive, he also won, and he can save his mother now. And the flaming dragon mother tells him that from now on, he's a member of the dragon's nest, and his name will be Nidhogg. And the green dragon gets very excited and says that this is great, and then he asks if they're going to revive his mother. And the flaming dragon mother asks them to take Filba's head to the world tree. They should graft the head onto the roots of the world tree and shape it into a wooden dragon. That's the only way to revive the green dragon's mother. And the scene abruptly switched to the system panel. And the panel showed the protagonist that, in short, he took advantage of the cave's terrain, set up traps and defenses, and with the help of the elves and vampires, successively beat back the adventurers' invasions, although this cost the lives of many of his subordinates. But in the end, Qian came out with the victory, and the score he received was 80 points, and the life simulation was completed. And at that moment, Qian thought that to deal with hundreds of adventurers, he had already made all the preparations, and now he just needed to speed up progress until the day of the great victory. And at that moment, the system panel asks him if he wants to move on to the progress of the simulation, and he taps forward. And everyone kept squawking and calling the boss powerful. And sitting on his throne, the protagonist thinks that many high-level goblins have died. But these hundreds of corpses will allow the remaining goblins to quickly evolve into the heroic race, increasing the strength of the group. And the system panel shows that after devouring more than 100 corpses, the goblins finally reached level 50 and evolved. And the evolution was the devouring goblin. General power increased by 1,100 points. The exclusive skill was the meat shield devourer. There was also the evolution called the giant hammer goblin, whose overall power was increased by 900 to 1,000, and whose exclusive ability was called giant hammer fury. It also had an evolution called the shadow goblin, which had its overall power increased by 1,200, and its exclusive ability was razor hands. And at that moment, Chan thought that goblins are hated because they need to be devoured to level up, unlike humans, who only need to kill their enemies to evolve, regardless of whether they are of the same species or another race. And Loder was shaking and completely in shock at that moment, until the vampire puts her hand on the protagonist's shoulder and says she didn't know he was so clever, and it's been so long since she's used so much human blood. And to reciprocate, she sends someone to find out information about the Sword Saint for the protagonist, and he is very excited by what she has just said. And Vampira goes on to say that rumor has it that when she heard that hundreds of adventurers had been annihilated, she set off from the City of Light on her carnivorous horse, planning to gather the legendary group of hunters to confront him. And then Lilith asks him to be careful, because this group has already fought alongside the Sword Maiden. And after hearing her say that, he gets a smile on his face, asking if she's really left town, and thinks that's great, because he can finally get out and breathe a bit. And Lilith is confused at that moment, quite surprised. She thinks he doesn't seem scared at all, and she still manages to laugh at the situation. Suddenly, the goblin arrives and shouts, calling out to his boss that he has bad news. He comments that there is a squad of goblins from another tribe coming towards their cave, and Tian asks that subordinate if they are coming after them. And Lilith is confused, and Tian thinks that there are no other goblin tribes in this area, so he asks himself if they are the former owners of the cave. Then the scene changes to some goblins climbing up the ruin, and another protagonist was watching them from below, along with his subordinates. And then a huge goblin tells them to hurry up and stop rolling around. That was the bestial goblin. He's level 50 and has the title of hybrid of the king of beasts, blessed by the power of the gods. And he had 800 overall power, and Tian, seeing him, thinks that this leader is a hero of the goblin race that he's never seen before, and he really is strong. He wonders what kind of tribe this is, because even a rare heroic goblin is only a squad captain. And then he asks all his subordinates to get ready, because he wants this captured team alive, and it could be a special squad from a large tribe, and a huge goblin to tell his boss to relax. And then the goblins were walking in the middle of the running water, until suddenly, the boss of the goblins, the bestial goblin, says that there is a faint smell of blood in the air, and the goblin answers his boss, saying that he doesn't smell anything. And the bestial goblin believes that it must be some animal that has entered the cave. He comments that they are going to have dinner and starts laughing, excited to have his meal, until suddenly, they are attacked with everything. Then the bestial goblin asks them to get ready, because there are enemies out there, and one of them shouts that he's going to protect the boss. And after that, the bestial goblin enters the lair, and all the Tian goblins become desperate and start running. And the bestial goblin simply went out and defeated them all with his thorn skill that was coming out of the ground. And a Tian goblin runs out and starts wailing, saying that the lair has been taken and he needs to tell the boss. And suddenly, the protagonist appears on the scene, and the bestial goblin gets angry, saying that they are nothing more than inferior goblins. And for him, they're just a bunch of useless cowards until he fell to the ground. He had been poisoned by the the Gabodi the moment he had attacked earlier, and Tian kept watching him. And after the poison wears off, the bestial goblin wakes up and realizes that he's chained to the wall, so he starts screaming, telling Tian to get out of his way, and he shouts, saying that the protagonist is inferior trash, and asks if he thinks he can interrogate him, and also asks if Tian thinks he can't devour him right there. But Tian doesn't feel anything with the threats of that huge goblin. He sighs and tells the bestial goblin that it seems he needs to be taught a lesson in life, and the goblin gets really angry after hearing him say that, and asks what he means by a life lesson, and asks if he wanted to do that, and at the same time, he thinks he's a male, wild as a beast, and he asks why he would be afraid. And then, 10 minutes later, there were some guns full of blood on the ground, and the bestial goblin screams in despair that he was wrong, asks the protagonist to ask him whatever he wants, because he's going to answer, and makes it clear that he can't take it. So Tian starts wiping his hands with a cloth, and he says that's better, and now he asks the big goblin to tell him, like which tribe he is and where he is. He would also like to know what he came there to do in his territory, and the bestial goblin answers him, saying that he is from the tribe of the king of the beasts, from the western demon forest, and this place used to be the abode of their leader. He had sent him to fetch an important object, but in the end, he ended up being captured by the crazy sky tribe. He starts to get very upset after having said that, and Tian asks the big man what kind of goblin the leader of his tribe is, and the bestial goblin, crying a lot, answers him, saying that their leader is now a goblin lord, but he will soon evolve into a ruler. It took the protagonist completely by surprise at that moment, as he hadn't expected to hear something like that, and then he went wide-eyed, and the bestial goblin goes on to say that the object they've come for is a very important treasure for their leader, and if John doesn't believe what he's saying, he tells the protagonist to go and find it, and Tian asks if he's finished talking about the treasure, and then the scene changes to a treasure, a kind of ring that exuded energy everywhere. That ring was called the Demon Ring of Fatu. It was forged by the former leader of the necromancers. When activated successfully, it takes the soul of the target inside the ring, depending on the strength of the captured soul, with thirst a proportional increase in power, and requires the blood of the victim for activation. And Tian comments that he didn't expect to find something so precious, and the bestial goblin tells him that he told him what the protagonist needed, and he's already taken the item, so he asks if he can be left in peace, and Tian tells him that he clearly does, so he takes the bestial goblin's hand, and the huge goblin becomes desperate, asking the protagonist what he intends to do, and Tian replies that his body will certainly be freed, but his soul is something completely different, and suddenly, the ring begins to glow green, and it's like there's a hand of green fire coming out of that ring, like we're in the Green Lantern universe, and the bestial goblin keeps his eye open wider than an owl, shouting at the protagonist not to do it, and suddenly, his soul is sucked into the ring, going to the protagonist, who gets the aura of the ring, and his overall power grows by another 200. And Tian thinks that, although it's only a small increase of 200 points, if he captures a stronger soul, the impact will be much greater. The Beast King's tribe has strength comparable to that of an entire human city. Now that this ring is in his hands, they will surely react, and perhaps he can use them against the humans who are chasing him. He also thinks that he needs to think carefully about how he can take advantage of them, until the Goblin Slayer arrives, and behind Tian, she asks if this goblin was from the tribe of the Beast King, and then the protagonist asks her if she knows it, and she replies that she clearly does, and he makes it clear that the goblin chief of the Crazy Sky tribe shouldn't have provoked them, and she explains that the Beast King's tribe belongs to the Great Tomb, and not even the Lionheart Empire dares to confront them. Even she wouldn't dare, and she asks the protagonist if they really killed him, and he doesn't know what to say, and asks her what this big tomb is, and it seems to be something scary, hearing her say, and the Goblin Slayer explains to him that the Great Tomb is the ruler of the Western Demon Forest. It houses at least one level 12 creature, a world-class being, and the protagonist asks what she means by level 12, and he's quite confused at that point, until he realizes something, and then the ring begins to exude energy. While she asks the protagonist what he intends to do, she wanted to understand what his mind was planning, and Tian answers her, saying that he needs her to use blood to control him, and then the ring invades the body of the bestial goblin, while the protagonist tells her that she should order him to go back to the tribe of the Beast King. He should report that the demon ring has been stolen. But it wasn't them who were responsible, and it was the Empire of the Lion's Heart that was responsible for the Bay Pigs and the Goblin Slayer. After hearing what he was planning, became wide-eyed and a little apprehensive, asking if he was talking about the Stammen and Pheromone families. And Tien answers her, saying that's exactly what it is. And he also thinks that I'm all on purpose that Caesar before to set a trap, and he's going to use Loder as a hostage and destroy them all at once to gain more experience. As long as two enemies are fighting, he will simply win. The scene then shifts to the capital of the Lion Kingdom, and the patriarch, sitting on the throne, shouted, calling his son worthless and telling him to get out of there, making it clear that he had shamed the whole family. But his son, on his knees on the ground, asked his father to listen to him. Caesar explains that those goblins are not only strong, but also extremely intelligent, and they are no match for them, making it clear that even Little Grey Hat's group has been destroyed. But Cousin Loder is still alive. That was the Pheromone house. And then the man rises from his throne. He shouts angrily, asking Caesar if he still has the courage to speak, and asks if two heirs to the greatest families have been defeated by goblins. He really can't believe it, and makes it clear, pointing at the boy, that now everyone is mocking them. And Caesar is embarrassed, trembling and asking his father how sorry he is. And he remembers the protagonist and comments that it was very scary, and starts repeating it several times, while he cries and comments that that goblin was a monster, a real demon. However, the patriarch shouts that his son is a disgrace and asks that he be taken away. Just then, a man walks up to Count Pheromone, smiling. He asks the Count not to get so angry, saying that it's not necessary and it's not good for him. He also comments that he actually came there to propose an alliance to clean up this humiliation. And Count Pheromone asks that boy what he means by that, and asks if he doesn't know that His Majesty has ordered all nobles above the title of Viscount to keep their armies ready, and that they cannot be mobilized without permission. And furthermore, he also comments to the boy if His Majesty has already sent a message to the Saint of the Sword. And at that, he asks if they still need to act, and the man starts laughing, saying that the Count's vision is still too limited. He explains that if they leave everything in the hands of the Saint of the Sword, the king will consider them useless, and he asks Count Pheromone if that's what he means, and he is speechless at that moment. And the man goes on to say that to obtain royal permission, all your son has to do is personally report the goblin threat to the king. Then each family can mobilize 1,000 soldiers. Even if it's a sovereign goblin, it will be destroyed. And everyone who was there, after hearing him say that, became pensive, even the count. And then he answered the man, saying that everything was fine, but he shouldn't think that he hadn't realized his plan. And he said that he was going to take his useless son to see the king. And Caesar was on the ground, shaking badly. Then the scene shifts to a few days later. There in the ruin of the crazy Sky Tribe, and someone was shouting, and the goblins kept putting their hands to their ears because they were feeling uncomfortable. And then, with an apple pierced through his head, Loder, completely in shock, asks if it hit, and trembling, he says that this is a monster. After all, the protagonist was holding something he had never seen before in his life. And then the protagonist, looking at the gun, comments that he didn't expect this homemade pistol to work so well, and it only takes so much gunpowder. And the blonde elf next to him, her cheeks flushing, comments that the boss is amazing, and she wants to shoot him too. She asks him to teach her soon, hugging him, and he replies, saying it's okay and he'll teach her. Until suddenly, someone shouts out to the boss, saying that a large human troop is gathering in the City of Light, and they are fully armed. And another goblin tells his boss that he too has seen many goblins approaching, and they seem to be from the tribe of the Beast King. And smiling, the goblin chief of the crazy Sky Tribe says that he thinks the show is about to begin. And then the scene changes to the bestial goblin coughing and trying to explain to his boss that the human army had come to steal the demon ring, and it was very difficult to escape alive. And his boss, with a completely gloomy tone of voice, calls him useless, and he seemed to be 10 times bigger than the bestial goblin. It really was a completely different goblin, and he orders his goblins to get together and destroy the humans and recover the demonic ring, at which point the protagonist plan was working. Just then, the scene changed to human territory, and some knights were holding their spears, and then they approached a group of people who were standing still, and the cavalry was dense. At this, the new governor of the City of Light bows, welcoming Count Ferriman and Count Stammen. And then the hairy man, Stammen, asks where the saint with the sword is. Just then, the hooded man who had gone with her to the Dragon Island and seen her kill the Dragon Saint appears, saying that she had urgent business to attend to and has left. And then he asks what brings the lords there with such a large army. And Count Stammen replies to the hooded man that she isn't there, so there's no need to waste time talking to him. And the hooded man gets very angry, telling the man that he is a dragon slayer, and he has fought side by side with the Saint of the Sword, and asks if that man dares to disrespect him, clearly being a liar. And then Count Stammen says he understands and apologizes to the hooded man. Joining in the small talk, he's just said and explains that they've come all this way to defeat all the goblins who were giving them a hard time. However, the hooded man hears a noise and comments that it was very strange and asks what it is, seeing something on the ceiling. And suddenly, a legion of goblins appears in the City of Light, and the humans are shocked as there are heavy troops protecting the walls and ask how they got in. At this, Count Ferriman immediately takes up his sword, shouting, calling the goblins cursed and making it clear that they have fallen into the trap. And then, he orders all the cavalry to advance against the goblins. He orders the Lion Empire to destroy them. And then, the heavy cavalry charges into the green creatures, and Count Ferriman himself comes out attacking the goblins, hitting them with his sword. Several goblins are being hit. Even the hooded man, with his magical techniques, was taking down some goblins. And then a dragon appears in the City of Light, and obviously, the protagonist was on top of that dragon, observing all the battles going on, and he thinks that the scene is more chaotic than he imagined. And with his sword full of blood, Count Ferriman comments that the goblins are just inferior trash and asks what threat they could pose. And then he looks away and tells himself that if they carry on like this, the battle will be over in less than an hour. Suddenly, he is surprised when a horse flies in, carrying several riders with it. And the protagonist himself is surprised, because he didn't expect anything like this either. And suddenly, a goblin with tentacles of some kind, grabbing the knight, appears, and he was destroying everything he saw. In a very frightening way, he gives a roar. That was the king of the goblin beasts. And Tien sees on the system panel that he is at level 79. He has that title to life, 700 strength and 670 defense, and his total power is 3000, and the protagonist is at a loss to understand anything, thinking, and at the same time, wondering what the hell that thing is, and how it can be so strong. And what's more, it's an extremely ugly goblin in his view, whereas any goblin looks terrible. Just then Count Stammen starts shouting, ordering everyone to retreat, and then, quite angrily, Count Stammen asks what this creature is, and also asks if it's some kind of ruler, and Count Ferriman, behind him, comments that they're not sure yet, and should let the family members deal with it. Just then a girl arrives, calling for her father. She was with some boys. She's a very pretty blonde girl with red eyes and a white dress. She tells her father that they're going to lure this thing away, referring to the king of the goblin beasts. The rest stays with the soldiers, and that's Lorna, Loder's sister. Count Stammen tells his daughter to be careful and not to be a failure like her brother Loder, and she replies that she understands, and she advances on that huge creature with everything, along with her comrades. At this, the sorcerer prepares a spell, telling the Goblin Beast King to prove it, and he hits the huge, weird goblin right in the face. And the goblin obviously doesn't like this audacity one bit, and then everyone starts running, and Lorna tells her companions to hurry up. They should lure him out of the city, and the protagonist, seeing this, becomes apprehensive, and thinks that if they continue running in this direction, they will end up running into his allies, and that would be a big problem, as it would completely throw off the course of his plan. And then he stands on top of the dragon, watching that group of people run past him, while the king of the goblin beast goes after them, and he sighs. Seeing the pretty blonde girl, he thinks it's a shame, because she really is doomed. And after a moment, all those who had been trying to get the huge creature out of the city were on the ground, completely ruined, and the king of the goblin beasts roared. At this, a blonde boy gets angry and shouts, saying that he's just an insignificant goblin, and his teeth will be their first war trophy, and he asks everyone not to let their guard down, but to keep circling and attacking, and to give Lorna a chance for a fatal blow. And then the huge goblin tries to crush Lorna, who quickly dodges the attack, and at that moment, Lorna thinks that she is an example for the Academy academy, and she needs to win this battle. She wants to honor her name and her person. And then an advanced martial technique, a skill called the Sacred Purifying Spear, hitting the chest of the Goblin Beast King with everything. And the protagonist, watching the battle, thinks that that horse-haired girl has a total power of only 1,700, while the others are in the 1,000s. And it's incredible that she's still standing. He finds it quite interesting. And the goblin, who didn't like it one bit, shouts, with a dark tone in his voice, calling Lorna a damned female, and also asks how she dares to sneak up on him. And then he begins to channel a magical ability into his mouth, as if it were a kind of breathing, leaving the boy who was there with the blonde guy and Lorna wide-eyed and distressed. And suddenly, the huge goblin casts an ability. Flames roar from the Beast King, and his body takes on a purple aura around him. And then the dragon begins to weaken, with the protagonist on top of it. And Tian thinks that this is a very powerful sound wave, and it's much fiercer than he imagined. And then, seeing that the dragon was losing control, he asks the dragon to stay calm, because if desperation takes over, they could fall there. At this, the humans who were left couldn't resist, and knelt down. They were really affected by it, and Lorna on the ground, trembling badly, asks herself why this is happening, and how such a strong goblin can exist. And then, in despair, she starts crying, saying that they couldn't handle it. And seeing that huge creature right in front of her, she becomes wide-eyed and screams, asking her father and master to help her. Suddenly, an explosion occurs on the spot, and the noise reaches the City of Light, where everyone is watching and worried. The father screams for Lorna, and thinks that something must have happened to them, and then calls the Count and says that they are now commanders and cannot fall there, until Count Faramon asks them to calm down. And then the hooded man points and asks everyone to look, asking what that is. The Goblin King of the Beasts was there, and he was with a girl being held by one of his tentacles, and she was practically being crushed by the tentacles. And Count Stammen goes wide-eyed at that moment. Then he shouts, calling the goblin a curse, and tells him to return his daughter. But the other count asks him to come back, because they are about to win, and the Goblin King of Beasts is so strong, but so strong that it simply makes the ground crack completely. And soon, Count Stammen was facing him, ready to attack him with his sword. He was also carrying a shield. At this, the creature prepares its fist to strike the Count, and then he hits the Count with everything, quickly knocking him to the ground as his punch bounced off him, and the Count slams his face into the ground, until spears are thrown and hit the Goblin King of Beasts, and there were several knights there, with huge shields and spears in their hands. Count Faramon demands that the hooded man, calling him a hero, be quick and strike the fatal blow, and at that moment, the hooded man thinks it's all or nothing, preparing a spell in his hand. It was advanced magic, and he climbed onto the shield of one of the knights, and he uses the skill called Concentrated Energy Sphere, hitting the Goblin King of Beasts with everything, and a huge explosion happens, an explosion that makes the goblins suspicious. They start running, completely frightened, trying to retreat, and the hooded man was panting heavily at that moment. After all, he had used a lot of his magic, and now he was feeling absurdly fatigued. And then the creature simply stood still, as if it had died, and its top was completely burnt off. Then the hooded man begins to tremble. He turns away and starts laughing. He tells everyone that they've won, and also that he's won, because now he's a real legendary adventurer. But his joy ends instantly, as the Goblin King of Bosses simply begins to mutate. His skin simply changes color, as if he's recovering from being burned. And then, while the hooded man was on his back, he swallowed him whole, and Count Faramon is completely shocked to see it, and so is the knight next to him. After all, the hooded man disappeared in less than a second, and then the protagonist asks Xiao Huan, the dragon, to come closer, and then, as he watches, he thinks, and at the same time wonders, if that guy has already started to evolve, referring to the Goblin King of the Beasts. And then, he sees in the system that now, the Goblin King of Beasts has become the brutal goblin, and is at level 80. And seeing that, the protagonist realizes that the total power of that immense goblin has reached 3,100. And then, he asks himself if that is the level of a ruler. And at that moment, the brutal goblin grabs Count Stammen and opens its mouth, seeking to devour that count in one fell swoop. And Tian thinks that although he has just evolved, his total combat score won't increase much in a short time, but it's already a frightening existence in his view. And after he devours Count Stammen with all his might, he thinks that at this rate, if he keeps on devouring, The defeat of the human race will be inevitable, and he's wide-eyed, thinking that the brutal goblin has simply devoured everything he can find. And then he wonders what his tribe will eat next. After all, the big guy isn't leaving them anything, and it looks like he's going to have to intervene and suppress this brutal monster before it's too late. And then the brutal goblin was trampling the goblins, and all of them, trembling with fear, tell their boss that they're not going to run away anymore. As he speaks in a somber tone of voice, everyone should move forward, and anyone who takes a step back will suffer the same fate as that goblin who was trampled underfoot. And at that, the humans see all those goblins approaching, and the goblins shout for everyone to attack. However, he sees that this isn't going to work, so he asks everyone to hurry up and retreat to the city and close the gates. And the brutal goblin, with his dark speech, tells his subordinates that they can't let them escape. And at that moment, the protagonist was still flying with the dragon. He was thinking, and at the same time wondering if everyone had run into the city, and then he thinks he must act. The time has come, and then he whistles, and even from above, flying with the dragon, the subordinates of the chief of the Crazy Sky tribe heard the chief ordering them to gather. They had to be quick. Then, suddenly, a flash happens in the forest, and the skill goes on for kilometers, dragging and tearing up the ground. And Tian, seeing this, thinks that this can't be happening and asks himself if she's back. And then he shouts, ordering his subordinate to hurry and retreat. And the goblins just listen to what their boss has just said. And at that moment, inside the City of Light, the brutal goblin tells them to hand over a ring, and he will give them a death. And Count Ferriman answers him, saying that he doesn't have what he wants, and if the brutal goblin wants to kill him, he encourages him to do so, and also makes it clear that inferior creatures like him are not worthy of negotiating with humans. And the brutal goblin quickly jumps up, and he grabs the count, asking if he really doesn't have the dignity to negotiate with him. And Count Ferriman is in shock at that moment. At this, the brutal goblin asks him what he means, and also asks if he wasn't the one who took the ring. But he gets no response, until suddenly, the huge yellow beam of light that was tearing up the ground in the forest reaches where the brutal goblin is standing, and yet it hits him, and suddenly a sword comes from the sky, and he falls to the ground, right next to the brutal goblin. And he asks who is there, and literally the blonde knight was standing on tiptoe, on top of the dagger of the sword, and the brutal goblin is surprised to see her. And it wasn't just her. A guy has arrived with his spear in hand, and his name is Marshall. Just then, an old man with white hair and beard called Austin asks if they really need to treat a goblin like that, because he thinks it's such an easy creature to deal with that it doesn't need so much pressure. And next to him, there's a little white-haired elf called Emma, and Count Ferriman was grinning from ear to ear at that moment, saying that the Saint of the Sword had finally arrived and had also brought the members of the hunting party. He was very happy, because now he was sure that he wouldn't die. And then dawn comes, and Tian was hiding behind the wall. He thinks that he really didn't imagine that the group of hunters would arrive at this moment. He originally wanted to try to suppress that brutal goblin, but it seems that he no longer needs to act. The brutal goblin was weakened at that moment, and suddenly, he grabs one of his subordinates, but he grabs him so hard that he makes him bleed, and he quickly devours the goblin that is part of his tribe, and he activates an ability called Brutal Nature. The protagonist saw all the information on the panel, which explained that devouring a fellow human being allows for highly efficient healing, and Tian, seeing this, thinks that he uses this kind of innate ability, but from the state of his wounds, he believes that it will take a while for him to recover completely, and he smiles, thinking that this makes things even better. And then Marshall comments that that guy has been pierced in the neck and chest and asks if he's dead yet. And the Saint with the sword comments that this is all happening because he's the level of a ruler, after all, and if they finish him off now, they'll be able to kill him. Until the brutal Goblin starts walking towards them, and he tells them to wait a while, trying to get out alive. He explains that he didn't come there to fight, but only to look for the demon ring, and if he lets him go back to the Great Tomb, he promises he'll never come back. And the Saint with the sword asks if he's from the Great Tomb, and the brutal Goblin answers her that yes, it's all the fault of that guy who stole his things, pointing at Count Ferriman, and quickly tries to defend himself, with a tone of desperation in his voice. He says that it's a lie, and he swears by his title of Count that he never stole anything from that inferior creature. And the Saint with the sword believes there's something wrong, and she believes it's him. It can only be this goblin, the troublesome fellow. And old Austin doesn't quite understand what she means, so he asks who she's talking about, and asks if she's really talking about the goblin in front of them. And the saint with a sword comments that he claims to live in a great tomb, which is hundreds or even thousands of kilometers away. But the attacks on the City of Light were carried out by goblins who live on the outskirts. And Emma, after hearing this, asks if that means that the guy used some kind of plan to lure him there, hoping that they would destroy each other. And Marshall, listening to all that talk, is a little impressed and wonders if a goblin would be able to do this, because this is a plan that requires a little intelligence. And in this, Count Ferriman says quite loudly that he doesn't care who he is, and makes it clear that Count Stammen, the wandering hero, died at his hands, and they can't let him come back. And after hearing the Earl say it, Austin gets a smile on his face, and he says that, since that's the way it is, he'll finish off that huge goblin himself. Then, suddenly, something happens that puts the brutal goblin on alert. A huge whirlpool appears and passed them by, and at that moment, the brutal goblin took advantage of the whirlwind passing them by, and he quickly starts running. And the saint with a sword tries not to lose her angle of vision until she sees something that leaves her wide-eyed. She sees a flying dragon, and there was the protagonist on top of the dragon, and he thinks that the brutal goblin still has value for him. Chan thinks that he can be useful for his devotion skill, and it would be a waste to let him die for these people. So he would create a distraction for him to escape and wait for an opportunity to attack him when he is still weak. And then he tells Yahello to go after the brutal goblin. However, the Sword Saint says she won't let those dragons get away, and she uses wind control on her feet, and it starts to fly, and the protagonist, seeing it, asks himself if it's really possible, and she can see him. She thinks and wonders at the same time how he can be just a little goblin, and at that moment, she says it's him, and prepares an attack. She uses the Steel Gale skill, taking the protagonist by surprise. He shouts, asking Yahello to dodge, and the dragon does what it can at that moment. And Tian thinks that if that blow had hit him, he would have been dead for sure. And then, just giving you a sword, you watch that dragon go away. And she gets very angry, saying that no matter where he runs off to, she's not going to let him get away. She's going to finish him off with her own hands. And the protagonist tells himself that this woman is crazy, but she's absurdly strong, and he's certainly going to have to deal with her. And then the scene changes to the ruins, and suddenly, the brutal goblin was running and knocking down every tree he saw in front of him. He was running as if the world was going to end, and he tells himself that it doesn't matter if he goes to hide over there. He'll wait a while, because these guys will catch up with them. And then he stops there, and he starts sniffing. He realizes and tells himself that he smells other goblins in there, until he waits a while and thinks of the bestial goblin, saying that the magic ring was stolen by the humans right there, and Count Ferriman saying that he never stole anything from those inferior creatures. And then he tells himself that he now understands, and that guy who monopolizes the southern city. And he thinks that this guy, referring to Qian, is a bastard and wonders how he dares to deceive him, and he believes that the ring must still be there. He sticks his face in the cave and shouts that whoever is in there should get out now. And there were only the elves and Lua, the female goblin, and the moon, quite frightened, asks what they should do, and wonders if perhaps he will invade. And the matriarch's daughter says that, if that's the case, they can go out and finish him off. But the matriarch makes it clear that it's the boss who had ordered them to stay hidden and not come out at all, until the Goblin Slayer tells them to relax, and smiling, being very kind, she says that she trusts Chan, and he certainly won't let anything happen to them, until the brutal goblin senses something and asks who's there, and then he makes a huge leap, and the protagonist says that he knew he'd come that far, and makes it clear to the brutal goblin that he's running very fast, but he won't escape the protagonist's hunting ground either. And quickly, the dragon shoots flames, which hit the goblin brutally, and then the protagonist draws his gun, and the brutal goblin is surprised to see it in Tian's hands. Then he doesn't give up and starts jumping up and down to avoid being hit, until he gets close to the dragon. He goes wide-eyed, and amidst all that dust, there was the protagonist, and he sees the ring on Tian's finger. He can't believe that the magic ring is there, so he asks Tian where he got it. And then he calls the protagonist an inferior creature, and says that it was he who stole his magic ring, and tells him to give it back now. But Tian asks if he's talking about that, and he asks what would happen if he didn't want to hand it over. And the brutal goblin gets very angry, calling him a bastard, and he jumps towards the protagonist, who doesn't seem to be intimidated by his presence. And the brutal goblin tries to punch him, but he can't hit. Tian simply dodges, giving them a good distance. He comments that the brutal goblin has a very heavy body and asks if he believes he can reach him, making it clear that he finds this very difficult. He quickly leaves the place where he was standing. It appeared on top of the brutal goblin's head. I hit him with everything, and at that moment, the system panel said that it had acquired a new top-level skill called Brutal Roar, and the creature was furious. While Tian seemed to be focused, then the protagonist activates the skill and used the Brutal Roar on the brutal goblin, or crashing to the ground with everything, and he approaches the huge creature, and you think he just wanted to try his luck. But he actually ended up getting this skill, but to his misfortune, he ended up getting hit, and he flies away, and before he could hit the ground, still bouncing, the brutal goblin appears in front of him, and he prepares another punch, and he succeeds, but somehow, Chan manages to block it, and he sees on the system panel that the brutal goblin's total strength is 2700, and he snaps his mouth. He doesn't like it, and he thinks that his opponent's power is really impressive, and fortunately, he's seriously injured now, and his strength has already been greatly weakened by the previous fight with the group of hunters. And then the brutal goblin asks him if he managed to withstand his attack, and he realizes that the protagonist's strength is getting even greater. But just when he was about to do something, he was surprised. The protagonist simply hits him. He's furious, saying that this can't be happening, and he can't lose to an inferior being, and then he fell to the ground. And at that moment Tian was panting, and then the protagonist says that there's no food there for him to recover, and if he's hit in a vital spot, death is certain, and if he wasn't useful, Tian comments that he would have pierced his heart right now. Then, still in the ruin of the Crazy Sky tribe, seeing the brutal goblin on the ground, the goblin slayer says that the brutal goblin is his, and she asks what he intends to do. She also asks him if he isn't going to put his soul in the ring to increase his power. After all, the plan has already been successful, and Tian answers her, saying that there was an unexpected change in the plan, and the group of hunters of the Holy Sword intervened, and he ended up being exposed. Among them, there is a man called Marshall, who has the ability to merge with the earth, and he can find them easily using this ability. The blonde knight then asks the protagonist what the plan is, and Tian asks her if that guy didn't come from the Great Tomb, and he thinks they can use his past to get the people from the Great Tomb to eliminate these enemies for them. And the Goblin Slayer asks the Goblin Chief if this isn't too risky, because the people of the Great Tomb are very complicated, and she thinks it wouldn't be very good for Tian to get involved with them. But the Goblin Chief of the Crazy Sky tribe answers her, saying that this is the best option, and then he puts the item in that brutal goblin's hand, telling him to report the Great Tomb and offer the magic ring as tribute, so that he can take revenge on the brutal goblin. And the Goblin Slayer says that he really gives her a hard time. It's alright, they'll do it his way, and she takes off her glove at that moment, and then, with a knife, she cuts off her own hand, spilling her blood, which is a different color than that of an ordinary human being. She begins to say several different words. He tells the brutal goblin to get up, and then the brutal goblin says that the humble servant obeys his master. Then the goblins ate meat next to the fire, and the system panel says that a host has currently accumulated 300 life points, and he also sees from the panel that he can now summon a level 6 demonic creature that will completely obey his orders. And Tian begins to reflect, he thinks, and at the same time asks himself if he should trade for this creature to protect him. But he thinks it's better not. A level 6 creature with strength not similar to that of the brutal goblin. Even 3 brutal goblins would be no match for the Saint of the Sword. And he begins to tinker with the system, moving to the side and thinking that it would be better to choose some useful skills to make him stronger, until he sees a skill called Abyssal Fusion, which allows you to steal parts of an enemy's body and fuse them to your own. Each part grants an increase in attributes, but not innate abilities. The second ability would be Degraded Blood. The attacks apply the degradation effect, nullifying abilities of the sacred system, reducing all the attributes of the album and increasing damage dealt to it. And he sees that and thinks that Abyssal Fusion doesn't seem very strong, but if combined with his strength in devouring genes, it could become something incredible. For example, fondue a dragon's wings after absorbing its flight ability, or fuse the jellyfish's eyes and then devour its petrification ability. But Degraded Blood seems to be the only way to contain the sacred system. Abyssal Fusion is good, but he doesn't have any monsters to fuse right now, and he thinks he should forget about it, and I chose that one. And then the panel shows him that the exchange for Degraded Blood was successful, and congratulates the host, as he has received a miraculous effect and 300 life points back, and he's very surprised. And then he loses it for a moment, saying out loud that he loves the system, and if he were a person, if he were a woman, he would never let her down. And the goblins, hearing the boss say this, are completely confused, because to them, he was talking to himself. And then the father of the system shows him that the exchange for abyssal fusion was successful, and he gets excited, telling himself that now he can solve the limitations of the goblin's ability to devour genes. 2 wishes fulfilled at once. And then the moon calls the boss. She asks what happened, and he starts laughing, telling her it's nothing, and she's surprised. And then she gets a little embarrassed. With flushed cheeks, she asks if he wants to have some fun. And then he tells her that it's all right, making her look a little put out. And then he thinks, and at the same time wonders, if maybe this day can be quiet for a moment, because they chase him several times a day, and he sometimes gets fed up with it. Then, suddenly, a goblin calls out to him, saying that the human has caused trouble again and stolen 2 weapons, and Tien can't understand. And then he tells the goblin to take him there to see, and after they walk, and he sees Loader, completely out of his mind, and with his hands chained. He was moaning and asking his father and sister to apologize to him, because it was he who had caused all their misfortune, until he sees Tien approaching. And then he starts calling the protagonist several times, and then he asked the chief of the goblins to tell him, asking please. He begged. He wanted to know if his father and sister were still alive, and he said it crying. And the protagonist answers the human, saying that his father was bitten to death by one of the supreme lords, while his sister's body was destroyed a long time ago. And Loader is completely shocked at that moment, as if his world has ended. He starts to cry and his nose even starts to run. He trembles a lot and puts his hand to his face, saying that he should never have provoked Tien. He should never have tried to be clever in front of him. And he thinks that the most important thing is that if Raya is still alive, he still cares about her, even when she just cowardly dropped everything just to survive. And he hopes that the church can rescue her afterwards. He still has hope that she will go back to the way she was before. And then he starts running, taking the protagonist by surprise. And suddenly he hits his head on the wall, and I fell to the ground at the same moment. And Tien comments that they've already developed feelings for each other. And then he asks why he decided to end it all like that. He thought Loader was quite a failure for making such a sudden decision, and he picks up a dagger, saying that after all this time, the hatred he felt for the knight, Loader, has passed, it's simply gone, and that this will at least reduce his suffering. And then he hits him with that dagger. Then the scene changes to the forest of the Great Tomb, and the brutal goblin was there, shouting at Mr. Bull several times, and he comments that he is the chief of the Beast King's tribe and asks if he is at home, until the bull puts his hand on the wall, making a lot of noise, and the brutal goblin got scared. The bull really is huge, and asks the brutal goblin what he wants, and the brutal goblin explains that he only went to get what belonged to him, but they killed his entire tribe, and the bull is surprised to hear him say that that's the powerful bull, the demon devourer of humans. And the brutal goblin continues, saying that this is a magical artifact created by the cadaverous specters with a type of semi-demon, just like the bull itself, and if he gives it to the bull, it's as if he's giving it back to the real owner. And the ring begins to exude its energy at that moment, and the bull takes the ring and tells the brutal goblin what he wants. And the brutal goblin asks the bull to help him kill them, and the man-eating bull remains silent for a moment, pensive. At this, he asks if the brutal goblin is aware that the Holy Church and he have an agreement, and they cannot set foot on human territory, but he will take the goblin's complaint to the Lord to seek revenge. He thinks the immortals will allow it. After all, it's been a long time since he tasted fresh blood. And then, a few days later, the scene changes to the ruins of the Crazy Sky Tribe. The protagonist was looking at the system panel, and he sees his own status. He's at level 70, and his total power is around 100. And he thinks that after a few days of training, he has almost completely mastered the use of degraded blood. And even though he has leveled up, the Sword Saint has at least 4th in total power. So there is still a big difference between them, and it seems that the only option is to go along with the brutal goblins to finish her off. And he wonders who told him to start in hell mode. But he also thinks that now he's finally close to turning things around. Once they've destroyed the City of Light, that first dungeon, he'll be able to raise a whole army of heroes, and he's relieved to think that he won't have to hide anymore, until the Goblin Slayer calls him, saying that the brutal goblin has brought the men to the cave entrance, and they're just waiting for the protagonist. And Tian answers her, saying that he understands, and she asks him to wait. Excited, she asks if they need to go with him to the City of Light, and the protagonist answers her, saying no, and he explains that this fight is specifically against the Sword Saint and some powerful warriors. If something goes wrong, he can still run away, and if they go together, they have increased his burden. And then the Goblin Slayer tells the protagonist that she has already ordered the brutal goblin to obey her, and she asks him not to let her down, and if he does, she will have to punish him severely. And Tian answers her, saying that he doubts it, and there's no telling who will punish whom, and then he turns away, and she just watches. And then the protagonist walked through the water, and the brutal goblin bows to him, and then, with the bull standing there, he asks the brutal goblin if the ally he had told him about is this inferior goblin. And the bull was much bigger than the brutal goblin himself and the protagonist, and Tian saw the information of the powerful bull on the system panel. He was of the demonic bull race. His class was Berserker. He is at level 80 and his total power is about 3,500. And the protagonist thinks that then he called a bunch of human-eating demonic bulls. And on this, the bull comments that he thought that, in the worst case, it would be at least an S-rank goblin of the sovereign type. But it seems that it isn't even that. And the brutal goblin asks the bull to stay calm, because his strength is almost identical. However, the protagonist says enough is enough. And then they go to where the guards are, and the brutal goblin says it's right there. But he warns him that inside, there's a woman with a sword, and she's extremely strong. But the bull is superb and doesn't care about that. He likes powerful food. Suddenly, the entire structure and the ground begin to shake, and the humans are scared, wondering what's going on and if it really is an earthquake, until one of them sees it and asks them to look quickly. And there was a legion of huge bulls heading towards them, and the humans are in shock, saying that it's a demonic bull and it's coming towards them. And quickly, the knights start running for help because they simply don't want to be devoured by those demonic bulls. After all, there's no chance for mere mortals like them to fight against such strong creatures that have easily brought down mansions. And the protagonist, seeing the situation, at the same time asks himself if demonic bulls are really that scary. And for him, intelligent goblins are much more terrifying than demonic bulls. And soon, the bulls start destroying everything they see in the City of Light, and the protagonist thinks that as soon as they take over the City of Light, this place will be his domain. Just then, a bull grabs a human and starts laughing, saying that there's fresh, delicious meat over there. He opens his mouth quickly, but before he could swallow that human, a gigantic face of light appeared, and he hits that demonic bull in the back with everything, and he ends up dumping that boy, who is completely shocked at that moment. However, he feels a little relieved, because it was the Sword Saint and her comrades who had just saved him. Confused, Austin asks why there are so many demonic bulls around, and Marshall sees something that makes him go wide-eyed. He sees the brutal goblin and wonders if that monster isn't from the Great Tomb. He also says that it was surely he who brought them, and he should have finished off that monster first. And the Sword Saint, after hearing him say this, comments that it was her mistake last time, and she shouldn't have chased that goblin. And that mistake, she declares that she will fix it herself. And blue flames begin to shoot out of her eyes, demonstrating immense power right from the start. And then she lunges forward with her sword, and then she hits a bull at that moment. Just then, a bull prepares to attack her. It took her by surprise, leaving her wide-eyed. Suddenly, he throws a punch so hard that dust rises from the ground. However, in the midst of the dust, the Saint of the Sword was holding the hilt of that huge bull, and the demonic bull doesn't understand a thing. And while that frenetic battle was going on, where things were getting more and more difficult for the City of Light, Tian just stood on the high ground, watching it all happen, and he thinks that although the total strength of a demonic bull is a little less than the Sword Saint, at least they are equivalent in raw power, and if he can pin her down in combat, he will have a better opening to attack. Until he realizes something. He sees the brutal goblin advancing on a warrior, and this warrior was getting on the ground and calling him a damned monster, and saying that he was going to see how he could finish off that huge monster. And the protagonist wonders at the same time if this is the grounding technique, and this was exactly the moment he was waiting for. And quickly, the protagonist uses the earth element, using a magical attack called an explosion, and he knocks Marshall out at that moment, who really wasn't expecting it. And then the brutal goblin catches Marshall, and he's getting ready to take it. And Emma sees that and goes wide-eyed. However, she can't let this happen and quickly picks up her bow and arrow, and uses an advanced archery skill called the Wind God's Arrow. And then she launches this ability, which is a kind of whirlpool. However, the whirlpool is simply blocked, and the white-haired girl doesn't understand. asking what's going on. And then Tien jumps from the top, quickly reaching the ground, a leap worthy of the Olympics. And he asks himself, how come there are elves? And he thinks it's great that they also have the ability to perceive. And then he calls the brutal goblin, tells him to leave Marshall with him, and orders the huge creature to go and help those monsters, saving Marshall's skin for the moment. And the brutal goblin answers the goblin chief of the crazy sky tribe, saying that everything is fine. And the protagonist comments that the execution order really works well. He was close to Marshall at the time. However, to Marshall's misfortune, the protagonist simply devours him, to no avail. What the protagonist had done was swap the brutal goblin's mouth, depriving him of more power for his mouth. And Emma is completely shocked by what she has just seen. Her eyes were full of tears. She feels very bad for not being able to do anything to help her comrade, who ended up being killed and devoured. Meanwhile, Austin was shouting for Marshall, and then he gets very close to the protagonist. I'm calling him a damn monster. His fury is evident, and soon he makes a move. He quickly uses an advanced martial skill called Mountain and Rock Splitter. However, Tien doesn't feel threatened in the slightest. He doesn't move, and the system panel warns that the defense is disarmed. And then the protagonist dodges, preparing a blow, and Austin begins to regret not having been able to hit him, and they come face to face. And the protagonist uses advanced magic, a skill called Brutal Roar, and at that moment, Emma began to cry even more. She was completely desperate. She sees the protagonist devouring Austin, and she can't believe it. She practically freaks out right there. The protagonist didn't need to do anything else to her, because she was already psychologically destroyed. At this, the system panel congratulates the host, because his level has been raised to 75, and his total power is 3,200, and the protagonist thinks that he really didn't expect to rise 5 levels in one go. He has finally reached level 75, and he is happy that his total power has also risen to 3,200. And then Emma uses her bow. She fires an arrow that hits Chan squarely, and then he sees another arrow coming, and he tries to dodge all the arrows she throws in his direction, and he thinks that fortunately, he managed to dodge in time. And Emma is tireless and keeps shooting several arrows at once. And then he starts moving again and begins to regret it, thinking that this woman has turned a bow and arrow into a barret. And if it had been for the stone wall slowing him down, he wouldn't have been able to dodge. And then he sees the brutal goblin and orders it to bring down the building. And the huge beast just says what the goblin chief of the crazy sky tribe ordered. And he's running at full speed while Emma is on the top side. And quickly, he knocks down that building, and she's furious at what he's just done. And the protagonist is preparing to strike with a smile on his face, thinking that now is the time, and launches an attack in her direction.